It's on run. I didn't know what else to do with it, so I just tied it like that. And I'm going to tie one to the throttle cable. Just like that. Just to keep it, but man, that is close to the cylinder head. Can't believe that doesn't melt. Yeah, I believe these go right here, and then handlebars directly on top. So just have to find the correct bolts for these. There shouldn't be too many. I think it's these. Okay, it's time to do the exhaust now. The confusing part is it came with a bunch of different types of gaskets and stuff, and I have no clue what goes where. Like, look at all these different ones. I think that's literally the same kind of gasket. I don't know if I'm supposed to use both. And then it came with I think we're supposed to delete these studs and screw these directly into the engine. Yep, looks like that fits, so we got to remove these studs. That's what we have our Big Daddies for right here. I'm going to use both of these exhaust gaskets. I don't know. Did that just fall? Where'd that fall? I don't know where that fell. We have two gaskets here. Oh, I just broke one of them. Fuck. I'm going to use them both. All right, I'm gonna try to put some fuel in it. Not sure if this will work with the fuel running uphill like this. All right, I'm going to try some starting fluid directly into the carburetor. The fuel is not making it from the gas tank to the carburetor. I think it might be because it's running uphill, but I'm not sure. The gas tank is actually at the same level as the carburetor inlet, so it's on run. Okay. This fuel filter might be leaking. Maybe. Let's see. I'm gonna cut the zip tie. Okay, now fuel is making it into the carburetor. I see it. Let's see if it'll start now. Hey, what's up everybody? We're back on Supercar Street Racing today. We are testing something extremely cool. You know how we love the AI stuff and we use it a lot every day. SGen.ai is a brand new AI creative engine that lets you build full cinematic videos, scenes, visuals, and content workflows faster than ever. We're going hands-on today, generating real visuals, testing prompts, publishing output, and seeing what this platform can really do. No fluff, just real results. And don't forget to subscribe to the second channel. You're on it now, Second Car Street Racing, where we will be dropping extra tests, raw projects, failures, and bonus samples with SGen.ai, but I don't predict any failures today. Now, what is SGen.ai? Well, this is a creative intelligence platform. Think about script writing that meets image generation, that meets full video production, all connected in one ecosystem. Now, you can type an idea in and the system helps build out your storyboards, your animatics, your visual assets, your voice generation, and even your editing structure. For filmmakers, creators, advertisers, YouTubers, agencies, this is a production accelerator. It's designed to remove guesswork and turn ideas into visuals fast. And you can see what's going on over here. I have already uploaded 3 pictures and told SGen.ai to create a open for my channel, and it has already started doing that right now. So SGen is open right here. We created a short cinematic clip by writing a sentence. It's all right here. You can see it right here. There's 5 scenes, supposed to be 5 seconds each. And this is what I typed. It just said create an open for my channel using these pictures. Now here's where SGen really stands out. You're generating a production quality visual material in seconds. And then number 2, it's cohesion. Scene scripts, character art, storyboards, voice lines, all from one place. Now number 3 is control. You're not stuck with one output. You can refine this, reprompt, upscale, shift your style, out or rebuild an entire scene without starting over. Now, if we look over here, it's already generated the storyboard. It's already generated some images. And now it's doing the next part. It's generating text-to-speech. Let's see if we can turn on desktop audio and listen to this.
Welcome to Supercar Street Racing, where tech, tools, and powerful ideas come to life.
Yep, here's the next one.
We test cutting-edge gear, phones, flashlights, AI tools, and more. Everything you see is real-world, hands-on, and pushed to the limit. You're part of the journey. Every review, every challenge, every discovery.
So it is now doing image generation. So let's see what this thing can do. SGen.ai helping Supercar Street Racing. And look at the image generation going on right here. You can download these images as well once they're produced, and then you can see that the audio is added below it.
Welcome to Supercar Street Racing, where tech, tools, and powerful ideas come to life. So hit subscribe and join us as you're part of the journey. Today's tech is truly everything you see. We test cutting it.
It's going to be good, guys. I'm hyped. We are at SGen Image Edit right now, and you can actually branch out and see exactly what they're doing. And it is on the next step here. You can see it generated some of the video here, some of the, look at that, that's cool. It generated that with my logo, and then me here editing with four screens, and it says image to video without audio. And it's doing its thing, let's let it continue. Okay, it's merging all our clips now. Let's see how that's gonna work out. I'm so hyped. I'm gonna make a bunch of these.
Welcome to We test cutting. You're part of the journey.
Yes. Now there's a drop down here. If you want quality versus cheap. Cheap, I guess, is lesser quality, but doesn't charge you as much credit. Now everything's complete here. It showed you what it created, and it gives you a final video output right here. Let's go and see what it did. It downloaded, let's see.
Welcome to Supercar Street Racing.
Let's get this back on this. Now there's no background music, I can add that in edit, but here's the whole entire production.
Welcome to Supercar Street Racing, where tech, tools, and powerful ideas come to life. We test cutting-edge gear, phones, flashlights, AI tools, and more. Everything you see is real-world, hands-on, and pushed to the limit. You're part of the journey. Every review, every challenge, every discovery. So hit subscribe and join us as we explore what today's tech is truly capable of.
This is awesome. This is going to be my new channel trailer. This is good. Let's make more. We'll go ahead and make another one, but guys, make sure you check out SGen. How cool was that? I literally just gave it some pictures and said what I wanted, and then 20 minutes later, I had a brand new channel trailer. SGen.ai will be in the description. Go ahead and click on it. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. Let's click excellent right here on this, and we gotta get out of here. Let's go, guys.
Welcome to Supercar Street Racing, where tech, tools, and powerful ideas come to life. We test cutting-edge gear, phones, flashlights, AI tools, and more. Everything you see is real-world, hands-on, and pushed to the limit. You're part of the journey. Every review, every challenge, every discovery. So hit subscribe and join us as we explore what today's tech is truly capable of.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and if you're new to the channel, thanks for joining us. If you've already been here, welcome back. And what a good place to be today. We are in the Supercar Street Racing amazing bathroom to show you guys something that we got to help us out with a problem that we need to solve. So today we're gonna take one thing sitting right here, and we're gonna replace it with something else sitting right here, and I'm gonna tell you guys why on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you can see here that we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom with this fit index scale right here. Now this was my scale over the years when I was losing weight. I actually got it at a thrift store for about $4, and it does have an app-based thing and all that, so it works pretty good, and it does body mass index and all that. But however, this thing has stopped working recently. It is erratic and quirky, so we had to figure something else out, because I am going to tell you why we need this and a replacement for this. So traditionally I've been trying to eat well, I've been trying to eat low carb and everything like that, but over the last year, I have really let my diet go. Even though I exercise daily, I'm on the treadmill every day for 1 hour and doing weight, that has come to a close to keeping me in a good amount of shape. And as you can see, as you've been watching me for the last couple of years, I have gradually gained weight back on, and I think that I'm probably about 20 pounds overweight of where I need to be. My comfortable body weight where I'm nice and fit is in the 150s, low 150s to high 140s, no lighter than about 147, and I'm a little bit skinny right at that point. So I'm only 5'6", so a good weight for me is probably around 150. And we're gonna take some time to tell you how we're gonna get there. Now, as I told you earlier, I've kind of let my diet go over the past year, and I need to start getting back on keto. Keto is very effective for me, and the first step to getting back on keto is dedicating yourself to actually doing it, and I have started that, and I started it 3 days ago. This is my 3rd day on keto, and I'll explain what that is going to be about here as well. But the first thing we need to do is get rid of this Fit Index old scale, which no longer works properly. This is going to go directly in the trash in favor of this Runstar Smart Body Fat Scale that I picked up from Amazon. Now let's get rid of this, we don't need it. And it just did break. All right, right next to me we have my buddy right here. This is the Runstar Smart Body Fat Scale. It has a color LCD display on it, and I'm super hyped to get this opened up and explain to you guys what this is going to do for me. Now, as you see in the front, this thing does a lot. It does weight, body type assessments. It shows your body fat rate and your BMI and your heart rate all on the front of this scale and with an app. Now, this app does work on Android or iPhone, so if you guys have either one, you'll be good to go. Now, this scale is in black, as you see right here. It says that it does 15 essential body composition metrics. Now, I put some pictures up while I talk about this, but on the side of the box right here, you can see that it says it does weight and body fat trends, 15 essential body composition metrics, syncs with popular fitness apps. Now, you can share this actually with 24 people, so 24 people can be using the same scale here. It has a good, nice, slim design. It does come with batteries, that's a plus. You know, if you don't have to buy batteries, that's always a good thing. And it is made of tempered glass, so it won't get broken like I just broke that one. And then right here on the other side, I'll throw a picture up. This is the model FG2019LB scale. Its capacity is 400 pounds. Keep that in mind. If you are over 400 pounds, you will not be able to use this scale. And there's a web address here, vip.runstar.store, that you can go to if you have any questions or would like to check out their store. And that's pretty much all that's on the front or the side of the Runstar box. Now I guess the only thing left to do is go ahead and get this box open and take a look at the actual scale. Now, the inside of the Runstar scale, it just has a piece of foam over the Runstar to keep it protected. Go ahead and get rid of that. And then right inside of that, there is a user manual right here. Shows you some of the error codes, like low for charging battery, overload, and calibrating. There's also a QR code right here to scan to go ahead and download the app to use with this guy. This does use Bluetooth to connect to your phone, so remember that. Make sure your Bluetooth is on when you go ahead and download the app to connect the scale. All right, a little bit further in the box, and there is a pamphlet here, and it just shows you again how to get started quickly with the scale. Downloading the app, opening the StarFit app, you've got to go ahead and register on that app, and for Android, you need to have your location on as well. Now, there's a measure page on the app to go ahead and weigh yourself. You just hit that measure and step on the scale. And then there's some simple troubleshooting steps down at the bottom. Now, deeper in the box, you can see we have actually gotten to the scale here. We go ahead and take it out. It is very nice. I love the fit and finish of this, and it wants you to go ahead and peel satisfaction this, but in order to do that, we have to do a short. We got this huge bottle of lotion right here. We got this scale, and we got the peel sat. And this is for your satisfaction. And if you need this lotion that's next to it, go ahead and get that too and use that. But this peel sat is so good in your life, and you love it. And we just peeled the sat, and there's some lotion sitting next to it if you need it. All right, now when you get your scale, don't forget to go ahead and pull off the protective battery thing from the bottom. There's simply a plastic thing here that keeps you from discharging the batteries if you don't open the scale immediately. just pulls right out like that, and the scale should be on now. And it did light up and it did say hello. All right, we are back with the RunStar body fat scale, and today I'm gonna do something I'm uncomfortable with, but I am gonna go ahead and step on this scale with my clothes on and tell you how much I weigh today. And to do that, we do have a second recording device right here. What we're gonna do is put this directly down on the floor, right here on hard ground. We're gonna go ahead and tap the scale. It says hi, it's at 0, let's stand on it. Now this thing says I weigh 172.1 pounds. That is the current state of my physical fitness. It is about 20 pounds overweight of where I need to be. So let's go from there and talk about how we are going to fix this. All right, guys, you just saw me do the most uncomfortable thing I could think of. I put myself out there, I weigh 171. The clothes probably weigh 5 pounds, so I'm probably at a good 165, 166 right now. I need to be at 150. I need to lose 16 pounds. And the way I'm going to do that is with the keto diet plan. Now, if you've not done keto, basically what your goals are there are to get yourself down to a certain amount of net carbs per day. Now, this is not like regular carbohydrates. There are apps to go ahead and calculate the carbs in every food, or there is a formula to calculate it, which I will put up on the screen right now. This is how you tell how many carbs are in your food. But the app Carb Manager is awesome and it is free, and everybody puts foods in there and does the calculations for you so you can plan out your meals and know what you should and should not eat. When I do keto, I keep my carbohydrates down to almost none, but you are allowed sometimes about net 24 carbs per day. And you can get that very easily, so you have to be very careful about what you're eating. You cannot take in any types of sugar, so no sugary drinks, no sugary coffee, nothing like that. And you need to do things like no sugar added ketchup and things like that. That's the only way to guarantee that you're not going to be getting sugars and carbs into your diet when you're on the keto diet plan. Now, last time I did the keto diet plan, I lost about 25 pounds and I did it in about 60 days. I feel like I can do these 15, 16, 17 pounds, whatever it's gonna take to get me down to 150. I think I can do that in about 40 days, maybe 45 days if I push myself not as hard. I love getting on the treadmill every morning for an hour, and so that also helps me with the weight loss. And then I also do weights as well. I do 30 minutes of weights every day. Now, I already have the first set of food that I'm gonna be eating on my keto plan, and I will go to the fridge and show you that after this. But first, I just wanted to say, I hope you guys are in the corner with me. I'll be doing a daily short of my weight loss. I will be putting that on a short as my body weight goes down, which it will, and you guys will get to see it in real time. So keep an eye out for those shorts. And now let's go ahead and see what kind of food I bought for the keto diet plan. So before we go into the kitchen, we're just gonna take a look at how this app works with the scale. All right, guys, we have the operating instructions right in front of us, and you can see right here, all that we need to do is go ahead and download the app. So let's go ahead and go to the phone real quick. Did scan, now it's going ahead and going to the Play Store, I assume. There's StarFit, we're gonna go ahead and install that. While that installs, I have the scale down here. Let's go ahead and open the StarFit app, and we're gonna go ahead and register. I'm gonna go ahead and put my name in, put my birthday in. Just had my birthday last week. Go to inches. I am 5'6". My target weight is going to be 150. Let's confirm that. Okay, I clicked allow. Place the scale on flat ground, lightly step on the surface to activate, and the app shows it is connected. Okay, it says that the RunStar R6 is connected. Let's go ahead and stand on it. We are supposed to be in bare feet. All right, it says 173 again. Measuring my heart rate. BMI is 1.2. 23% body fat. And here is all of the different things associated with this measurement. So now you guys can see what the scale can do. I have to lose 23 pounds on this diet. You can chart all the aspects of your body, so your weight, BMI, body fat, and then of course you can use multiple people on the same scale as well. But there's a good 91.3 pounds of water weight, 39 pounds of fat, 7 pounds of bone mass, 31 pounds of protein mass. Pretty accurate, I think. That's about what I weigh. And it's pretty cool that you can get all this on the app. So now you guys know how the RunStar works and how you use it with the app. Now let's go on into the kitchen and see what kind of food that we got for the keto diet. All right, guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now. And today I went on into Publix and bought a bunch of stuff. And I just wanted to kind of go over some of the things that I got. Now, inside of my pantry here, you can see the Nature's Own keto bread, a lot of coffee, which I can no longer drink because it's all sugary. And you do see these Parm Crisps. These are perfect snacks because they are made of cheese and they have no carbs. Now, in front of me here on the Supercar Street Racing counter, you can see the Mission Zero Net Carb tortillas. These things are freaking awesome. They taste great. They have no net carbs whatsoever. They are a little small, but you can have multiple of them. And the best part is they are very low calorie as well. Checking on the back, these are 25 calories per tortilla for these sun-dried tomato basil tortillas. These original ones here are 110 calories for 3 tortillas. So yeah, this is a really good option for a keto diet. Try these out. We take them everywhere. We even take them into restaurants and use them in restaurants. We will order something and put our own tortillas on there and take the food off of whatever they have and place it on our tortillas so that we can do some cool things like go get Mexican food and still be low carb. Now inside the fridge here, there's some essentials that you have for low carb eating. One of them is no sugar added Heinz ketchup. That has no extra sugar added. Obviously, real mayonnaise you can have because it's all about fats and low carb in keto. We also have some zero sugar creamer right here, which will be perfect for low carb. We have some I can't believe it's not butter, but you can actually have real butter as well. Butter is on the keto diet. So we have butter up here. We've got some Land O'Lakes right here. And we've got some I can't believe it's not butter right there. And then moving into the fridge here, we have some quick steaks, some cube steaks inside of this bag, which are perfect. You can have any meats you want. Meats are unlimited on keto. We also have some Publix zero sugar soda here, some diet root beer, and some diet cherry cola to complement that. We have some Sprite Chill zero sugar right here on the side of the fridge. And in the deli meat section here, we have some boar's head chicken there. We've got some other deli products in here. We've got some carving board chicken. We've got some Gouda cheese. We've got tomatoes, which are keto friendly. And we have another pack of cheese there. We have enough food there to go ahead and make sandwiches every day, or we also have some quick steaks there. Now moving into the freezer area, I only bought one thing today to get me started, and that is a pack of Bubba Burgers here. I bought Bubba Burger turkey burgers there, and I will be putting those on the Nature's Own bread to eat later on if I want something for dinner. And that pretty much rounds out everything that I have for my keto diet. To start my keto diet, I have started and been on it for the 3rd day now. I'm actually feeling better already. Today's a big day. It's a big start. Now, let's go back into the Supercar Street Racing Studio B and see if we can take a look at this scale online and show you guys how to get one for yourself. What's up, guys? Thanks for joining me today on my journey to weight loss. This is a special time for me. It's a time of uncertainty, but I think that I have the willpower to do it this time. I really have to just buckle down and not go out to eat as much and not order a bunch of fried French fries and seafood and things like that. That is my weakness, and I try not to do that anymore, and I cannot do that starting now. I ordered my ketosis strips on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description to that and also to this scale. Now, the scale is pretty cool. It's the Runstar Smart Scale. It does body weight, it does fat percentage, it does BMI and heart rate and all that stuff for 39 bucks. And if you order it right now, there's also a 10% coupon to go ahead and save a little bit more money. Now, it does have 4.6 stars. 1,866 people have purchased this scale, and so far, so good. Let's take a look at some of these pictures here. That's just a picture of the front of it and the color display there, and the fact that you can use it on a watch, and there is the app sitting there. And then here's the all-in-one screen that shows you body weight, fat, BMI, body type, and heart rate. Right here, it says it's accurate to 0.1 pound. It weighed me at 172 to 173 pounds, which might be accurate. We have 15 essential body composition data that they show in the app, things like your cardiac index and your muscle rate, and things like that you might be interested in for your health. You can go ahead and download the StarFit app on the App Store and start tracking your progress. I went ahead and tracked it already. I'm gonna do a check-in tomorrow morning morning with a short right before I get on the treadmill. Now this guy says it only needs batteries every 90 days, which is awesome. I can understand that. You only use it for a few seconds every time you get on it. I encourage you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links at the bottom in the description. It helps out the channel a little bit, gives us a few dollars here and there. We get more sponsors, we get more revenue coming in, and we can do more cool videos like this for you. I hope that you stick with me on my weight loss journey and you follow me and see how I do. I expect to lose probably 20 pounds in the next 60 days. It might take me 75 days or so, but I expect by mid-August, I should be where I want to be, back at about 150 pounds. And I'm going to do that through keto and exercise every day. I'm just going to watch what I eat. I'm not going to do any more breads, any more potatoes, any more rice, nothing like that. I'm going to limit myself to about 15 net carbs per day. I'm going to try to limit myself to that much. I'm going to be eating a lot of meats, a lot of cheeses, a lot of eggs, and it's going to be great. I can't wait to get started on this, guys. And I already am started, but I got to get on that treadmill tomorrow. Okay, we're taking a look at the channel metrics now, and you can see we have 147,374 subscribers. We did do a video about the Tesla Model S Plaid 2-year anniversary. That video is sitting up at 100,000 views, so thank you so much for watching that video as well. And thank you for liking and subscribing. Pass the word along to your friends. Now we got to get out of here. I got to get cleaned up and get some dinner because I am already starving and I have keto food. All right, guys. The next day, I was so frustrated with that Mac last night. Guys. I go to the thrift store every day. Susie said this would never happen. And today she's wrong. Today we found something cool. Are you guys ready for this? I don't know if you are. Are you ready? It's in here. Oh, it actually opened. Guys, look what I got in here. I'm hyped. I found this at the thrift store. That's right, guys. Look what we got right here. My boy, I forgot his name, Action Retro or whatever. He be hyped about my new iMac. So I was just thinking the other day how I wanted to get an iMac or a Mac Mini, and I go into Hope's closet, which I go into literally every day. Hopefully I'm in frame here. I think I am. Let's move this up a little bit. I go in there every day. I go in there today and look what's there. An iMac. Needless to say, I grabbed this thing before anybody could get it. I didn't even look to see what it was. It does not matter. Because $22. I don't know why it's $22. Maybe because it's 2022. I have no idea. As is, can't reset user. So they got this in at Hope's Closet. They were hyped, the girl said, but they can't log into it. Who cares? Like, that'll be fixed easy. First things first, we're gonna clean this thing up. All right, guys, like I said, I don't even know what we got here. We got an iMac, and so you can see the sticker right here, $22 as is. So let's clean this thing up a little bit. I've got my soft towel here and some Windex. Oh man, I'm so hyped. Yes, I am going to take that sticker off here momentarily. Oh, this thing's going to be amazing. I got so many plans for this. It's got some scratches, which I expected. Let's get this sticker off. Oh, perfect. Came right off. Does have some yellowing that we might, oh yeah, it came right off. Came right off. front's coming up perfect. Perfect. Look at this thing. It's beautiful. So I had the first Apple II Plus when I was about 10 years old. And talked to my dad about 2 years ago, and I was like, hey man, you still got my Apple II Plus, right? And he's like, no, I gave it away. I'm like, dude, let me kill you. Little does he know what those things are worth. Now, let's turn it this way so you guys can see the side, because it's pretty nasty here. And yet, it all comes right out. But I buy a lot of things at the thrift store, and what I found mostly is that these items are just cosmetically dirty. They don't have real issues. Top's kind of dirty too. It's coming right out. You can see on the rag here, there's a lot of dirt on the rag already. Let's turn this bad boy around, just like that. Have a look at the back there. So it doesn't really have any major problems. It has a few little scratches. It's very dirty. Probably had, 50 hands on it. But it is, all that stuff is coming out nicely. So anything that you can't get out with just regular spray, I have Goof Off. And Goof Off will take all these, if you want to, we'll take all these stickers off, any glue, anything like that that won't come off with just like a regular spray. Oh, by the way, we do plan to disassemble this because we need to see what the interior has in it, and we need to swap out the hard drive for an SSD, because I would be surprised if this has an SSD in it. I've got an SSD that I was using for my Xbox, which I don't use at all. I never use my Xbox, so that's going in here. At which time we will install the latest and greatest Mac operating system on this guy. Don't forget to do the bottom too when you do this. I mean, you can't see it, but the bottom is gnarly. A lot of the cleaning is going to happen when we disassemble this, and when we blow it out, because it's going to have a lot of dust inside. We're going to take care of that thing. So the base is pretty bad. You guys might not be able to see that, but yeah, so man, this thing cleaned up nice. This is sick. Sick. Best thrift store find. Now, we got lucky here because there's a scratch that missed the screen. Now, so this thing's cleaned up nice, guys. Look at this. Just came out so nice. All the dirt came off of it. And there's all the inputs. Looks like we got a headphone jack, speaker jack. I think that is what that is. I don't know whether it would be different. I guess you can run both. USB, Firewire. Not sure if it's 400 or 800. Ethernet, and then mini DisplayPort or Thunderbolt. All right, so there's a stubborn one right here. And that came right out with Windex. And so will all of these on the corner probably. Alright, so that's going to do it for the cleaning of the brand new iMac, which we don't know what it is. There's actually a tag. There is a tag here. Let's get a little bit closer to this guy. Alright, so there's somewhat of a tag there. So, unfortunately, it's a Core 2 Duo, which is not very great. I think it's 2 gigabytes of RAM. I can't see the date. which the RAM might be upgradable. We're gonna find out here once we get this thing open and get it fired up. Definitely a Core 2 Duo, not a great processor, but dual core processor. Looks like 2 gigs of RAM, probably can be upgraded. Not sure what hard drive, but we're gonna take care of that here shortly. So this left a gnarly coating on the screen, like a haze. So I got my secret formula invisible glass out, which I use for the car. Look at that, came right out. I don't know why I'm so stoked for this. It's a Core 2 Duo. I was hoping it was an i5 or an i7. Can't go crazy with a thrift store find, but look at how shiny that thing is. You can see the reflection now for sure. This thing's all crooked. All right, so we got it shined up. The first thing we want to do though is we want to get that OS backed off onto a hard drive. Pull the old hard drive out, put the SSD, well actually, maybe we just put a new drive in it and put a new OS on it with a, not sure. I gotta figure that out. I'm gonna check into that. And we'll be right back after I get a keyboard and mouse. Went into my closet, came out of the closet, get it? Came out of the closet and found this mouse, this keyboard, just for this purpose. Fired up the good old iMac Core 2 Duo. Get the plug back here. These just go to USB. Now, you guys probably know this, but an optical mouse won't work on glass. So we need something to put this on, and my CISSP box looks perfect for this. So, I think it's time to see if this guy fires up. What do you guys think? Should we put some light on the situation or just leave it like this? Guys, where's the power button on this thing? Aha! Power. Let's see. What do you guys think? Is it gonna fire up? Let's see. Nothing. Did it come unplugged? Yep. Came unplugged. Scared the hell out of me. Alright, here we go. Ready? I heard it. Yes! So stoked. Alright, so thrift store says that this guy will come up and prompt for a password. Let's see. So the issue reported on this, on the front of it, was that it has a user on there that can't log in. So let's see what happens here. We got the Apple. First of all, very slow. SSD will help that tremendously. I'm hype. I'm beyond hype. I'm on the hype train. I am on the hype train. Hype horns. Alright, so we got our Apple, that's normal. This is the OS booting up. This thing looks good. Oh, we will totally remedy that slow boot up. That's a promise. So what we feel like is going to happen right now is that the OS is going to boot, and it is going to be a login screen that we're not going to be able to get past. So what we're going to do when that happens, search how we can get past that login prompt, and I know we can. Still booting, guys. That is quite a boot up time there. I get some liquid water while that boots up. Wow. That's bootlicious, isn't it? That is slow, guys. I'm hyped though. So hyped just to get something for $22. To get an iMac for $22? No. Alright, this guy's still booting up very slowly. That's an hour-long boot process. That is a very, very long boot. Aha! That sped by quite quickly there. So there's a way to get into recovery mode. We'll probably try that. And so I used to be into Macs completely, and it's been forever since I've done anything with them. So I got to kind of relearn the environment. We do know this is a Core 2 Duo. And so it's an Intel processor, of course, which they were for a really long time. So likely we can put the latest operating system on here. And we got to figure out this 4 or 5 minute boot process. Come on, brother. Aha, I think we're there. Oh, did we just get a reset? This is like it's never been done. Wow, okay. So we're at the utility screen. So here's the point where we got to decide what we're going to do. Are we going to try to... Don't have a DVD for this, so it would have to be USB if we're going to do that. We could put OS X on my external hard drive. Let me think about this and I'll get back to you guys. So this left a gnarly coating on the screen, like a haze. So I got my secret formula invisible glass out, which I use for the car. Look at that. Came right out. I don't know why I'm so stoked for this. It's a Core 2 Duo. I was hoping it was an i5 or an i7. Can't go crazy with a Restore Find, but look at how shiny that thing is. You can see the reflection now for sure. This thing's all crooked. Alright, so we got it shined up. The first thing we want to do though is we want to get that OS backed off onto a hard drive. Pull the old hard drive out, put the well actually, maybe we just put a new drive in it and put a new OS on it with a, not sure. I gotta figure that out. I'm gonna check into that. And we'll be right back after I get a keyboard and mouse. Alright guys, so I did reinstall and it says you need to be connected to the internet. I clicked the network utility, I pushed Wi-Fi, and let's see, reinstall OS X. Try again, okay. So, alright, so utilities, network utility. Ethernet, no. Wi-Fi. Okay, we can't do any of this stuff. How the heck are we supposed to connect to the internet here? I think I'm gonna have to Google this because I don't know. It says Wi-Fi, but yet there's nothing to connect. All right, let me look this up. All right, I'm an idiot. There's a Wi-Fi menu in the upper right-hand corner. So here is my Wi-Fi. Let's connect to the 5G. there. Let's do reinstall OS X. Yeah, we are. Oh, okay, it's letting me go past. Continue. Wants to verify my eligibility to reinstall ASUS. An error occurred, okay. Reinstall OS X, please. Please reinstall OS X. Okay, it's just failing right there. Let me see what's going on with that. I'll get back to you guys. Okay, this article says to restart and hold down the shift key. So let's do that to go to safe mode. It says Intel processor. Turn on or restart your Mac, then press and hold the shift key. Release the key when you see the login window, then log into your Mac. Oh, I don't have a login. Let's see what happens. So we might be doing this for nothing because, yeah, I don't have a login disk or login ID for this guy. No, we're gonna get this working. Don't you worry. We'll be back when we get a prompt. All right, so I held down the command. I think it was D to reinstall this from. It's the same, so let's see if we still get the same error. Alright, we're on Wi-Fi. Yeah, we're connected to Wi-Fi. Let's try that. In the meantime, I'm downloading the new, I'm downloading Big Sur on the PC over there. Let's see what kind of error we get here this time. Alright, it wants to install Yosemite, Yosemite. It's gonna error. Maybe. Yep, errored out. So I don't know if the hard drive is bad here. Let's look at disk utility. There we can't. Can't do disk utility. Interesting. Oh, there's this utility bad. Man, it's been a while since I messed with it. Just let's see what hard drive is in here. Okay. So it's Western Digital 100 gigabyte Hot Whiz fajitas. Here's the hard drive. So yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and download OS X Big Sur on the PC. Put it on a removable hard drive and see if we can get that to install here. We got this external hard drive here with an SSD inside of it. I was using it for my Xbox Series S. That's what we're gonna put Mac OS Big Sur on. We have our Big Sur downloaded, and the way we are gonna create this bootable disk is with Transmac. So we downloaded Transmac per this article. Then we right-clicked and formatted this disk. This is the external hard drive. We formatted for Mac disk. Now it wants us to name the disk. It says to pick a name. We did Mac OS bootable USB. 447 gigabyte, you want to continue? Yes. So it's formatting it. After that, it says we gotta right click the USB drive and restore with disk image. So it's done. Right click, restore with disk image. We gotta select our DMG file. Let's browse for it. It's in D, downloads, right there. Click the OK button. And we say yes. And here it goes. So it is formatting our external hard drive. And then we should be able to insert this disk and hold down Option and install. Should be it, brothers and sisters. So this guy's still going. Probably should have plugged it into the USB 3 port. It's a USB 3.0 enclosure, but I got plenty of time. I don't have much going on tonight. I do have to work at 9 o'clock, but that's what, 4 hours away. I think we might be done with this by that time, but as you can see, this thing is going currently 10-15% done. I'll update you guys when it gets closer. We are at about 50%. This is going to take about 30 minutes to do, but hey, it's a Mac, everything's slow. Guys, almost done creating our bootable disk for our new iMac. And then we're going to put this in the iMac and select the Alt key because we have a Windows keyboard, but we need to press Option. So this thing scared me a few times on the way and froze up, but like it just keeps on keeping on. Gotta keep on keeping on. And so once this is done, we'll bring you in the other room, boot this up, hit the Alt key for Option, see if we can install Big Sur. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing lab with the high-tech lighting environments, and I don't even think this thing has USB 3, but we're plugging in our hard drive here to the back. And plugged in. We gotta hold down the Alt key while we boot this guy up. Oh, it's already booted up. Let's go to restart and hold down that Alt key. See if we can get that boot menu and boot from this external drive. Got our Alt key held down. Come on, give us the boot menu, sucker. Yeah, so when you put the Alt key down, it's supposed to give you boot options. Let's see if that happens. So I've been reading about replacing the hard drive on this thing, and it is not going to be good times. Heard you gotta take the screen out, so we'll see if I need to get a suction cup thing. Dude, I still got the Alt key held down. Come on, brother. Come on, brethren. Nope. No. Okay, that did not work. So, not sure what happened there. I'm supposed to get a choice for a boot up menu. Let's see. Get my tablet out here. Let's see. Mac OS boot from external hard drive. It says the Option key, but I'm holding down. Yeah, it does not give me that option. Get it? Option key. Yeah, I have held down the Alt key, which is supposed to be Option. Yep, I'm looking at all the articles here. I'm going to do some more research and see what happens here, and then I'll let you guys know what happens. So latest update here, I cannot get this thing to boot from the USB drive to install OS X. I'm still fiddling with it, reading articles, and I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I'm going to figure it out for sure. I'm kind of clutching right now, but in the past I've had some experience with these, so I am restoring the external hard drive to the internal hard drive. That's my current plan. And then once that gets done, I will replace the internal hard drive to the external controller. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm figuring it out. I think restore to the internal drive, get that up and running, then swap the disks, restore to the, I don't know. It's gonna happen one way or the other. Wait, I got it. I realized I had some vodka. Okay, so we're gonna restore what's on the external drive, which is the installer image, to the internal drive. Once that's done, we will take the internal drive, restore that to the external drive, then swap them out, and we should be done. All right, so it got done restoring the hard drive to the internal hard drive, external to internal. I don't know what's gonna happen, honestly. I overwrote the internal hard drive. It's a 160 gigabyte spindle drive. Come up with a gray screen. Let's see what happens. I mean, I think I overwrote the operating system. So we're gonna see. That's the longest boot process in the world right now. I mean, how is it booting? I just restored over the drive. Alright, when this guy gets booted up, I'll tell you guys what happened. Guys, I have spent hours on this thing trying to get this thing to boot from USB. I've tried 10 different ways with an external hard drive. It literally does not work. So the next step is to remove the hard drive. So it says to use a suction cup. Nope. I got this tiny little screwdriver in the corner. Lay it down here so it doesn't get dust on it. It's just held in by magnets. So you see, look. Magnet, magnet, magnet. Supposedly then we take out these screws. So let's get our Phillips. Which does not do anything. Alright guys, I'm going to take a look at this and see what kind of screwdriver this takes, and I'll be back. Alright, this is a Torx. So I got my Torx set out. And I got my trusty Black & Decker badass little drill. It's going to be a tiny one. I don't know if I have this size though. Let's see. This is the small size I have. It's not that small. Oh! Score! Let's get our headlamp on here. Because we're blind. So I've never done this before. I'm just seriously just going off of the screw remover. There's one. Dude. If you're doing this with a manual screwdriver, I feel sorry for you. Watch the battery die. I think this takes the bezel off, and then we still have to take the screen off. They make it, like, why can't you just have a little cover on the back to take your, oh, some of these are short. Oh shoot, I didn't even look and see which ones were short. Okay, well, probably should have been paying attention. These are short, so I'm going to start putting them where they go. So they go like that. Yeah, I think these were the long ones down here, but I messed up. These are all short. But I have a few long ones that I don't know where they go. It's gotta be these three down at the bottom. Man, did I ever mess that up? Alright, that one goes there. That's a long one. Alright, there's no screws left. There's no screws. We still got the RAM screw though. I think we're supposed to take that out. That might be a regular screw. Nope. Is that a regular screw? I can't even see it. I think it is. Looks like it might be stripped. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of research and see how I get this screen out. So this one at the bottom, I think it's the RAM, is a Phillips. I was able to get one Phillips screwdriver on this. Kind of stripped out a little bit. Somebody has been in this dude for a minute. Probably should have taken the back off. Yeah, this guy is like stripped. Boy, might be worse. $22 I've ever spent, and I was so hyped about it. The RAM drawer is not coming out. I'll loosen the screw. I think it's all the way loose. Break the table and the glass here in a second. Feels like it's loose. It's not coming out. It's super strict, but I think it's out. So you can't get anything in it. Let's pry it. Yeah, so this guy, somebody's been in here before. Screws. Like it's too small for that guy and it's too big for these other ones. Yeah, I think we can do that. I'm watching a video here. This guy's saying Phillips head. So he's using a flathead to do it. And I'm trying everything right now. It's loose. So it's just kind of stripped. Yeah, it's all the way out now. So it should come out. Yep, we got it, brother. Yeah. the RAM cover off. It's got 2 DIMMs in it, so probably 1 gigabyte each. So let's watch this video and see what he does next.
Underneath this piece of you're not to drop it real slow. This is full and
Okay, so now
just go real slow. Right here.
okay, so
And it's connected.
so he took the cover off next. Because there's no more screws. I think that's what I saw.
Cam right here. Oh, man. It's taking all this back together. Remember?
So I already took the RAM cover off.
Okay, lay it back down.
There's no more screws here. Remove screws using T8. I did that already, so I'm gonna remove the screws.
Real careful, this screen right here.
Don't scratch the screen when you do this.
That's top. These screws are longer. So when you put them back together, remember the bottom row has longer screws than the rest.
So it's saying the bottom row has longer screws.
First, just go.
Alright, let's see what he's doing here.
Once you take all the screws out, you have to pry the screw out.
Alright, so he says pry it off. So from where is he prying it? Is my question.
First, just go real slow. Push right here on the phone cap.
So he's pushing right here.
It's connected.
So I have some plastic tools. I'm gonna go grab my plastic tools. So he's saying to pry up here. So I'm definitely not gonna touch that screen, but I have some plastic tools here that are, they're not that thin though. I'm almost thinking like a small screwdriver under the phone. Yeah, so that did it. All right, so I got the screwdriver under. The cover wants to come straight off now. I think. I mean, I don't have anything connected to it. Yeah. So that guy just came right off. Oh, I probably almost broke the camera. I shouldn't have pulled that hard on it. So that's the camera, which I literally don't care about. Let's see what he does next.
Camera right here.
Yeah, I didn't see that and I pulled pretty hard. What did he do to disconnect the camera? I mean, he just pulled on the little cable. I don't think I need to take that out. I can just... Alright, so I see the Wi-Fi module. I see the fans. I see a lot of dirt. I see the speakers here. RAM. 2 1 gigabyte RAMs. I believe it's 2 gigabytes. I haven't really looked yet. But we have to take off the screen now. So it should be important screws here. Be a miracle if this thing goes back together, honestly. Trying to put everything close to where it came from. Wow, this thing is... Like, seriously, this is to replace the hard drive? But I'm a PC guy, and like, I'm used to like taking the side of the case off. And then you have this. Take the screen off to get to the freaking hard drive. You can't have a cover on the back? I mean, come on, dude. Alright, so let's see. Unless these two up here are connected to the screen, should be loose. Oh, there's one more. Okay. Well, got a piece of something there that I don't know where it came from. So we got the screen loose. We have a connector. We have a few connectors here that are in the way. And where the heck is the hard drive? See the super drive? Okay. Oh, this is 5 1/4. Alright, so there are a few connectors here that are blocking this. Need to take out or just work around. Yeah, it's a 5 1/4. So, yeah, so there's a connector with Torx on it, very small Torx. And I'm going to try to not disconnect. I'm going to do everything in my power not to take this screen off. Be able to. Yep, there's the hard drive. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this without taking the screen off. Let's see what the guy says. So he is taking the screen off now. He's saying unplug the cables. Yeah, I can see the cables, dude. But unplug. Okay, if we can just unplug this one, there's a couple of little white connectors here. If we can get those off. Yep. I don't know how we're supposed to differentiate the two. I guess we'll just leave them like kind of close to where they go. You know what I mean? So here's the hard drive. This is a shit show. Hopefully I can get the drive out. I do not want to disconnect this thing. Okay, well, that's all we need to do right there. So there was another little connector right here I had to disconnect. Oh, this gives me anxiety to the nth degree, man. Now what? Alright, I'm gonna look at the video real quick. I will be back. So it says the hard drive pops out. The guy's like messing with it right here. What is he doing? I have no idea. I don't know. It says it pops out. Let's see the video here. So he's messing around with this side. And he says, Hard drive will pop out. Oh, he's just like prying underneath it like this. Dude, I don't know about popping out. Seriously? Alright, I'm gonna mess around with this because I don't know what this dude is talking about. Alright guys, so I figured it out finally. I pried on the hard drive a little bit. I had to remove the temperature sensors. And these SATA cables should just pop right off. And they do, just like that. One of them is power, one of them is data. Now of course we are putting a SSD in here. So we're gonna double-sided tape that guy. And this is the SSD we're trying to install from USB, which never worked. So I don't know what's gonna happen after I put this in, but here's the SSD. So it is a Toshiba / OCZ. We need our double-sided tape. Where did that went? I don't even know where it went. It's probably on the table. It is. So here's our double-sided tape. Let's get our scissors going. Get the scissors, guys. No, forgot the scissors. What a shit show. I'll be surprised if this thing ever goes back together, honestly. So when I was a kid, I used to take things apart and I couldn't put them back together. And my dad would get so mad at me. So we only need about that much. Just to stick this guy in. Cut a little bit of double-sided tape off and try to separate it. Of course, I'm never going to get it while I'm on camera. Yeah, this guy's not wanting to separate. Oh, can't even with this stuff. Did I get it? Nope. Alright, so I'll work on this and get back to you guys. Alright, so battling with double-sided tape, I got frustrated. So I decided to use some Velcro tape. So it's got literally two sides here. One is big. So you basically cut the same length for both. We only need like that much. That's perfect. And one side goes on our SSD here. Just like that. Ah, wrong side. The data cable's over on that side. I put it on the wrong side. And the other side goes on the motherboard. So what we'll do is we'll stick it to the actual Velcro, attach the cables, and then let that thing stick itself like this. So now we'll attach the cables back. Then we'll go ahead and let this thing stick to the motherboard. Okay, so interesting. It doesn't want to stick because the cables are in the way. So, yeah, it doesn't like that. So it wants a height, basically. So there needs to be something in there between. I'm gonna find something to put in there to kind of offset that. I got the hard drive in there somewhat. It's just kind of Velcroed in, and this is the temperature sensor. So I'm just going to tape that. I mean, the SSD is never going to get more than like. I mean, the old school hard drives would get super hot. SSDs don't get hot, so I'm just going to take that temperature sensor back where it was. And then this guy should be ready to be reassembled. And tuck this temperature wire under. Of course, it's sticking to everything. And we have to reattach our cables. Hopefully everything still works. And then there's this. Oh, I forgot to blow it out. Yeah, I gotta get my air compressor in here. Blow this thing out. I'll be back. So honestly, guys, not that dirty. I was expecting way worse. Yeah, so my eyes are literally the worst. So I have this light. I have one more connector here to reattach. The worst part is I don't even think I can restore this with what I have. I think I'm going to need the DVD to do this, but I'm going for it. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, this one little black connector here. That I literally can't see. Guys, this sucks in your eyesight. Getting bad. Plus it's really tiny. Might need some needle nose. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab some needle nose pliers. I'll be back, guys. So I'm gonna punch myself in the face. I literally scratched the screen with a terry cloth towel that you use to polish a car. I have no idea how it happened. It's super soft, but yeah, there's some nice size scratches right here. You can totally see. So I blew it. So after the hard drive's in, we get this. So now I have no idea what to do. So we're gonna work from this with a new solid state hard drive installed. All right, guys. It's the next day. I was so frustrated with that Mac last night. It has to be that it just hates that external drive, that hard drive. I ran to Walmart, I picked up a 64 gig USB 3.0 flash drive. They're only like 10 bucks now at Walmart. And so I'm gonna give that a shot, get that thing formatted with Transmac, try to drop the latest image on it and see what happens, because I've spent way too much time on this thing. It's honestly not worth it because it's a Core 2 Duo. I'd love to have it up and running, but we're gonna see what happens with this 64 gig flash drive that I just bought. All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Saturday. I got the USB 3.0 64 gigabyte drive plugged in here. There it is right there. It already popped up. It's already pre-formatted. We're going to go ahead and open Transmac, and well, let's exit that and reopen it. We're going to have to reformat this for Mac. We're on the trial version, so of course you have to wait. So we're going to put the latest OS on, try that first. Alright, so here's Transmac. There's our USB disk. We right click it, format disk for Mac. It's going to want to restart as an admin to do that. We have to wait for the trial period. All these little pop-ups can go. Alright, right click, format for disk for Mac. OS X. Still upset that I scratched the screen on that with a soft cloth. Man, those things are freaking very, very sensitive to scratching. If you ever do this, if you ever remove one of those screens, do not use anything but like a soft paper towel on it. I used a terry cloth and it scratched the heck out of it. Alright, so it's formatting the disk now. We shouldn't need this partition anymore. This will just take a second. Okay, that's done. Now we can right click and restore with disk image. And we find our image, Catalina. I think that's the latest one. And click OK. And here it goes. Let you guys know when that's done. Well, of course that failed because nothing ever works correctly with this thing, so I started it over in a USB 2.0 port. That's all I could think of to try. I'm not sure what to do if it fails again, besides maybe try another USB stick. This guy's been going for about an hour. I'm scared to do anything, to touch it, to look at it, to breathe. But yeah, I was actually shopping while I was doing it, and it was scary. I honestly believe it had something to do with USB 3, but we will see right now because it is about to finish. It looks like the last part goes quite a bit faster than the first part. But yeah, this has been going for probably about an hour. It was way faster in USB 3, but I think that's what was causing the write errors. Either that or I had it plugged into a hub in the back. And sometimes, you know, those hubs don't play well with these USB flash drives. But yeah, it's about to finish. Let's see if it's successful. Hold your breath here. Got about maybe, I don't know, 20 seconds left. I mean, it's unimaginable how slow that was. I mean, even on USB 2.0, good grief. Very, very slow process. The hard drive was way faster, of course, but never worked properly. So, don't know why that is, because it's just a USB device, but, you know, maybe the Mac doesn't like having a USB hard drive as a boot device, especially on the first try. I know I've done it. I've made one from inside of OS X before. That works fine. But I've never tried to make one outside of the operating system, like from a PC. All right, here it comes. Was it going to work? It worked. Restore complete. Okay, let's click OK, and and we can eject that. I don't want to take any chances on breaking it, but it did not eject. So I'm waiting for the data to write to it. Hopefully it's good. And let's go ahead and go in here where you guys can be witness to it. Let's get you guys zoomed out. Alright, I'm going to stop this video so I can zoom out. Alright, we're right here in front of the iMac now. We're supposed to have to hold down, I think, the Alt key. So I'm sticking the USB flash drive in the back. And let's power it up and hold down, I think it's Alt. I think. Nothing happened except the mouse. We'll try we'll try the Windows key as well. And then we'll try resetting the PRAM and the VRAM, or the RAM and the PRAM, or whatever it is that you do to reset this. We're supposed to get a boot menu here. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Let's try the Windows key. Okay, no mouse cursor this time, but no disk boot menu. Might have to get my tablet out and Google how to boot from USB flash drive again. I thought you just held down the Command key, which is the Windows key. Nope, we still got the flashing folder. So frustrating. I'm going to search for this again. Mac boot from flash drive. Press and hold the Alt key. Option key. Alt. Okay. I did that already. You can see where I scratched the screen with a soft terry cloth. So I've been holding this down. I think we should have seen something by now. I'm giving it a second. It says press and hold the Option key when you boot up. Not working. Did not work. It's like the 15th time I've tried this. Let's try resetting the PRAM, I guess. It's Windows Alt PR and power on. That should do it. All right, we're out here in Mexico again, scouting out a location for a high-speed pull here that I've never done. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere before we come back down. And there is a dude riding some kind of weird something on the other side. But so far, this Mexico bridge is pretty good for a short pull in Mexico. We'll see what happens once we get to the other side, but I'm looking for Mexican police officers parked on the side of the road here, and does not appear that there are any parked here, so we'll try it in Mexico. All right, we're coming over the top of the bridge now, and there should not be any reason why right here on this stretch right there we can't open it up a little bit and maybe get out by ourselves. There's a nice, probably quarter long, maybe a little bit longer than a quarter strip over here where it goes uphill a little bit, but this car doesn't take long to hit top speed, so we'll see. I've never done it, and this is a abandoned road in Mexico that it's really easy to get up to speed on, so let's see what happens. Today, our sponsor on Supercar Street Racing is a returning sponsor. Red Star Tech, who we've worked with a few times already, was so kind to send us this presentation clicker here for PowerPoint. This presentation clicker is so cool. It has multiple controls on it that allow you to provide a control for your presentation. It also has a presentation pointer, as you can see right there. And it has triple action controllers here. Holding these buttons down in various different ways will allow you to do different things on the controller right here. This thing is plug and play, and it works with almost any operating system. You don't need drivers or anything like that to make it work. And it does cool things like volume and blanking the screen. What's really cool also is it has a little storage at the bottom for your USB adapter, so it makes it easy to carry around in your briefcase, and then just pull your little USB Type A out from the bottom and plug it directly into the machine you're going to be working on. Now, Red Star Tech has been a longtime sponsor of the channel now. We did some earbud reviews for them last time, and now they brought us their presentation clicker to check out. Please order it directly through the description in the video and support Supercar Street Racing and Red Star Tech with their presentation clicker. More online here from them in the Amazon link. I'll put it in the description. Thanks again, Red Star Tech. All right, guys, we are right in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid track package. I wanted to go over this with you guys because basically when you have a Model S Plaid, it is limited to 160. However, I hit before the limiter kicked in, and if you get the Model S Plaid with the track package, you can order it right here. It says right here it's $20,000. Or you can just get the carbon ceramic brake kit, and it is unclear in the writing here if you can get it with just the carbon ceramic brakes, because it says top speed 200 achievable with carbon ceramic brake kit and proper wheels and tires for those speeds. Now, if you get the carbon ceramic brake kit for the Plaid, you have to have the 20-inch and 21-inch wheels, and I believe mine would probably work because I have 21s. It does come with Supercar 3R tires if you get the wheel and tire package. However, I would just get the carbon ceramic brake kit so I could unlock the 200-mile-per-hour top speed if I wanted to go 200 at all times. So here it is, and right here on Tesla Model S Plaid, it's shoptesla.com, and you can see right here if you click carbon ceramic brake kit, it rings up at 15K there. If you drop this down, you click track package, you get the carbon ceramic brakes, and you get these nice wheels and tires with it as well, and they install them at the actual dealer. And then it says also you can monthly payment this guy. Let's see what that says on this. Yeah, they want you to use a firm. You can actually pay a super high interest rate to go ahead and get your Tesla Model S Plaid equipped with the Model S Plaid track package or just the carbon ceramic brake kit. And right there it tells you a lot about how the carbon ceramic brakes work. They feature continuous fiber technology in 3D matrix and tells you what they come with there. They're 2x4 10x40 carbon silicon carbide front rotors, 2x4 10x32 rear rotors, and then you get the calipers as well. You get the integrated caliper mounting parking brakes and brake fluid, and you get the firmware updated, which does give you the high speed as well, the 200 mile per hour. And it puts the package on at the Tesla service center, so that's kind of cool as well. All right, we're not gonna want any traffic anywhere near us when we do this, so we're gonna let this go by and then flip a U-turn at this light here. Okay, we have let traffic kind of go for a minute. We have a straightaway right here. I'm gonna just do a roll-on pull and see right when I round this corner and see what we can get the car up to. And hopefully there's no Mexican police officers on that side. So let's roll into this now. That's full throttle. That's 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 160, 165, and that was the top speed. 165 is the speed limiter. I hit the top speed, and now we are coming off and on the brakes, which are terrible. I smell the brakes. That's the first time I've ever hit the top speed. I believe it's 165. And then this car has awful brakes, so I didn't push them too hard. And that was it, guys. That was about 30 to 165. All right, I double checked online. The top speed of this car is 162 miles per hour. And we did achieve that just now in the deep South Mexico terrain. And you can see it didn't take long to hit that top speed. And that's the first time I've ever gotten it up to that fast. So that's the fastest I have ever gone in this car. And it was kind of fun, you know, to see what this car can do. Now let me show you guys another option for carbon ceramic brakes, but you do not get the unlock firmware. So that's the one thing you won't get. All right, the last thing I wanted to show you guys here is another option here, like from T Sportline, and they do offer this Brembo Gran Turismo kit for the Model S and X Plaid. It is $54.95. You can select different options here, and they do go up or down. That one says unavailable. The GT is unavailable. Only the GTS is available. It is $54.95 right now. That gives you another option. It does come in a bunch of different colors as well down here, as you can see. However, this will not unlock the top speed if that is what you're after. Just simply getting these big brakes from T Sportline will not give you the Model S Plaid top speed. You have to have the firmware also unlocked in order to do that, and you cannot get that done by anybody that I am aware of. I think that you can only get it from Tesla. So if you're looking to get your top speed unlocked in the Model S Plaid, you will need to get the official track pack from Tesla, and that is right here under Model S Plaid track package that we looked at a minute ago. You will spend $20,000 for the wheels, tires, and brakes, or $15,000 for just the carbon ceramic brake kit. We have another option right here for you, and that is the Unplugged Performance Model S Plaid Superlight Carbon Ceramic Front Big Brake Kit. You can see this runs up to $9,000, and this is just for the front. They do have other kits available, but that one is the performance brakes for the Model S Plaid. When you click on it right there, there are some other options. You can get larger rotors for just the front and the rear, or you can go ahead and get the full carbon brake kit, which is right here. $91.95 for this. Your options here are big brake kit or replacement brake pads. If you choose big brake kit right here, you can choose your caliper color, red or black, and then you can choose your brake pads if you want racing or street. And it looks like right here, right now, that is going to be around $8,400 is your total if you would like to go ahead and get the Unplugged Performance Big Brake Kit. Racing Brakes also makes a big brake kit for the Model S Plaid. We are on racingbrake.com showing you their options here There is a $16,000 carbon ceramic brake kit there. There is a $7,000 one there. There is an $11,000 one there and a $13,000 one right there. And if we click on this one here, you can see that this is the front and rear kit here. And you can get it oversized. You need 20+ inch wheels to do that. And you can get your brake lines replaced also. So that is probably the best option. If you do this and you go oversized, it is $8,000 for both the front and the rear brakes. Now this also fits the OEM calipers, which is why it is cheaper. If you want everything, you're gonna have to go ahead and step up to go ahead and get the calipers and the rotors together. This one does fit OE calipers as well. But if we go to the $17,000 kit here, you can see that it has everything for $16,960. Front and rear brake kit for the Plaid. It's gonna have everything you need to go ahead and get your car up to big brake standards, and it is cheaper than getting the track package, but you do not get wheels and tires with it. The Tesla option for the Plaid is $15,000. This is $16,960, but you are getting some of the best brakes made. I had these on my SL65 AMG, and they were absolutely awesome. Way cheaper than that for the AMG, but of course you're paying for two. You're paying for the front and the rear, and you're paying, of course, for the Plaid, and with all of the inflation that we've been having lately as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll be doing some more stuff like this with the Plaid, racing some things and things of that nature. So hang out and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys soon.
Need a toe strap. Do I have one? Yeah, yeah. Let's go get a golf cart.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're with Dukes of Duval
Yep.
again, and so we're going to pick up a golf cart.
don't want to take anything away from you.
I guess, you know,
He's got it down to a professional. I mean, look at the
He's
whole,
looking good, man. I know, right?
just trying to hold up my end.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna get another golf cart when you're up there? Or you don't know yet?
We're not allowed.
No,
What?
no.
Yeah.
Can you
We're
believe
not
that?
They
allowed.
got Carl. They got rules. You gonna be okay up there?
Yeah.
I could put it on the side of my house too. I think it'll go through the.
Through the gate?
Yeah, I think it'll go through that gate. Yeah, it'll go through that gate.
Up to you, man. Whatever you want. All right, we just got back to Joe's house with this club, it's a club car, right?
Yeah, no, it's easy go.
Easy Go, TXC, right?
I don't know what year it is.
Oh, there's something on the side here. There's a serial number and stuff. We'll have to
There's a
look it
serial
up.
number. I think last two.
Yeah, so this thing's in awesome
I
shape.
think it's 2001.
2001.
Yeah, it's in pretty good shape, man.
Yeah, not bad.
I think it just needs a little cleaning up and probably some batteries, man.
Maybe just put water in the batteries and see what happens.
That's the hope, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Nice acquisition. Where are we right now?
Hidden Hills.
All right, we're at Hidden Hills, and we are enjoying martinis, and they are fantastic. Thank you to the lovely bartender. Guys, today on the channel we have this generic wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. We're going to be taking a look at this, unboxing it, setting it up, all that on Supercar Street Racing today. This is the wireless in Wi-Fi repeater, something about $18 worth on Amazon. This guy right here can take a Wi-Fi signal and repeat it from the wireless side or also from the wired side with that little port right there. And we're going to be unboxing this right here and right now on the channel. We're going to try it with one hand. We got skills. Maybe we got skills. We do have skills to open this and pay the bills. And inside of the wireless N, and of course being the band of Wi-Fi that it is able to repeat, we have this lovely little generic cheap Wi-Fi repeater, range extender, and this delicious manual that it came with that tells you how to set it up. Now, I already have one of these in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and I will be opening this for you right here and right now because I can't do it with one hand, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Nope. Need two hands. We got the one-handed peel satisfaction on a video short on Supercar Street Racing, and we take a look at this Wi-Fi repeater. It has a number of confusing indicators on the front. Just one plug, so it's super easy to work. And if you have a Ethernet connection you want to then create a Wi-Fi from, you plug it right here in on this little port right there. And inside we have these quick installation guide. I will put that up on the screen. And what you do is you plug it in and you connect to the Wi-Fi network on it to actually start the connection to be configured. And all the instructions are right here, right now. So we are going to go over to Joe's house where we have to install this, and then we will continue the video from there with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. Just wanted to point out quickly the thoughtfulness of providing you with a tiny little Ethernet cable right here that came with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. So only thing you get in the box with the repeater is the actual device, and you get this little tiny little tiny Ethernet cable, which is actually useful in some cases. You don't need a super long cable in most cases. Alright, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up, you then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater, and we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up, right? Waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network, and then we will configure the wireless and repeater for Joe. Alright, here we are back on the phone, and we will go into our Wi-Fi networks and see if we can see this repeater. We're already on Joe's Wi-Fi, and there is the repeater, so you just connect to that. And it should open up the page. If it does not, you manually browse to the correct IP address. Notice it will say no internet connection. That is fine. And it did not. Ah, there it is. So you can say always connect or connect this time. We're going to actually configure it now. I'll just say always connect. And then there is a web page you have to go to in order to configure this. They give you a quick start guide in here. And there is an actual IP address you have to go to. And let's see if it takes us there. That is emotional damage. Okay, it did not take us to the IP address of the page. So we will be right back when we figure out what that IP is. It's on the actual instructions. I just don't want to bore you guys with it waiting. I will find it now. Okay, it is 192.168.11.1 is the gateway address. So we put that in. We go HTTPS /192.168.11.1, and it did not work. Try that again. 192.168.11.1. 186. Okay, try that again. 68.11.1. Wi-Fi repeater. There we go. Alright, so then you just click login. So you see on the picture, the top one is for Wi-Fi, the bottom one is for wired. We are doing Wi-Fi. It will scan for your available Wi-Fi. You will connect it, and at this point you guys cannot see this part, so we have to go away for the password. We'll be right back. Alright, so we are back, and I modified the name of the Wi-Fi extender to Trap2. Let's see if it will connect. I don't remember the router, and I might have it wrong. Let's see if it will connect here. We will check here momentarily and let you guys know. Okay, we are successfully connected to the Wi-Fi extender. You can see there, Joe's Crab Shack Trap 2. And if we go to our browser, we can go anywhere like this. We can go to nasa.com. And it does load. That is not the real site, but we do have internet access. Here's boxing scene. We can go look at boxing articles. So we are connected to the Wi-Fi extender now, guys. So hyped. All right, guys, we just took a look at this generic Wi-Fi extender. So we have the page up here on Amazon so you guys can take a look and see exactly what this is that I bought. And you can see right here that this is a 3,000 square foot and 30 device extender. And what that means is you can only connect 30 devices to this. So if you have 300 like at my house, you're probably going to be in trouble with this 30 device Wi-Fi extender. And you can look, it has 3.4 stars. I don't know why. I have a few of these. I actually have one right here behind me in the 4K production studio, and it works absolutely perfect. So I'm not sure why the reviews are so low. We could probably take a look at that as well and see what some of the reviews say. So a lot of people having trouble connecting, a lot of people having trouble with the range, saying it's junk, couldn't set it up and things like that. I had the opposite experience with this. Had a little trouble at the first in the first try, but after that I was able to get it set up with no problem. And you can see right here that it is $18.88 right now, and it has a 10% coupon as well, so not a bad deal for a Wi-Fi extender for your house. And if we go back here and we go search for other Wi-Fi extenders, you can actually spend quite a bit on Wi-Fi extenders. If you really want to spend more and get a better product, you can definitely do that. For example, the TP-Link here, and there's a few of these right here about the same price, but there's the TP-Link right at the top. Looks like it's sponsored. So always be aware that people pay for their products to be at the top on Amazon. So if they're at the very top, they're usually sponsored, so they get more hits. But you can see here a very large range of Wi-Fi extenders available, and you can actually get some that have more devices available to be connected, and you can get some that are faster depending on what range of Wi-Fi network you need. The one that we bought for the studio and for Joe's Crab Shack is actually a wireless N repeater. And you can go anywhere from $30, $18, $229, $249, depending on your budget for your project. So this basic Wi-Fi extender here, don't forget, also has the ability to connect to a wired Ethernet port. So what that means is, just like right here in the studio, if we look on the side of this Wi-Fi extender here, you can see that it has a Ethernet jack, and that means that you can connect it to a LAN port, and you can extend a wired connection also. So that's what we're doing here in the studio. We have a switch up in the corner, and we extend one of the switch ports into Wi-Fi for the Supercar Street Racing Studios here. And taking a look at the front of the device here, we see that the power indicator is at the top. Then you have another couple little indicators here for your wireless signal when you do a WPS connection, and whether you're using the LAN port on the back. The WPS button on the front is for connecting it to the router without having to put a username or password in. You would just hit the button on the front of the device, and then over on your router you would hit the WPS button. And also, if it ever gets confused and stops working, there is a reset button right here on the side of it. And right here you can see how it is installed. If you're going to use the WPS, that is how you do that. And it shows you the optimal connection, like in your house, what you should do if you really want a good signal there. You should follow this chart. And here we can see this generic used in many places. You know, you could use it with your family in a restaurant or at your house, any of those things. And then it shows you how to set it up here on your smartphone. So basically the way that works, I showed you in the video, you basically connect to the access point. It'll have a SSID that's pretty obvious in your Wi-Fi settings. You connect to that, you navigate to 192.168.11.1, and then you can actually connect it to your existing Wi-Fi network. You can set up a different username or password than your regular Wi-Fi network, And you can either tell it to be the same SSID as your main Wi-Fi network, or you can set a new SSID there. And that's going to do it for this edition of Unboxing and Reviews, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, please click through the links in the description for anything you need to buy, not just this product here. It helps out the channel a lot and gives me a few dollars to pay for everything that we do. So we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and we have the funniest named product in the world. It's the 10 LOL voltage meter, 48 volt voltmeter, and also USB quick charger. We are going to be installing it today on the Murdered Out card. Stay tuned. Okay guys, so here is the carbon fiber dash, and it looks like we are going to try to install it right about here. Can't do it here because there are cup holders in the way, but if we put it right here, I felt back behind there. I don't think it's going to be an issue because there's nothing behind there. It just has to be wide enough to make it through this right here, and I think it should be fine. I have my multi-bit ready to cause some damage to the dash, and it is about that wide that we're going to have to drill. So we're going to use this multi-bit, and it is good for up to, what does it say, 1 3/8. So I'm just going to look that up and make sure that that's big enough to get this, but I'm looking at the bottom of the 10 LOL, and I'm looking at this, and this is probably fine. So we'll start small and go ahead and go get this thing installed into the cart. Okay, I absolutely have panic attacks about drilling into the dash. It's something I absolutely do not like doing, but it is a thing that has to happen to get this installed. So we have the drill out here with the multi-bit, and we have our measuring tape, and we're going to try to put it about right here. So the total is 1.5 inches. Ooh. Yeah, about 1.5 inches. I'm just going to try to eye it down the center and right about here, and just hope it works. And if it doesn't work, I mess my dash up forever on camera. But here's the multi-bit loaded up. Now we don't want to go too much, so we'll do a little bit at a time. Let's see what the center is. Really want to get like the exact center, but it's really tough. I'm gonna do it by eye. Right there. All right, so nowhere near big enough. We know that. We got to go quite a bit bigger. Hopefully I didn't go too far up. All right, we are getting there. The next step is the one. We are basically there. That should be it. Not quite. One more. Try it like that. So close. Yeah. Really close. That should be it. There we go. We don't need this cover. It came with a little cover. We don't need that. It's not going to get wet. I'm not going to take this cart out in the rain. That's it, brother. Looks awesome. Now all we got to do is wire it up from the back. So I need to get my heat gun out and my soldering stuff. And we have a 48 volt right there. We're going to solder it to. This should be easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. These are 48 volts, but unfortunately, they don't fit this type of spade. They're too small, so I'm gonna actually cut them unless I have some spades that fit them. I might have some, I'm gonna check real quick. I got my collection of spade connectors out here. I have a whole box of them. And what we are looking for is a female, and I don't know what size these would be, but they're pretty small. I got the key off now, so we're looking for a male. These things suck, by the way. They are hard to crimp and they come off easily. Those are too big. All right, we're just going to finish it up with some electrical tape. We'll do that next. Okay, so unfortunately it does not fast charge my phone. I thought it would be a fast charger. It is not. It's just showing regular charging. That's a bummer. I thought it said Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0, but you can see there the installation is clean. It's straight. It still needs to be tightened up some more, or either I'll throw some glue on the back of it, one or the other. But yeah, we got that installed, and now we have a voltage meter and a USB charger in the cart. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll see you guys next time. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we are starting another project, and that is the parts are laying right here on the table for what that is going to be, and we will tell you that here shortly on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, bringing you a new project for today, and that is we are going to be hanging a TV right there in the center of that wall in my garage. I realized the other day when I was working out here, I really need a television out here that can articulate. So I did buy an articulating mount for it, and I'll take a step back here and show you how that's going to be. We'll be able to kind of bring the TV out and tilt it this way, and then we will run the wiring up through the wall into the attic, and it will be run on a Fire Stick. And now I will show you the television that's going to go right here. We've got this full motion TV wall mount here. We've got an RGB Govee LED Alexa smart strip light for behind the TV, and we've got an outlet to put behind the TV for a power for the TV and also USB. Now I took a chance on this guy not understanding or knowing. I'd never bought a mount like this that just has one single up and down. I usually buy the long way mounts, so I'm going to try this one for the first time and let you guys know how I like this new type of mount. Guys, we are back in the office, and this is the sacrificial lamb. This is my Sharp Aquos television. I actually have two of them. I have had them for over 10 years, and they have been amazing. They are 1080p. They got the old school RCA inputs in the back as well as HDMI. That tells you how old they are. They don't have S-video, so they're not quite that old, but they do have RGB, which tells you something. These TVs are old. So this TV is going into the garage, and then I will get another TV out of the closet. I have plenty of them to replace this one until I get a 4K TV for this wall, which is coming up soon. Here we are in my closet. Yeah, so I have a number of televisions here that are smaller that will probably go in place of that one until I get a 4K for the wall. This is kind of my electronics overload in the closet here. You guys have never seen it, but yeah, that's the Supercar Street Racing electronic closet overload. Okay, it does tilt, so it's staying. It's right here is the tilt mechanism. It does tilt slightly. So that is the TV mount. The electrical outlet, which has USB, I'm thinking if I need any USB power behind the TV, it's convenient to plug straight in and not have to use a brick. And our Govee light strip right here. And yeah, so I'm already seeing that I might need a USB power because there's only two outlets here and I've got three things to power. And inside the Govee USB strip, this is the smart Wi-Fi strip. There's our actual strip. You know, guys, you guys know I have a lot of these already. So yeah, we can't use this to power the Govee strip. We actually have to use the adapter. But that's fine. I'll put a little multi-plug on the back there if I can. Yeah, so that is what we have to do this project starting tomorrow. Okay, here we have the Sharp Aquos TV, and if we look at the back of it here, it has 1, 2, 3, 4 HDMIs, a bunch of RGBs, VGA, and cool that it has actually has audio out here. I think this is actually an audio input. Yeah, I think this is input, this is output. So we're actually going to run RCA cables from this to an amplifier is what I think we're going to do, or it is line out though, it's not speaker controlled. I think, it does have a headphone jack on the side, so that's what we're gonna use so that we can control the audio level from an amplifier. It's gonna go up through the attic, and then there's gonna be an amplifier on top of these cabinets up here and a subwoofer, and then we'll feed the garage in-ceiling audio from that amplifier. So yeah, we'll use this headphone jack out here on the side. But first things first, we gotta get this mount connected and everything. So I'm gonna go grab that. Okay, we have our mount here and our little lithium-ion screwdriver and all the accessories that come with this. And so basically this is the way this works. This guy goes to the back of the TV here, like this. It literally doesn't need anything else, and then it just hangs on. It doesn't look like I need any of the little arms here or anything. It looks like it will bolt directly to this, as the mount has just the right VESA screw holes here. So this should be easier than I thought. Okay, we got our floor condom ready, and we will be gentle in putting this on its face to remove. Still got the plastic on it, I think. I don't have the replacement for the bottom of this, but I don't need it. It won't be seen. And there it is. The stand is off of the TV. Easy peasy, pumpkin squeezy. So we do have a toolbox up on the bench. I want to make sure the bottom of this TV does not interfere with the toolbox opening. So we're going to measure from the bottom of the mount. Actually, we're going to measure from the center of the mount to the bottom of the TV, because it's about 10 inches, 9 3/4. So we need to be at least 10 inches above the toolbox right here, so that the bottom of the TV doesn't hit that. We need to at least open the door that much. So I would say there's a nail pop right there. If we go just a little below that. Just like right above the nail pop. Then that puts 10 inches of the TV below it. Maybe right here. Puts the bottom of the TV somewhere down in here. Almost perfect. Right where that dot is. So, using our stud finder here, I see the nail pop. Notice the arrow there on the stud finder, and there's the nail pop. So that's where we will put our mount. Now this mount, unlike other mounts, has one single center. So it will actually mount like that. So that's the center. Then all we have to do is, we just need to put the center in. Then all we have to do is level by going left or right. And that's how we get the TV centered left to right. Unlike a mount that goes this way, you can kind of fudge it if it's not level by putting something under one side of the mount to raise up one side, but on this one, we don't have that capability, so it has to be perfect left to right like this. And the center gives you the opportunity to move it this way, left to right, to get it 100% center. And we'll do that with a level up against the edge right here. But first things first, we need to get this thing mounted, so I need to get the appropriate tools out. Okay, here's what they provide us to mount the TV. And it is just a bag full of drywall inserts and lag screws. We don't need the drywall inserts, we're going directly into a stud. We do need the lag screws. Really only need two, one for the middle and one for the top or bottom. And here's a good look at that hardware that they give you. Look at the lag screws they give you. So that's what we will be driving in. And we're going to need our impact gun and a socket to fit this. Let's see what we have here. Okay, here's my sockets. Looks like maybe a 8. Ah, it's way bigger than an 8, it's an 11. And then we need our adapter here for the impact gun. And fits perfectly. Grab the impact and get to work. Okay, we're ready to go. This is to pre-drill. I don't know if it's necessary. These are heavy stones, I'm going to chance to break a hole. So I'm just going to run this a little bit first. There we go. Alright, now we got it started. So the back of the TV just has to line up with this part. So it slides right over and sits on these hooks, according to the manual here. Then there's 2 screws in the box that I took out that secure the TV once it's ready. However, we have to work on the TV now because we're doing RGB LED. First thing to do is prep the TV, fully clean it where the RGB strip will stick. Clean it with Windex. Hate these towels that don't actually dry. You know what I'm talking about? They don't soak up water. You run it over them, water, and nothing happens. It's like, what? Why is it a towel? Doesn't do what towels do. All right, this thing is clean and drying off. Now I didn't get the immersive TV, not for the garage. It was about $80 more. We don't need that. We have the Govee Smart LED strip, which we can program to make come on when the TV comes on. And here is the strip right here. But we have to plan our power and all that. So power will be on this side. I'm putting the wall box on this side of the TV, so power needs to mount on this side. So I'm thinking power here. And the strip will go around the edge like this. So our power. We did unplug it, and you can see here now the display goes into the drive mode. If we press this button twice here, the power button, it does go into sport mode, and then 2 more goes into the lowest mode, drive, and then sport again. There is a boost indicator when you press the red button over here. Look out for that. And there should be turn signal and other indicators on here for headlights and other things. There's a headlight just came on, and you can see the headlight indicator right there. And you can see also traction control is on. It is lit up right here on the display right there. You guys just took a look at the controls and the whole scooter here on the Navi XT5 Pro. Now the next thing to do is show you guys how to get your own. Let's throw it into the studio with Brad. We'll show you how to get an XT5 Pro for yourself. Let's do that. We're back in beautiful Studio B right now to talk a little bit about the Navi XT5 Pro that Navi was so gracious to send Supercar Street Racing. You saw everything this can do. This thing is absolutely awesome. It has a top speed of 31 miles per hour. I got it a little bit faster on hills though. It has a cool turbo button that lets you get that top speed. You just turn it on once, it'll take you right to that top speed. It has dampening arm suspension and disc brakes and 12-inch off-road tires. You can see right here the coupon price is $14.99. Not sure what it will be when the video drops. Check the link in the description and get yours. This thing will do up to 46.6 miles, but you can get more. There is an external battery available that will get you extra miles. It does support fast charging if you get their higher output charger, which is optional. It does have tubeless tires, which is also great. It'll support up to 330 pounds, and it has a triple layer brake security system, which also supports regen, which is great for your battery. It's got traction control and 4 intelligent riding modes, all app-based. As you saw, you can do everything from the app. You can set up your speed and your regen. I'm trying to watch UFC. Why are you blocking the screen? Can't you just get out of the way? Why are you so anti-UFC and boxing? Why? What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing Brad here. Little update, quick update on installing the Battery Tender Junior. You can pick this up on Amazon, very cheap. I think it's like $25, and it comes with a end that has alligator clips like this. But what we are doing today is we're going to permanently install these so that all I have to do is plug it in to charge the battery. I'll show you that here in a second. Got my socket wrench here. I'm going to pull this top connector off the negative. There's that one. Pull this one off the positive. That is very tight. Very tight. That almost stripped. I'm going to go find the correct size. Got these battery posts off. Now mine are different from some because I have the top post. So I am going to take this Battery Tender Junior connector right here. Comes with a permanent loop for it. I'm going to put I got the caps off of the posts, the top caps, nuts, sorry, was looking for the correct word. And now the Battery Tender Junior has these posts here that just go right on them, and you can pull this out if you need more width. I'm going to go ahead and connect those to the back there and run the wire on the side, and I'll be right back. I got the Battery Tender Junior installed here. All I have to do now is tighten these nuts up, and shouldn't be a big deal after that to run the wiring back behind there. I'm going to go ahead and tighten these two up, and then I'll show you guys how I am going to route the wiring. Alright, we got our Battery Tender Junior hooked up right here. So this is $25 on Amazon. I will leave a link in the description. You can see the red light on there. That means it is charging. It will flash green, I think, when it's 75% charged, and then solid green when it's charged. So that means this battery needs to be topped off. Right here we've got that permanently wired to the posts. It runs around the back of the battery and zip tied to the side there. Now all we have to do is just lightly close the hood, and this will keep our battery topped off because I don't drive the car very much, maybe once a week. So good mod for the IS300 from Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. We got the Keener mini fan that plugs into any standard light bulb socket. It has a color temperature adjustable bulb and fan speeds on this remote control right here. Keener, thank you so much for donating this. Link in the description, and let's go.
Papa, SKTV. Kiss Papa.
Guys, so I was chilling on this treadmill, saw something in my backyard unusual, and I come out here and there's a dead bird right here. Really strange, but yeah, I don't know what kind of bird it is and what happened to it. But it's been gone for a minute, I think. So, sorry I wasn't even on the thing, but I mean, I'm gonna throw this thing to the alligators. It's 100% gone. So I'm gonna get my gloves on here and get rid of this thing. See what happens with the alligators. Alright, so I think this thing's dead. Yeah, this thing's fully dead. It's stiff. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he's not interested in it. Oh, he left. He doesn't care. Wow. Okay, that's great. Wait, he's coming back. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I feel really bad for the bird, but goodbye, bird. He went under with that thing because his buddies were coming. He had one there, and he is gone with the wind, and I see bubbles. He is 100% bailed. He's got it right there, look. He's got it. See if I can zoom on this 8K. I mean, I'm not getting anywhere near him. He's in defensive mode right now because they're all trying to get his food. He's taking it because something else came over and wanted a piece. And I can see it traveling underwater. He's going to come up in a second. But I'm surprised the big one, or the bigger one here, didn't want some action. Real predatorial. He took it under again. And I don't think we're going to be able to watch him chomp down on it. He's taking it over to his little area so his buddies can't get him. Yep, he's got it way over there now. I don't know how good this video is going to look zoomed in, but that's as far as I can get. He's taking it to his little house. There's some other birds over here kind of eyeing the situation closely, but also his buddy's heading that way. I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes. Yeah. Come on, man, eat it. Or your friends are gonna come eat it. He's just chilling with it now. Let's see if I can get closer with a different lens. All right, I changed lenses to 4K resolution and I can get a little bit closer on him. But he's literally not doing anything with it. He's just sitting there. And I don't know why he's not chomping down on it. He's got it around his mouth. I can't get closer with that lens. Alright, I don't know what he's going to do. I'm going to watch him for a minute, see what happens. And he's got a friend or two out here waiting to see what he's going to do. His buddy's down here somewhere, right there. But he's still just chilling. I think he's waiting to see if they're going to try to take it from him, or maybe he's not hungry yet. But wow, that was very cool. Might have to move all this stuff out to the shed. All right, we have everything out of there. I got all of the shelves out. Now I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts. Oh, there's a stud right there. Guys, as part of the home theater install project, we are going to be ripping this entire closet out and redoing everything. We don't have much storage in the house, so this is kind of a bummer that we have our brooms and stuff in here. We might have to move all this stuff out to the shed in order to have some space in here. But what I want to do is redo all of this from scratch with better power and everything else so that we have a great base to start from. Get rid of this monitor up here. We don't need that anymore where we're going. And so why don't we just start right now and get all this stuff out of here and rip this entire thing out. And you can hear them drilling on the side of the house here while I am in here working. Yeah, this is just our whole entire home audio system in here that we're going to be redoing. And this is just towels in here. That's all we really keep in here. So I feel like we could probably move that down here and not even have to worry about it in this whole entire area. So why don't we just get busy right now and start working on this and start ripping all this stuff out. There is wiring going to the entire house right there. Those are speaker wires. We also have power and subwoofer going there to the entire house. And my plan is I was going to actually cut the back of the wall out, but I don't think I really need to do that. I think what I need to do is just redo everything we have right here. So let's get busy on this. The first step in clearing out this closet is getting all these towels out and relocating them to a different area. Or a lot of this stuff I'm going to throw away and get new towels anyway. It's a good time to purge and get new towels. This stuff doesn't need to be in here anyway. It was a temporary solution, but now I have housekeepers that bring their own stuff over. All right, we have everything out of there except for the essentials, but all this has to come out too. All we want left is just the basic stuff up here. We need to order a new power strip for this whole closet to make better power. We need to replace the receiver. We need to get rid of this stupid monitor. We don't need that. All we're doing is stereo. We don't need a dumb monitor up there like I thought we did. Let's get all this stuff out of here right now. The heart of this entire system is this house audio player. It is an Echo Dot right here, and we are going to get rid of that. These are the remotes for the TV and our Pioneer. That is coming out as well. We are not using this Pioneer anymore. In fact, we are going to throw it directly into the trash bin and replace it with this newer Pioneer system. So let's get busy in here getting this stuff out. Let's get this Echo Dot directly out. Let's get all the rest of this stuff out. Basically, this feeds the house and also this sub down here. We're getting all that stuff out. We're gonna clean all this, paint it, fix it up, do all that. Let's go. Okay, we have most of everything out of here. We have to cut out a lot of these zip ties now to get the rest out. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut a lot of this stuff while you guys watch. We no longer need this because the new receiver has Wi-Fi. The old one did not.
Got him! Got him!
So we have all of our power wires out. We have all of our speaker wires out. The receiver is going bye-bye, actually into the garbage dump. I'm not reusing any old RCA cables either. Alright, time to get all this junk out too. This monitor can go in the trash can. Literally is junk from a thrift store. You know it's old if it's got RGB. So this is my speaker selector switch. That is for the sub. I'm going to get new cables for this. This is also power for the sub. I'm going to go ahead and let that fall down like that. Network cable no longer needed. That's out. So let's get this power out of here as well. We're going to lose light. Okay, I got everything out of here mostly except for the switch box and a few other little things. There's power that goes into the mirror on the next wall. And then we got all this out of the bottom there. We need power that way too. We might put a box there as well. But I mean, I'm almost want to take this entire shelving system out and start completely over. So I'm trying to decide whether I want that noise in my life right now. But for right now, we need to clean all this up. So we got to get our vacuum cleaner out and go ahead and clean. Alright guys, so the fiber guy just left and now I am here with this daunting project that I am dreading, but I need to get all of this out of here now, get all the shelves out, and I forgot about my subwoofer. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get these shelves out as much as I can and maybe try to label these wires at the same time. And also, these are cabinet screws. They're the worst. They're the square ones. Who does square ones? Literally the worst ever invented. Okay, I got all of the shelves out now. I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts so I can fill later. No shelves are going in here now. Alright, so I got all of the drywall inserts out. All that is left to do now is clean up and then go ahead and patch all of these holes. So let's get a nice garbage bag and go ahead and get all this cleaned up. All right, we vacuumed everything up. Now we just have to clean up the rest with a cloth. This has not been cleaned for years. Over here on the treadmill, and there's a freaking little crab. It's the second one I've seen in 2 days in the sun. Little crab. Hey, crab. What's happening, guys? Supercar Street Racing. It's been a really long time since my last upload. So, here's what's been going on since the last time that I posted, which was back in February or March. It's been a very long time. So I sold the SL65 to a guy who is in the Air Force. He's actually going to be stationed close to my parents' house, which was interesting. And so since that time, I've been looking for cars. I looked at Toyota Supras, Nissan GTRs, E63S AMG. Still got my hat here for dedication. So I did find a vehicle. And I made a deal with someone and I will be picking that car up on Friday. I am driving to Virginia in a one-way rental car and to pick up my new vehicle. In order to get my garage ready for my new car, I had to make some changes because I have not had two vehicles since February. Ended up selling my truck as well. So here is my other vehicle that I acquired. This is a 2011 Honda Accord, and I picked it up with, believe it or not, 13,000 miles on it. It's in very good shape. So I've been driving that while I was looking for a new car. I had my yard stuff all right here. I did relocate that again back to my shed so I can make room for the new car. Still have some of my old car parts. I've got my ramps, my battery chargers. I still have the whole entire stereo system that I'd never put into the SL65 AMG Mercedes. And I am ready to pick up my new car on Friday. Super exciting. And I have all this ready for it right here. I'm going to also be putting my parts in here. Right now it's so poorly organized, just a mess in here. So I'm going to redo all this, get that ready for new car parts. And so I will be vlogging on Friday as I drive in a rental car to Virginia to pick up my new car, and I will be posting at that time. See you guys. Have a good one. Happy holidays, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and I'm excited about today because I've been wanting to do something in this bathroom for a while, and right behind me right here is all the keys to the next project on Supercar Street Racing. And we're going to take a look at that right after this. Guys, we're back for another episode, and you know we like to do projects here, and you're inside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom with me today. And today, sitting right here on this counter, are the keys to the next project, at least part of them. Now, some of the stuff hasn't come in yet, but I am expecting a few things over the next couple of days. Now, that doesn't mean we can't get started and talk about what we're gonna do in here. And that's my plan right here, right now, is to go over my plans with you for this bathroom and tell you what's gonna happen next. So let's talk about it. We're standing right outside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom. And when you're in the house, the orientation of this bathroom is my bedroom is right in here. Turn some lights on so you guys can see. And then when you come down the hallway right here, we've got the guest bathroom, and then through that wall right there, or those curtains, that is the home theater room. And in this closet is the SCSR control room for all the whole home audio. All sits in this closet. Alexa, turn the audio closet light on. Haha, not responding. And there it is. For some reason it didn't respond, but that is the audio closet, and that holds all the wiring for the whole home audio system. Now, right next to it right here is our guest bathroom, and inside of this bathroom was remodeled maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and I did a lot of the work in here myself. We did a new vanity, all new paint. I did the beadboard here with my table saw, and the chair rail up here, I guess is what it's called. And it came out really nice. I also had this idea to delete the medicine cabinet at the same time and put in beadboard there, frame it out, and then I ran power up to the little puck light there that is controlled by this dimmer. Now, this dimmer also controls all the other lighting up here. That includes the in-ceiling lighting, this vanity light here, and the puck light. So that is kind of what we're looking at here for our project. Now, you guys are familiar with the bi-cold mirror project that I did on my channel about a year and a half ago. Now, what this is These guys are Wi-Fi enabled mirrors that have the time and temperature and weather forecasts on them. And they also are backlit, as you can see right here. And that is how they look without the backlight on. Now this LED lighting technology that's behind there now does not come with the mirror. That is the Govee RGB IC LED strips that I added myself. So that's the plan, is to kind of do this again in a different way in the guest bathroom. Now I like to enable some smart home features in every room. And so part of this activity is also going to be fixing up the Echo Show 5. So, and this is probably going to wake up the other devices, but fixing up that device there so it is flush mounted into the wall. We'll take a look at that in a minute. But that is also the plan, to get that working very nice in the other room and make it look a lot better in the process. Once again, we're back here in the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom, and you can see that about a year and a half ago, I just threw an Echo Show in here, which is unlike me, and I just kind of ran the power down there, but it looks absolutely terrible. And my plan is to actually go ahead and flush mount this guy into the wall, but we need to talk about what's going to happen before that. Now we just have a standard mirror right here in front of me, and you can see Brad here in the mirror. But what we're going to do here also is change this whole area up here. And our first thing that we're going to be changing is we're taking out this old mirror, and in its place we're putting up the Bi-Cold Smart Mirror. But in this case, unlike the other bathroom and unlike this, we're actually going to have this guy go this way. So it's going to be horizontal, and it is a long horizontal mirror about the same height as this, a little bit shorter, but it's going to cover most of the wall, and it's going to be centered to this light. So the middle of the mirror will fall straight down here. Even if there's some space over here, that's fine. I want it centered underneath this lighting right here. And so that mirror is on the way and will actually be here on Tuesday, was the last thing that I saw. So my plan is to either put the Echo Show right here or there, depending on where this falls into place with the mirror. Now let's talk about power for this guy. Now I am going to go ahead and get power through my audio closet because it is right behind this wall. We can literally go straight through the wall and come out the other side. There is no code violations there because we're not putting a box inside the wall or anything. But we also need power for this mirror. So at the same time, we're going to be putting a wall box inside there behind the mirror, and then we're going to run the power into the audio closet where there is already active power. Now let's go over some of the things here in front of me that are going to be used for this project, because I've started ordering things already, and we need quite a few things here for this project. Now the first thing we need is the Bi-Cold Smart Mirror, and that is not in yet, but it is, I believe, 48 this way by 24 this way. So let's grab our measuring tape and see how that's going to look. Now this new Bi-Cold Smart Mirror measures 48 inches, let's call it wide. So that is going to be about, I'm going to go ahead and measure that out and show you guys. Yeah, it's going to be about to here to here, and we're going to do our best to get the mirror centered underneath that. So we may have some space over here, which is fine, in which case we will run our wire down through the wall and get it out the other side for the Echo Show. Now 24 high is only, so this mirror here is actually 31. We're only gonna have 24 of that, so we're going to have some space underneath also. If we put the mirror in the same spot there, we can actually put the Echo Show underneath this guy, like right around here, which would be good also. So we could run the wire for the Echo Show right through the wall there and into the power area. So that's the plan. 48 by 24 may not be centered, the mirror may not be centered on the wall, but the mirror will be centered underneath the light, and that is my plan at this time. Now right here in front of me, we got our Govee RGB IC strip. Now, IC meaning individually controlled LEDs is different than a regular LED strip, so make sure you get the IC. These are smart, they are controlled by Amazon Alexa and also Google Home. That is for behind the mirror. That's going to be a custom job that I will show you on the video. This, I have a bunch of these. These are the wall mounts for the show, and I will show you one of those right now so you know what I'm talking about. Right here in front of the Show 5, and we see this wall mount looking so fresh, and this is the mount right here, and that is going to be what we're going to be doing in the bathroom underneath the mirror. Just so you guys understand, there'll be a whole tutorial on this when I do it as part of this project. But these are, I think, around 25 bucks, and they're the best thing ever, and they do still allow you to get to the controls here, and they also allow this thing to have audio because there is a vent right under here with the speaker. So these are awesome. I have had a bunch of these, and they are very cool. So we're going to be doing that as well. So after thinking and looking at this a little bit with you guys, I mean, I'm almost pretty sure that the show is going to go right here underneath the mirror, centered up right here. We just out if there is a stud. There is likely a stud on this side of the light, but I'm not 100% sure that I actually did. I think I put that in, and I think I actually moved it over. So there may not be a stud right there. I got to get my stud finder out and check, but when we cut the hole for the show, we just have to make sure we don't hit a stud, or we'll have to carve that stud out. But that is the plan right now, and you guys saw the wall mount for that. Now, these pull toggles, these are the best freaking drywall mounts made, and these are going for the mirror mount. So these go through the wall and they will pull tight, and you're never getting anything out of that. So this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. That's what those are for. This is actually a new high-tech puck to replace this guy right here. And let me dim the lights a little bit so you guys can see it. That is an old school incandescent puck that I carved into the actual what do you call this? The medicine cabinet that I created. This was my creation, and I thought it would be kind of cool, and I got the glass and everything put in for that. So this puck here is going to replace that one, and this is LED, and it runs right off of 110 volts, and it is dimmable. So all we have to do is pull that one out and wire this one up, and then figure out a way to secure it. We'll figure that out once we get that one out of there. We might have to use white caulk again. That's what we used right there, but that is what this is for. And moving forward, we have a brand new light for this guy to replace this old school. And it's still nice, don't get me wrong, but this is a new, modern, high-tech light to replace that one. This is LED, it is dimmable, it looks better. I am stoked for this, and we can do that anytime. We can get that guy out and get this guy installed. Now the first thing we need to do here is get this mirror out and that sconce out. That will start the project, and then we can do everything else once things start arriving. But we are able to go ahead and put this light in now, and we do know for a fact, after measuring, that this light is going to have to be centered. It's 48 by 24, and I know you guys can't see this, but let me flip this around here. So 48 by 24 would be about, yeah, we're gonna have to just literally center the mirror straight under this and put whatever distance it is. That's what's gonna happen, because that's all we're gonna do. We're gonna have some space right here. We can maybe put something on the wall right there, but that is the plan as of right now. And then the next thing is to get these two out of the wall. Happy Sunday, guys, and I know I look haggard. I had the craziest night last night, and not gonna lie, it was absolutely insane till 3:30 a.m. But I am ready to break some stuff, actually ready to work. We got to get this mirror down, and we got to get this light down. We got to see what's behind this mirror, if it's painted or not. I don't think it is, and figure out this whole situation. So let's get this mirror out first. These are wall dogs holding this up. Now the craziest part is you can see the hangers for the mirror. I always hated that. That one is not in at all. Wall dogs just go right into the drywall. You don't need like inserts or anything. But yeah, this mirror is not painted underneath. So I guess I gotta paint this wall. Look, it's gotta paint some of this anyway. I hope I have the paint. Not sure if I do. But I think I'll be able to cover these holes with the new mirror. Gotta go grab the measuring tape. Okay, so the new mirror is 48 by 24. So it's going to sit right about like this. So 48, 24 would be the center. 48 is going to be the middle right here. But if we go up here, it's only 24 tall, which is not as tall as I wanted. Oh, okay. I think that's fine. It would sit right here, and then the Echo Show would be down here below it. So we either got to fill those holes and patch and bring this down, but I think the move is to mount the Echo Show right in the center here, get our stud finder and see where the studs are. But I want to take the slide off first because I don't remember. I think I put one of the boxes in where you don't need a stud, so it's just, I think I just literally put one of the new boxes in that don't need to attach to a stud. Taking this light off is pretty easy. All you have to do is take the two side screws off. So things just got a little bit more complicated because there's no box there, so I can't really, well, there's a stud here, right there. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I might have to cut a box out. It is quite unfortunate, but I am not going to have a choice but to paint this whole bathroom, which does not make my day happy. But when you think about it, it probably needs it anyway. Well, I was thinking about putting the Echo Show here, but I just realized my towel rack is right there, so I can't really do that. I would have to move my towel rack somewhere else, and I really don't have a place for that, so the Echo Show is going to go right there. Speaking of Echo. A shipment will arrive today. No, so yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna go right here, and hopefully we don't get to the end of the closet. And unfortunately, there is a stud right there. Right there. That's where we wanted the show to go. kind of puts a wrinkle in things. Unless we cut the stud, which I guess we could do. So that stud is sitting at 27-ish. So I'm going to measure this in the closet. Computer, turn on the audio closet light. So, measuring in here, 27. Really close to the back. Yeah. Or we arbitrarily move the Echo Show to somewhere over here, which probably isn't a bad idea. We could put it lower left here. Not bad. Okay. There's the next stud. Right there. We'd have to put it on this side. I think that's kind of the plan now. Just put it here. Take the power through the other side. Yeah, I think that's the move. I'm not sure. If I don't center it, it's gonna look weird. I could center it over the sink, but then it's not gonna be centered under the mirror, or I could just go lower right here. That's probably what I'll do, is put it right there. And it's going to be maybe 48 inches off the ground, 47. And in the closet over here, okay, that'll work out. And then it'll be, I don't know, maybe seven inches from the wall. If I do it over here, my towel's in the way. My towel rack. Can I move my towel and put it right here? Should I? Where am I going to put my towel? I don't know. Towel over here? No, it'll get right in the way. Smaller towel? I have no idea. Want it right here. The mirror is 48. I'm gonna go get my tape and mark off the mirror.
4K pictures, we will see about that. It says it's an incredible picture and an exceptional value. It says it does 4K with smooth Wi-Fi and TV controls. And it's got a picture of the box right here. And that's about it. Shows you what comes inside the box. We'll see if it's actually in there. But let's get the Sling TV box opened up right now on the channel. And the first thing we see on top, it is inside of a nice kind of plastic condom here. And there's a look at the Sling TV box. Looks a lot like the old school Apple TVs. It is very light. I'd say it probably doesn't even weigh a quarter of a pound, probably just a few ounces. And on the back, it does have a USB Type-C for input, so that means it's probably 5 volts. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what the adapter says. Oh, it actually has an Ethernet jack too, so you can feed it actual Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi. And then there is your HDMI output. There is also an AV hole right there. I'm not sure what that would be for. We'll have to take a look at that. And then underneath there, you actually get an Ethernet cable, which is kind of interesting that they give you Ethernet there. That's kind of a cool thing to get. They usually don't do that. There's your power adapter. Just it's like a standard 5 volt 2 amp max adapter there. There's your free HDMI cable right there. They give you an HDMI, and then also inside the box they give you your power adapter cable. So it goes from USB Type A to USB Type C. But then there's a nice remote control in here as well. No batteries, they are AAA batteries times 2. 2 AAA batteries to power up the remote.
All right, we just took a look at what was inside of this box on Supercar Street Racing. Came with everything it did say it came with. There's not much more to do now except to go ahead and see how this thing works by connecting it directly to a TV. We're out here in the home theater room now, and I did find some AAA batteries. I am completely out of my EBL rechargeables, but I found some I robbed, and this is the remote I'm going to go ahead and fire up. I have not turned on this thing yet. I was waiting for you guys to go ahead and fire it up. I connected it where my Xbox usually goes because I don't use the Xbox that much, but I'm going to go ahead and darken up this room before I plug it in. We have to turn on the projector. Projector is coming on, and here goes the power to the Sling TV box. There it is. There's your logo. And that thing is firing right up right now. Got a cool animation. I do hear audio. There's a disclaimer here we have to agree to. Dude is just chilling on my deck wanting some food. And this is a blue heroin 3.0 coming to visit me on a cold winter day in Jacksonville, Florida. Let's go, blue heroin. There's no compensation on, and you can set your ISO just like a pro camera. Now white balance, that's off. That's on auto white balance there. And then of course you can manually adjust your contrast, saturation, sharpness, and your hue. Now in order to use this in OBS, we have to use what's called virtual camera. Once virtual camera is on, we can import this into OBS. Okay, virtual camera is on. Let's go ahead and add a source. We have to select virtual camera. It's bigger than the screen. Let's go ahead and reduce that down and put it where we want it. And there we are right there. Now, if you feel like you want to tweak the contrast, sharpness, or whatever, you can do that from the software here. A little bit of contrast. I gave it some more contrast. I like that better. I like a little bit more contrast in it. Let's see saturation. All right, I gave it a touch bit more saturation. The interesting thing will to see how this comes out in the actual end recording. That is the 3 inside of OBS Studio. Now on the third page here where it says more, you can set up your sleep settings. You can set up your gesture control. So there is a way to zoom in and out. You can lock your target by just holding your hand up and just like a hello to the actual device. You can zoom by doing this. See it zoom? You can hold up your hands like this and pull it out like this. That zooms you in, and you can push it back like that. It zooms it back out. That's helpful between shots if you want to adjust your shot. Now down below here is voice control, and you can set up your language to English or Chinese. And there is the voice control. All the commands are just right here in front of you. Now also below that is something interesting that we're actually going to be checking out. So I've not used this yet. I'm going to go ahead and power this up. I did feel it kind of haptic feedback and come on. It's flashing green right now. You can see right here on the side. Okay, now all we have to do is add TX1. Press and hold the button for 6 seconds while Box SE is powered off. Worked. We are paired. Now the question is, can we use this mic? It looks like you can also click the mic button to human track yourself, which is awesome. And you can also do noise reduction mode. And then down here, there's some more miscellaneous settings. All right, this is a test of the Logitech Brio. I always had issues with this camera. The video would be oversaturated. It would be low quality. I don't know what's going on with that. I tried updating the firmware, nothing worked. So this is our video test with the Logitech Brio. We'll compare that to the Tiny 3 next. This is what it looks like full screen. I purposefully have the monitor off back there so you guys can see exactly what this looks like. This is also with my tweaks to video Now I have increased the contrast a little bit extra saturation, and this is what it looks like now. Okay, I wanted to real quickly show you guys desk mode. Now this is a setting right here where you click desk mode, and check it out, look what it does. So What's up everyone, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we push tech and machines to the edge. And today we're taking a first look at the Alcatel WP100 Titan. This thing is an absolute beast. It's got a rugged build and a 22,000 milliamp hour battery. It's also got a cool camera setup that punches way above its weight. I'm just giving you a little bit of a taste of this now because in the full video coming up, we're gonna stress it, we're gonna test it, and see if it actually lives up to that Titan name. Now let's get into it. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and before we dive straight in, we want to give a shout out to Alcatel, who is a long-term sponsor of the Supercar Street Racing channel. And they just dropped one of their craziest rugged phones directly on this channel, the WP100 Titan. Now let's break down what makes this thing such a monster. Now first up, let's talk about the battery in this thing. That is the largest battery ever created for a smartphone. Now what this means for us is when we're out there on those long days shooting on the road, like Las Vegas CES on January 6th through the 8th, we'll be there. We're gonna have the WP100 Titan with us. We won't have to worry about charging the phone for days. It's gonna be so nice to have that available. Now you would think with a phone with a battery this big, it would take forever to fill up, but this guy works very quickly and can fill up in a fraction of the time. That's perfect for us when we're jumping between shoots and we don't have time to charge, but more than a few minutes, this thing comes in clutch. Now, as usual with Alcatel phones, it has a rugged military build. It has IP68 ratings, IP69K ratings, and it has MIL STD 810H. And in plain English, it's dust-proof, drop-proof, and it's waterproof. Now, we've had phones die on shooting days before. It's not gonna happen with this one. Now, I've got it right here in front of me, and it has a 200 megapixel camera out back, and it does actually have night vision as well. This is perfect for both regular... All right, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. All right, we have... I have to eat bacon, cream cheese, mustard, macaroni and cheese, and bacon. Let's go.
You're definitely gonna be sick. That cream cheese.
Great.
Guys, welcome back to the channel today. We're out in beautiful Studio A with something exciting for you. Right here in my hand, we have the Alcatel WP58 Pro. Now, this is a rugged smartphone designed to push boundaries. Whether you're gonna go climb mountains, work tough jobs, or just need a phone that won't give up on you, the WP58 Pro might just be the phone for you. This thing is made to survive while also keeping you in top speed. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna open this thing right up and test it and let you guys know what we think. Let's get it done.
Great. All this gear, and I still can't call for a ride.
We're back in beautiful Studio A at Supercar Street Racing. This is our main editing studio, and if you haven't seen the videos on how we made this, it's a really cool thing. Go check it out. But today, Alcatel reached out to us about the WP58 Pro. I have one in my hand right here. Now, the WP58 Pro is IP68 and IP69K certified. It also qualifies for MIL STD 810H protection, That means it's waterproof, dustproof, and shock resistant enough to handle drops. Now, right on the front of the WP58 Pro, the first thing you notice here is its large 6.7-inch display. Check it out. It is a full HD plus display with crisp colors, vibrant detail, and it's perfect for outdoor viewing also. It'll work great even in bright sunlight. Now inside, this guy runs on a very capable octa-core processor, and all this happens while it stays cool in the process. And then of course there's the battery, which is one of the best things about the phone. This guy right here has a 10,000 milliamp battery, 33 watt fast charging, and reverse charging. This thing can charge one of your other phones right out of the USB-C port. How cool is that? It's got a 64 megapixel triple camera system. You can see it right there on the back. And check that out. It's got camping lights too, 2 of them, right on the back of the phone. That is so useful when you go outside. Now it runs on Android 15, which means you get the latest operating system available. And that's great for security. It also has customizable buttons, NFC for payments, face unlock, fingerprint security, and of course, that's what you need in a modern, rugged smartphone. So whether you're an adventurer, a first responder, or just tired of fragile phones, this phone might be what you're looking for. Now we'll be testing the battery and of course the actual operating system and the waterproofness of this phone. So let's go ahead and take a look at this phone in a little bit closer way, and we'll start looking at some of the features.
Great. All this gear, and I still can't call for a ride.
Let's go ahead and get that guy opened right up. And inside it looks just like a normal phone. It's got a overlay on the top that we need to peel off, and it looks like volume buttons on the side here, and then a power button right there as well. And on this side, I do see a SIM tray right there, and this supposedly is your smart button, and it has instructions right here for putting in your SIM card. Also in the box, there is a user manual right here, and then underneath that, a warranty certificate. Then you have a nice orange USB cable, and also a power brick right here to go ahead and charge it up. It is USB Type-C all the way through. There's the front camera right there you can see, and on the back you can clearly see the lights here, and then the triple camera setup, and it looks like kind of a carbon fiber type back right here. And that's all there is to the unboxing of the WP58 Pro from Alcatel. Let's get this guy charged up and see what it can actually do. Okay, we're right in front of the WP58 Pro going through its setup right here, and then we're gonna do the almighty waterproof test on this guy. Now, unlike the other phone, this phone does not have a case on it. You can see the back of it here is just the camping light on both top and bottom, the triple camera system there, and it still says getting your phone ready. We're not gonna copy any apps and data because we're only using this phone 1 or 2 times. I'm gonna go ahead and sign in with this. All right, I went ahead and add Supercar Street Racing to the phone here. It's getting my account info. I have to go ahead and set a PIN, and I told it not to unlock with my face or a fingerprint. I told it not to back up my data and not to share myself with anybody nearby. This phone is just for testing. There we have it. We are at the top screen of the phone. We're gonna need to add a few apps to this for testing later. Now this guy has an octa-core processor, a 64 megapixel camera, dual camping lights, and runs Android 15. We want to be on video though, so let's go to video, go to settings. It's on 1080p, I put it on 4K. Now let's go ahead and start recording. All right, let's see if this guy is actually waterproof. Let's go for it. It's underwater. You guys should be able to see me on the camera now. That's underneath the water. Okay, the screen went into timeout, but it did record. Phone is still on. We had some great video here of underwater. We're going to run some of the tests that we talked about. Okay, we're in the kitchen and we are going to subject this awesome phone, the WP58 Pro, to the drop test. It's going to fall directly off of the counter. Let's see what happens. Did not break anything. One more drop test. We always do two. Perfectly fine. I don't see any issues at all with this phone on the drop test. All right, let's go ahead and open 3D Mark and run a compatible benchmark. Go ahead and run Wildlife. It's installing. All right, here's our score from 3D Mark Wildlife. 1085 with a 6.50 frame rate. You can compare that to other devices online if you want to. That's all for your information to take on from the review. All right, we just tested the durability and put this WP58 Pro through its paces. Now that you've seen the durability and what this guy is capable of, let's throw it into Studio B with Brad and see how you can get your own from Amazon or directly from the Oukatel site. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to beautiful Studio B at Supercar Street Racing. And today we have the Oukatel WP58 Pro right in front of you right here. Awesome phone with a great battery. It only used 7% battery life in 90 minutes of YouTube video playing. It's got that awesome camping light on the back. It does everything great, and it's waterproof, dustproof, and shockproof. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. And thank you guys for a 1 million view video and also 250,000 subscribers. We couldn't do it without you. We're gonna show you some actual footage from the WP58 Pro now, right after this segment, but we gotta get out of here. We have to go to lunch. All right, this is a view of night vision on the WP58 Pro. We know already that the Insta360 does not handle low light very well, but here you go. Here's what this looks like directly on the WP58 Pro of my messy bedroom. And here's some foggy outdoor video. It is very foggy outside at SCSR today. This is on the 64 megapixel camera with the fog at the Supercar Street Racing compound. Okay, we are in a completely dark, almost dark room, and I want to show you guys the camping light on this guy. You can see on the back it has two lights, pretty bright. That's just one of the two lights as well. That's what, 1/2, that's at 1/4. Hey guys, I just wanted to clarify a few things about the WP58 Pro and the light. It has two different lights here. It has a regular camping light, which is right here. Then it has a warm light as well. So you can do either one. They're very bright, but I just wanted to clarify the two different lights. One of them is an ambient light and the other one is a camping light. So you can see the difference here in the two light modes. It is very bright. It's lighting up this whole entire room. This is on white light, but then if you put it on warm light, the other light comes on, the ambient light, and that's how that looks in a completely dark room. Supercar Street Racing, and today we are continuing with part 3 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Most of these videos were recorded back in 2005 through 2008, maybe a little bit later than 2005, but we're going to continue that today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 3 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Today I've got 4 or 5 videos queued up and we're going to take a look at those and I'm going to react to them. I haven't seen them in a really long time and you guys may have not seen any of them. Some of them are pretty cool. I had a pretty nice Supra and I regret to this day selling it. So let's take a look at what we got first over here. Alright, so this says Brad's GT74 Super Crazy Burnouts at the Luxor Hotel. So basically what this is Supras Invade Vegas, and everybody was egging me on at the hotel, and so I did some crazy burnouts there. And I do remember in this video, I believe the police come by at some point. So what we're going to do is listen to this, and I realized there was an echo when I had my mic on yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic off when we do this. Or actually, let me just do this. Let me mute desktop audio and turn up this video audio, and we'll see if we just listen to it there, how that is. So you guys can still hear me. Alright, let's give this a shot. Alright, that's me in the Supra. Somebody's pouring water on the tire to make the burnout a little better. This was fun, I remember this. It's literally the Luxor parking lot where most of us stayed for the event. Car. Had to wait for a car to go by. I gave the thumbs up. And of course the play other video things came up at the end. There I go. Surprised I didn't kicked out, but there was cops. I believe there's a second view of this, and there was police driving by the second I did the burnout, so pretty crazy. So that's me at the Luxor Hotel for Supras Invade Las Vegas. I don't know what year, 2008 maybe, ish. Alright, so this next video, I believe the audio was removed from. This is a 2005 R1 racing me, and my buddy David, I believe, was filming, and he kept dropping the camera and I kept getting mad at him because it was a pretty rare opportunity to race a bike. So let's see what this is all about. Yep, the audio was replaced on this. This guy had 165 rear wheel horsepower. There's the actual bike. We stopped and talked to the guy. He was really cool. Really, really beautiful bike. Now the bike's so old. This one was modded, exhaust, tune, 165 at the wheels. Pretty fast for a bike. And there is me chasing the bike on the way to an Orange Park car show with my buddy David. Audio, of course, is removed because I didn't realize back then YouTube was going to start cracking down on the audio copyright stuff. And my buddy is freaking out because he's never been in a car. I'm like, dude, come on, man, get it on video. Terrible camera work. Also, the music is absolutely horrible on this. And I think that he tries again. Yeah. I don't know why my buddy kept dropping the camera, but he absolutely ruined this video. He said he got it. He absolutely did not get it all. Then he hits it right here on the straightaway, and I try to stick with him. Very quick bike. This had some Star Wars stuff in it, I know, because the bike was black and like it just reminded me of Star Wars. That area right there is actually known for police. They hang out right there before you get to that bridge. So I guess, I don't remember this part, but apparently his tire was shot. Yeah, he was riding on cords doing 170 miles an hour. Back then we thought we had to put that it wasn't us in the videos. We were so worried about getting busted by the cops. Worst cameraman in history, my buddy David, who's an airline pilot. And back then I was sponsored by MVP Motorsports with my Supra. We get good, really good discounts on everything. Alright, so that's me racing an R1 in my Supra. Now this actually is pretty cool. So guys, this is me in when we were filming Kings of the Street. So Kings of the Street is a guy who traveled around on a motorcycle, and he would only film or record cars that had more than like 700 wheel horsepower. He invited me out there. I did this run before we actually did the filming, and I had a thing of race gas sitting in the passenger seat at the time. But this is, you can barely see it, but this is GPS on my Pioneer AVIC, I think N1 or something like that. But it's GPS verified 170. Let's see. So there's my speedometer maxed out. Getting there, maxed out. So funny because you can't even hear the motor. There's the race fuel. And then somebody stole this, so they dropped a advertisement at the end. They stole my video. So that's me going 170 on pump gas. I believe this one is my buddy's R6, and this was the last time I ever, I'm trying to get the words out. This is the last time I ever ran the car on the 67mm turbo. We upgraded to a GT74. We did bigger fuel injectors, and all that came after this video. This is a pretty cool video. Went to a car meet, and this is what happened. This might not have audio either. Yeah, all these videos had copyrighted music on them. It's a bummer that I don't have the originals, but this is before you could even save these guys. Okay, well, it does have audio. Okay, there's my Supra. Looking so good. There's my buddy's R6. I think they were telling me to do a burnout. Maybe warming up the tires. There's my buddy Dan. Miss that guy. We couldn't get quite started here. We had a car behind us too. Spelled mission wrong. Look at that. I think I got squirrely on that one. Here we go. Pretty good run. It was a short, like maybe less than an 1/8 mile. Not too big of a run. by the time we would actually get started, we would be at the end of the road or cars were coming. Here we go. This was like on a little side road next to the freeway. And yeah, I was getting the car upgraded after that, so that was kind of cool. Alright, here is, it says single turbo Supra does 50 to 170 in seconds, Ricky Bobby style, which I guess there's some Ricky Bobby stuff. Talladega Nights. Let's make sure there's no audio in this, it's copyright. Here we go. I had a boost leak during this one, 100%. You can hear it, the way the blow-off valve is slow. So that's kind of, let's watch that one again. So this starts at 40 all the way to 170. This is race gas, 33 pounds of boost. Several boost leaks. Car was insanely fast. Now this one we're moving on to, this was that same Turbo 350Z that I raced in the other video with my buddy. This is his video, and they talked a lot of smack after the video, like they won. Literally, they said they won the racing, but they got, I mean, their car was not, it was probably 350 to the tires, and I was making double that. But here is this video. You can't even really hear the turbo on that car, but here we go. That's me pulling up beside him. Another, he goes, you ain't gonna get that one. He dropped the camera as well. This is my buddy racing him. Stock fuel, single turbo. There we go. And he gets walked. So that just goes to show you. Here's my buddy racing him again. See, when they start evenly, my buddy just walks him.
Try the #1 professional.
And then we get an ad right in the middle of the right in the middle of the thing.
For up to 72 hours. Formulated
So let's
with argan oil,
let this ad run out.
acid, powered by science, prescribed by pros.
Oh, that was it. Okay. So that was the end of the video. It cut off right there. I believe he cut like a lot of the video out. So that was the next set of videos, guys, on me reacting to my old racing videos. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Stay tuned for the next part of this series where we'll go over this again, do some more cool videos on supercar street racing. Alright, we got Joe in the car, taking a drive. I noticed it was cutting out a little bit on high boost. I didn't see how much boost it was making though. Watching him while he films. We'll be watching that boost gauge. Oh, of course, we got the school bus.
no turn to drive.
Oh, that quick, huh? All right.
Got Joe. Oh shit, he did good.
Not bad.
Got Joe in the driver's seat now. Getting used to twin disc. And big turbo lag.
Wow.
What do you think about it?
Oh, that's insane.
How's it handling?
Power. Oh, it's real stiff. It feels good. Everything's full time.
Oh yeah, it pulls really hard.
Wow.
Just feels so light compared to the other car.
But that clutch grabs, man. It grabs.
It does. That's better. Damn. Oh my god. Can you imagine what 1,000 feels like? I mean,
How do you even get control of 1,000? That thing is just like...
it just... That's only 600 or so. Like 650 maybe?
I've never driven a big turbo car like that, but to feel that turbo start to just get into it, and once it goes, it's just, oh.
Super laggy, but when it hits, it's like nothing.
There we go. Hang on a second.
What's that? That's
Can you get that?
that's third. That's third. Fourth. All the way
Get
up.
back in. Just start to
Swirly.
Oh yeah, I love it. Oh.
Joe broke it already on the first drive.
Didn't take me long, man.
We think we blew off a coupler somewhere, which is typical. It happened a lot on my old car. But let's see. Uh-oh.
That was bad.
No boost.
All right, so very first day we had the car. Joe, my neighbor, broke it. He popped off that coupler right there underneath the turbo. Totally destroyed my car. Broke it right there. So now I got to get this back on, and I went to Home Depot and got a ratcheting wrench, and I'm going to try to get this coupler back on, and it's a pain in the royal freaking butt ass. Be right back. Okay, wow. That was terrible. I finally got this back on, and I'm going to show you how. I had to use a jack and a hammer to pry that mofo back in there, and I don't know if it's in there all the way, but I used a jack to push the pipe in as far as I possibly could, and then I tightened it down until I could not tighten it anymore. I mean, it is so tight. So we'll see if that holds. Meanwhile, I'd like to get that replaced with something a little bit better, but for now, that's going to have to do. And that fixes that issue for now until it pops off again. Control a manual, a HDMI cable, and a power adapter with your VC box. That actually looks like USB 3.0. That's your HDMI port. There's an audio video port there, which is a mini. There is a setup guide right here on the website that tells you how to go ahead and set up. Let's go ahead and see what this guy has inside of the box. Let's get this thing unboxed. All right, we're back with the VC box unboxing. I already took this thing directly out of the packaging, and the first thing on top was the V6 Max, and this is what it looks like right out of the package. It's a very nice, very lightweight design. It is pretty sleek looking too. It has some nice ridges on the top here that make it look cool. And on the back, you can see all of the connectors that they touted on the website. There's an RJ45 there, but you only get 100 megabits out of it. Do not think you're getting gigabit Ethernet out of that. It's only a 100 port. There is a USB 2.0 there, and definitely a USB 3.0, and I believe it is marked such. No, it just says USB, but it's blue, indicating it's 3.0. There's your HDMI 2.0 input right there. There is a TF card slot below that. There is an audio video output output. I don't know what that's for, but it looks like it uses the mini and probably breaks out to audio and video. And then there's your power input right there, which is the pin and tube style. Now further in the box, here is your power adapter. I'm hoping that my existing power adapter works. I didn't check to see if it's a pin and tube, but hopefully I don't have to disconnect the power adapter that's there to use this one. And then of course you get another free HDMI cable. I'll put that in my sock, or if you want to eat it, I'll give it to you later for dinner. And then we have this remote control. And by the way, this video is also sponsored by EBL. EBL sent us batteries specifically for this VC box remote control. So we're gonna be getting our EBL rechargeable batteries out and go ahead and put them directly into this remote control right here. And it looks like it takes 2 AA batteries, which I have some on the charger right now. So we'll take our 2 AA's and throw them directly into this remote control for our V6 Max. And that's everything that comes in the box right there. The actual box doesn't have a whole lot on it. It just says the same thing that the outside did. It just says, you know, dual band Wi-Fi and things like that. And then we have an instruction manual also. The manual also shows you how to do the quick setup wizard in it and troubleshooting steps. Your package contents and your connection diagrams are all sitting in here, so fly and so fresh. So make sure you check out your instruction manual before you try to connect the VC Box V6 Max. Now there's only one thing left to do. We got to go get this thing connected in the SCSR home theater room. I got a bad boy home theater room this is going to go into. Let's go check it out right now and get this thing connected directly up. Hey, what's up guys? We want to welcome a new channel sponsor and someone that I actually buy from all. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and here we have the 2014 Club Car Precedent. Today we're going to be doing our first mod. We're going to see what happens when we try this. If you take a look at these side skirts here, someone thought it was a good idea to put a ugly chrome diamond plate side skirt on here. We're going to be taking these off, and maybe, I don't think we can take this off. This is actually part of the, I don't know why every single thing on a golf cart has to have a logo on it. That's ugly. It wraps all the way around here like this. Can't get the Ingersoll Rand off of there, but we're going to take these side skirts off and attempt to paint them matte black. I've got the paint up here on the table, and I got it from that orange store, Home Depot, and it is Fusion all-in-one. And I did pick up new screws for the steering wheel. However, I thought they were tapered like this, but they actually are not. The ones that are in there are just regular old screws. So I bought the wrong screws, and I don't currently have a vehicle to get back to the hardware store. But yeah, that's what's happening today. Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, welcome back, and it looks like today there's a screw missing here, but I think our objective is to remove these 4 screws and take this off. The actual chrome plating is chipping off of this, but let's get the screwdriver out and get this guy off of there ASAP. The screwdriver is in the shed, but I have old reliable Black & Decker here, so this guy has never let me down. I've had the screwdriver for years and years. This screwdriver is really good. For a cheap Walmart screwdriver, it's a lithium-ion battery. It has come through many times. That screw won't come out. I think this just slips off now. I don't feel any screws on the side at all. Feels like it's loose. And there is an ugly skirt under it, and they have screwed holes in this as well, which makes this unusable now. So what we're gonna do now, right here, right now, is take the other side off. Moving to the other side. So the side skirts are the Ingersoll Rand side skirts. I can't even say it. And moving on to the next step, we will prep, but first we will clean what we have here. Okay, so I got the deglosser out here and I went over these one time. I'm gonna go ahead and go over them again with deglosser. This basically takes off shine and helps the paint to stick. And these things are absolutely trashed. So I am either going to, if this doesn't look good after painting, then they are going to be replaced, the original side skirts with the same ABS plastic ones. But yeah, this thing is, these are ready to be painted. I think I'm just gonna paint it right here. And yeah, I mean, try not to get oversprayed on my card. Maybe I'll throw like a sheet over it or something. But yeah, I'm gonna do that next. All right, ready to paint these things. It's actually pretty cold out here. It might take a while to dry. Alright, my yard guys got here. That would cause an absolute mess. I went ahead and brought the side skirts back inside the garage, and I got the heater out here because it's pretty cold. The only thing I don't have any black screws, so I don't know if I should paint these screws or what. I'll probably throw a little paint on the top of them. Maybe I could just like do a quick you know, like touch up of them when they're on the cart itself and kind of put a sheet around it so I don't get anything all over the cart. But yeah, so the first coat is on. I think it's sticking. Thought I saw a couple places where it might be bubbling, but the deglosser usually does pretty good. It's gonna need multiple coats for sure. So I'll put 2 or 3 coats on this, probably 3, and we'll see what's happening. We'll let these dry for about 30 minutes. All right, out here ready for the second coat. First coat came out awesome. I do have the heater going in here. It feels nice. Let's do it. I'm going to go ahead and try to put them back on and see how they look. Right out here, and there is some abnormal wear on this passenger side tire in the front. I'm going to go ahead and rotate the tires, hopefully, if I can get that done. I think I have all the tools I need, and then we'll figure out what's causing the wear on this. It may be bushings is what someone was telling me, but we got to figure that out and replace whatever is shot. All right, so I rotated the tires and found some weirdness on the PSI. So this tire is, they're all over the place basically. This tire is at 32, the other one is at 17. I read online a good PSI is 20 PSI. So I'm gonna go ahead and take some air out of this one and air the other ones up. All right, everybody, we're out here, Rich and Trish, and we are decorating the cart for the annual golf cart parade. And we have probably one of the best carts, I would say. We have like passengers riding on the sides. We have the snowman and the Santa Claus. We have garland, we have balls, we have lights, a Christmas tree, which we haven't decided what we're going to do with yet, but let me turn the lights off so you guys can actually see. And let's shut the door. And we get a good look at night.
And this is coming.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, it went off. Oh, it's got issues. And there it is at night. This thing looks crazy. Oh my God. This thing looks insane.
I love it.
Oh, the light came back on. It's so good though, man.
Having an insane storm right now. The wind gusts gotta be 50, 60 miles an hour out here in Jacksonville. This is crazy. Look at this. Florida life, man. Welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here we got my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and right over here my 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we have been blessed by Shine Armor again, who as our sponsor has provided us with this nano glass coating. We're going to be taking a look at that and how to apply it on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, so stay with us. Welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here next to me we have my 2023 Model S Plaid with less than 700 miles on it. Over here on this side we have my Club Car Precedent golf cart. This is a 2014 Club Car Precedent that was completely remodeled. And today we are lucky enough to be joined by Shine Armor again, who is sponsoring the channel, and they have provided us with this nano glass coating. So today, if we can get a break from the traffic, we're going to show you guys how to apply this on the 2023 Model S Plaid windshield. There is a special way you have to apply this, so we're going to show you how to do that, how to get it perfect, and that way your glass is protected from now on. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage again, and today we're going to show you how to install the Shine Armor nano glass coating onto your windshield. But there's some preparation steps, and the first thing you're going to need is some invisible glass. This is going to completely clean your windshield to get ready for Shine Armor, so just spray that on there. Take a clean terry cloth towel and go ahead and wipe your windshield down completely. And make sure that you get under the windshield wiper. Again, sorry for the car going by. Not much I can do about that. And that side is completely clean. Let's go around and do the other side with a new towel. And all we're doing right here is spraying our invisible glass on with one side of the towel, wiping down completely to get all the dirt off, and then flip the towel over to the dry side and go ahead and buff out that invisible glass from your windshield. And as you can see right here and right now, the glass is completely clean. And then we have a couple of more steps to getting this nano glass coating onto the windshield of the 2023 Model S Plaid. Back out here in front of the 2023 Model S Plaid, this guy has less than 700 miles on it. And we are trying to take care of this car, and one of the ways that you do it is by using quality coatings on your car. And Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of this 2023 Model S Plaid, and have provided us today with this nano glass coating that is going to assist you in getting your car windshield perfect and also resist rain and dirt. And we're going to have to show you how to put it on now. So Shine Armor graciously provides you also with a pump spray. So let's go ahead and take off the cap. And there is foil inside there, and we will put their pump spray in there, and then we are ready to start on the next step. The next step of this process is to apply the nano glass coating on one half of the windshield at a time. And so we're going to start over here and just spray on the nano glass coating like so to half of the windshield. All right, for this next step, you do need a clean cloth, and Shine Armor was so gracious to provide us with this bag of their nice terry cloth towels, which are super soft, super absorbent, and perfect for the 2023 Model S Plaid. And what you want to do is
buff from the bottom up. So you start at the very bottom of the windshield and buff it until you work the haze out. Don't forget to get under your windshield wipers, just like this. And buff it very firmly. Flip your towel over. Make sure you get the whole entire windshield and get all of the haze out. Flip your towel over again and prepare to move to the other side. And do the same thing here. Apply a generous amount. And take your towel and buff from the bottom up, just like this. Getting all of the haze out. Flip your towel over if you need to, and get that windshield nice and clean. Just like that. And we're ready for the next step, guys. All right, guys, for your final step here, now you're gonna take your one last clean terry cloth towel and you're gonna buff out that windshield one more time. Don't forget to get under your windshield wipers. And move to the other side. Flip the towel over. And that does complete the process of putting the Shine Armor nano glass coating on your windshield. Now this windshield is protected from rain. Water will flow off of it easier. It's protected from dirt. It'll be easier to clean the next time. And you guys need to get this for your car because Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of this 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And they would love it, and I would love it if you would go buy from our affiliate link. It would help us out greatly, and you guys would love this for your car. So check out Shine Armor Nano Glass Coating, and now we're gonna take it into the 4K production studio and take a closer look at this online. Welcome back to the beautiful 4K production studio here at Supercar Street Racing, where we take some time out of our day every day to show you amazing products. And we are super proud to be sponsored by Shine Armor. Now, Shine Armor makes so many great products for your car and other vehicles, and right now we have their website open. There's a number of things for the outside of your vehicle. Shine Armor did ask me if I wanted to try their nano glass coating, and we're taking a look at that right here. It is $20.95. And when we click on the nano glass coating, we can see here that it is a coating for your windshield that basically protects it from rain and dirt and makes it easier to clean. It says right here it's perfect for owners seeking window protection and enhancement. It says that like car windows are currently and always exposed to road grime and water, and so putting this coating on your window will make it so much easier for you to deal with. It says that right here it has a hydrophobic coating that reduces dirt and dust accumulating on your windshield. All you have to do is just apply it on there and buff it off. It says right here, you just put it on the windshield and buff it off, and that is literally all you have to do. And you saw how I did it out in the garage on the 2023 Model S Plaid. Once you have this coating on your windshield, you can see here and right now that it gives you long-lasting durability and protection. You can use it on your cars, your trucks, your boats, your planes, your shower glass door, anything glass. I'll probably throw it out there on the golf cart, even though it is a plastic windshield. I want to see how it does. Even though it barely gets wet ever, it does get dirty. And right here, it's showing you how to transform the way you care for your car with their nano glass coating. It's a game changer. It revolutionizes the way that you care for your windows. It is a much better thing than just Rain-X. It says with its innovative formula and exceptional features that it stands out from all the competition. We will be giving you a little review here in a few months when we actually get to use it more, but we do have it on the windshield right now outside my garage. And it says that you can use this stuff for 6 to 12 months, and in my case it might be 6 to 12 years because I hardly drive the car. And it creates an ultra thin, super hydrophobic layer that repels dirt, water, and other contaminants, as everything will just then roll right off your vehicle. It will keep your window free from streaks and water spots, and a protective barrier safeguards your windows from scratches and damage. It also says if you like this, there's some other products you can check out. We do have their interior cleaning product that we're going to be checking out soon, and I actually want to try this on Dukes of Duval's golf cart when we do the detail. So going back to their home screen here, and here you can see all of their products shown, and we would love it so much if you would order through our links. It would help us out greatly. And Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of us, and that will keep them sponsoring us if you buy their products through the Supercar Street Racing links provided in the description. Guys, it's so good to have you on the channel. We love your support. We appreciate everything you do, and the thumbs up and the subscribe button are a must here. So really appreciate it when you can do that for us. And we will see you next time on the channel, hopefully very soon, on Supercar Street Racing. Peace out. We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm going to tell you what I did, how we're going to use this, and you're going to see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off, and that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work. It did put that sound in the background. That's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm going to do that for this video that it created. So I'm going to put this in there. This is the video that Pixverse just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did work.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm going to reproduce this with Liam.
The man is
walking
up
it made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video that we just worked with. I'm going to upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. We're going to go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're going to go 1080p. All right. Not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm going to add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. Guys, that's the new open that we made with Pixverse. So we made the whole thing in Pixverse. That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get Pixverse and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool Pixverse is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get Pixverse, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more Pixverse stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture. And I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. That's pretty cool. I love templates. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where Pixverse stands. Here's your AI leaderboard here. Pixverse is at number 2, image to video, and then text to video. Check it out. Look at that. Pixverse is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B, and you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool Pixverse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music, and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out Pixverse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for Pixverse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen right now with 3 different products to present to you. We have a huge hurricane coming, just switched over to category 5, but before that gets here, we're gonna do the dumbest thing and clean the garage door with our new products. I went ahead and got a window squeegee, I've got some Easy Glide glass cleaner here, and I've got so today on the channel, we're gonna introduce you to these 3 new products. Get out there, clean that garage door. So let's get busy. We don't have time to sit around here all day. We've got a category 5 hurricane brewing right now. It's gonna get us on probably Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Guys, we're over by the Supercar Street Racing sink now. We've got ahead and mix, and they do put a nice piece of tape over the top there because you know if you've ordered stuff from Amazon before, liquids, that it will just completely spill out inside of the packaging. So a lot of places have started bagging things up and putting tape on top of the cap. All right, let's get this over here in the sink and get this mixed up. I don't know how much a gallon is. I'm just gonna go ahead and put like half in here. So I'm just gonna put 2 capfuls. This stuff, very, very high concentrated stuff. That's not much. And then I guess if you go ahead and go really fast on the water, it's going to suds up. So let's fill it up slow. I'm gonna go ahead and put hot water in it here. The water's good and hot now. All right, it is not sudsing up hardly at all. Let's go ahead and fill that up to about halfway. I don't know how much a gallon is. This is a 10-liter receptacle here, so
10 liters is about 2.64 gallons.
Okay, so this refrigerator told us that we can fill up this a little less than halfway. Or we have to put more concentrate in it. So that is probably enough right there. Now let's get this outside with our brand new squeegee here. This is the squeegee. We're gonna put a link to all this in the description. Let's get out there and see if this thing does any good whatsoever. All right, we're out in front of the Supercar Street Racing garage door now. We're gonna go ahead and close it. It is raining, so we're gonna try to get this done before the rain ends, and you can see how dirty this door is from grass sticking to it. Let's go ahead and try out our new, I just spilled a bunch of it.
These nuts.
Oh, okay. Doesn't work very well. Not sure if I like that. Okay, back out in the garage, we're going to attempt to do this a different way here. This stuff, I don't want it to get everywhere, so I'm going to try to do this with this. And if it doesn't work well and stuff goes everywhere, then I am going to switch to the cloth. Hopefully it just dries. I'm probably just going to wipe down that bottom part. Yeah, this is a bit too messy for the interior because it is leaving just a puddle. But I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the garage door anyway. Garages get really dusty, so this has to be done. Keep this guy looking good. This is dripping everywhere. This allows me a chance to wipe down everything though. So far, not bad. It's not great for inside because it's so messy. Try not to get it everywhere. All right, guys, we are all done with the garage door. Outside and in took me about 30 minutes total, I think, and it came out pretty good. I used a rag to follow up to get all the moisture out that dripped down when I used the squeegee. It did do a decent job. I see a few here and there, little water spots, but overall, I guess it's a lot easier than using rags. So let's bring it back inside where we can clean up and come to a conclusion about these three products. Okay, we got our garage door all done. We did use the Easy Glide glass concentrate. We used our collapsible bucket there, and we used this squeegee / window cleaner from Amazon. Now let's go over to the Supercar Street Racing editing studio and take a look at all three of these guys online. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we have three products that we want to show you today that we did use to clean the garage door. The first one is the Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. Now it has a 4.6 star review, and it only takes a capful or two to clean a large amount of surfaces on your windows. It takes 2 capfuls for 1 gallon, and we did use that out on the Supercar Street Racing glass garage door, and you saw how it came out. It came out pretty good. I made a mistake of not cleaning all the grass off first, and that was a huge problem. But it did come out very nice using the Unger streak-free Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. And next on our list here we have this very cool collapsible 10-liter wash bucket. And it did work out very well for using the actual squeegee because it's actually the correct size
for the squeegee to fit into. And it's pretty simple. It's just a bucket that will collapse into a flat thing, so it works awesome. It does have a 4.4 star overall review right now, and it is available on Amazon for $13.59 at the moment. And the very last thing we have to show you guys today is this window squeegee cleaning tool. Now, I did look for a long time on Amazon for a professional version that has a wider track, but none of them had great reviews. All of them had some negative things to say about them, so I did go ahead and pick up this one that looks like one you would use for your car. And it did work pretty good. I was able to go ahead and clean the outside and the inside of the garage with this window squeegee cleaning tool, 2-in-1. Windshield cleaning, it just goes on forever. Now this guy is only $10. Today is Prime Day, so today is the day to buy it if you see the video today. But yeah, it's 32% off, so go ahead and pick up a squeegee for yourself as well. And that's going to do it for today, guys. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and helping Supercar Street Racing by buying all of your products through our affiliate links down below in the description. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys on the next one. We try to keep the content rolling, but right now we got to get out of here. I got to go to lunch at Cliff's.
Oh my god. That is hilarious. What is wrong with you? You got issues.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we are going to refurbish some old Malibu lights. So what we have here is some metallic copper base spray paint for the tops, which will go here, and we have some brown and actually this is called Satin Espresso, and this one is called Satin Dark Walnut. One's for the front yard, one's for the backyard, but this is my idea. So I've already replaced the LED lights in these with much more powerful lights inside these guys. So those guys have already been pretty much brightened up quite a bit. This one's got a few little issues, like it's separating from the base, but I wanted to start with this one because I need a template to cut some cardboard out to make an easy mask so that I can paint the top one color and then paint the bottom another color and not get paint all over both of them. So I got this Amazon box I'm going to use for my template. And what I'm going to do here is attempt, and there's wires in the way, to draw as close to this as I can without drawing on it. There's some flies out here that are going to drive me insane. And so I'm just tracing out a template. Now what I'm going to do basically is cut a little bit wider because we have this big lid. And then I'm going to slide it. I'm going to cut a slit in the side so we can fit around this without having to pull the light out of the ground, and then it'll just slide right up. And then I'll make another one. Well, I probably don't need another one because that'll mask off. And I'll need another one for the glass part, so we'll do that second. That'll be easier. So let's go ahead and cut this guy out here. So I'm thinking, let me think about this. So we actually need the big part. So we want to cut out the middle part. Yep. Actually, there's about to be some dead flies out here that drive me insane. Oh yeah. A little bit bigger. The goal here is that it fits
and stays without tape or anything else. And all it has to do is keep the glass from getting paint on it. So it shouldn't be that hard. Of course, now this thing doesn't want to cut. Got a little bit of error right there cutting. This thing is not doing well. And there we go. And so I think now, if we cut here and here, we will have our first template. This part doesn't have to be exact. We're just going for like protection for the glass. And that's that. Now my idea is, rather than take the light out of the ground and do it like that, my idea is to cut a slit so it will slide right on. So let's do that. Here. Now we take this guy to the ones that are already in the ground, and we just go like that. Hold it up. Get spray paint all over our arms and paint the top, and then we need to make a second template for the bottom for the stake. This guy's really got some problems. I might have to epoxy that piece back. But for the stake, it's pretty simple. We just need something to fit right around there. So take out the bottom thing, grab our Healy, pop a hole right in the center, close enough to put this. Oh, the wire's not going to fit through. Well, it's going to have to. I think we can just do it like this, honestly. Just to make the template. Yeah. Okay, it's just got to be a little bit bigger. There we go. That's perfect. Now we got to cut out our second template. The flies are absolutely killing me out here. I don't know why we have flies. There's like zero food out here except me. We got this thing. I'm about to blow up on a fly. My neighbor got one of those fly salt gun things. He loves it. Okay, so we got the hole cut. Now all we gotta do is slice it like this. Now we have our second template. So what that does is it goes right here, and we come up underneath and spray this guy here, and that's how we protect both parts when we're going to refurbish this light. Of course, we're going to get spray paint all over our hands, so we're going to put on some gloves. Yeah, that just slides on like that. That slides on like that. And we're going to test it on the spare light first. Alright, I'm kind of far away from the light because I don't want spray paint on my phone. But as you can see, we got the copper
This thing is kind of leaning, it needs to be repaired. This light is separating from the bottom. It needs to be like epoxied or something. So first thing we'll do the lid, the roof. I already tore the plastic. And of course that's not going to stay on the phone. If we're really good, we can get it in one coat. Oh, it's already running. Well, if it runs. Oh, I know what I did. I forgot to clean it. So yeah, I didn't clean the top of the light. I think that's why it's running. I think. No big deal. Oh, there goes my template. Got a little bit of runs on one side, but no big deal. You won't see all four sides. The top is basically done with copper. Got a little bit of runs left. And so we got our template here. This light is like just about to fall. So we take our template, mask, hopefully we don't knock the light down doing it. Stays pretty good. Almost had a disaster. Yeah, so this isn't working out very well on this box, on this trash can. So we got a few issues here. But good enough. Take the side that has the least amount of issues and face it away. And it does not want to stay there. Guys, our first stop on the refurb train is a pretty easy one, except house is kind of in the way, so what we're going to do is put this up against the house in the spring. It doesn't need the bottom redone, the bottom is in good shape, so all we are going to do is the top. Should be easy. We don't have to worry about the plants because these are all getting torn up to get concrete, so we are going to just clear that part out and not break the house. Like that. Yeah, that's sketchy. And let's let the wind die down. There's going to be breakings everywhere. All these clamps are coming out. We're just concerned about what we can see. The side we can't see this one. That's it. And that one is done. That was the easiest one in the world. How good that looks, guys. This is actually a really good one to show. I feel like we should do the base first. I'm not sure. I don't remember what we did last time. Base. It's kind of take this off. Mess everything up. So I'm going to try to do that. The glass is covered. It's going like crazy. Everything up. Okay. Very good. And of course the wind blew. Okay. And that's the only side you can see. So that part is done. The base is done. Now we have the glass. For it. It's not ideal. It works. Yeah, not ideal, but the other one was peeling, so better than what we had. This guy we can get away with a touch-up on the base, and then doing the top. So by the way, these are going to match my porch lamp. That was the plan. That's perfect. Bottom is already done. Just needed a slight little touch up there. And the top, this is the top piece dry. Should be money. Looks good. Oh, that looks so good. Come straight down on these, I can do a second coat. This guy is kind of hard to tell, but his whole bottom is not done because he was in the bushes. So he needs everything. So I think this time I'm going to try the bottom first. I don't know why, it all sucks. right here. And this one, I think, the steak is broken on this guy as well. So I ordered some more steak. Ordered some replacement steak, but until then we got broken steak. Really accurate. You can kind of just spray them. They don't. I mean, it's kind of an accurate. Go from the top, you won't get the glass. I'm gonna try it without the template. See what happens. Alright, well you don't get the edge, but that works great. I think that's good, guys. Came out awesome. Dang, these things look so good. They just make them pop. This one is not bad. Just a little touch up on the base. Perfect. Shoot straight down on it. Don't get my glass. Oh, that's so good. I'm so stoked. That one's dented, but so what? So this one doesn't have any paint on the base in the back. I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit on there. Kind of push it up. What I love about this is you can take the mulch and just cover it up after. Oh, we got a little bit on the glass. You can still see it on the back side. Let's face it, these lights are probably 10 years old. They've been refurbished twice. Honestly, I'll probably go back and put a second coat on all these. It looks awesome. Okay, guys. Time to clean up this guy. Give me some loving.
Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You are back again on the channel, and we are so happy to have you here. And yes, we have some more of these junky mainstays lights because we are going to return the ones that broke and replace them with these because they broke after a couple of weeks in the warranty period. So, yeah, let's get these things replaced tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, back on Supercar Street Racing once again, we have a project, and that is these lights are absolute garbage and they don't last more than a couple of weeks, some more, some less. And so I have ordered 7 sets of them to replace the ones that burned out, and I'm going to return the ones that didn't last because they were still in warranty. So yeah, so we're going to get all these replaced tonight. We're waiting for it to get a little bit darker so we can actually see which strings. Most of the strings need to be replaced, so hopefully we have enough. If we don't, we'll have to order some more. So now we're just waiting for it to get a little bit darker. All right, we're out here in the Supercar Street Racing backyard with one mission tonight, and we're actually waiting for Dukes of Duval to come over and help. But we're going to be replacing all the light strings that are bad. I keep looking to see if he's sneaking up on me, but we have all the new strings right here, so we got to get all these unboxed, make sure that we save the extra lights from them, and then go replace all of the fixtures that have issues. So let's get one of these guys unboxed real quick. They're kind of a pain. They come like, and we have to save the boxes because we are returning all the bad ones. And that's not too bad. Alright, we've got one unboxed. And right here next to the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have our first set that we might be able to fix. We'll try new bulbs first on this guy right here and this guy. See if that does it. If not, we will have to replace the whole string, and they do come with spares. They come with 2 spare bulbs. This one's got several out, so that whole strip is out, which it could be the fuse. We're gonna need pliers for this. Yep, grab some pliers. All right, we got company to help fix the lights, and so this whole string is bad. We're gonna replace this whole string and then start moving down the line. That one just needs a new bulb. Pull it straight off. And then we got pliers to take the bulb out, but we need a spare. I don't have any yet until we open another package. All right, we got Dukes of Duval out here, and it's a nice, cool night, and we just finished repairing the string lights on the fence. And so how was that? Was that pretty easy?
Easy.
Easy peasy. We just real quick knocked it out in about 15 or 20 minutes, and as you can see, we were able to repair 2 sets of lights with spare bulbs, and we replaced 7 whole pairs of lights, and that's what we are left with right now. And now later I have a light down there on the dock that got hit by a tree limb that I have to replace, so I have a spare for that. And that's going to be it for this one. That's all this was just getting the backyard lighting all back into shape, and we got that done. So all right, I just wanted to give you guys one last look at the night shot here. Now we are on the GoPro mic. I don't know how good this is going to sound, but this is a shot of the yard at night. And I don't know how good the GoPro also will do at night video, but here is how it looks with all the fence light replaced and the new lamp under the patio. Now, I just ordered the replacement globe lights for the under the patio that go around here, and they go all the way down here and around the house. So we will be putting those up here, and they go literally all the way to that side. So those are on order, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoyed our beautiful night backyard shot here, and we'll see you guys next time on the channel very soon. We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm going to tell you what I did, how we're going to use this, and you're going to see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're gonna talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off, and that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work, it did put that sound in the background, that's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm gonna do that for this video that it created. So I'm gonna put this in there. This is the video that Pixverse just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did
The man
work.
is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm gonna reproduce this with Liam.
The man is
Oh,
walking
it
up
made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video than we just worked with. I'm gonna upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. We're gonna go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're gonna go 1080p. All right, not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm gonna add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. Guys, that's the new open that we made with Pixverse. So we made the whole thing in Pixverse,
That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get PixVerse and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool PixVerse is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get PixVerse, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more PixVerse stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture. And I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where PixVerse stands. Here's your AI leaderboard here. PixVerse is at number 2, image to video. And then text to video, check it out. Look at that. PixVerse is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B, and you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool PixVerse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music, and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out PixVerse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for PixVerse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner. Guys, so they just left. And they did the Guys, so check it out. Dude, look at this. So 24 hours. Yeah, 6 o'clock yesterday to today, but I put the second hose in like midday today. So it's like probably 10 minutes away. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed the video of the acid wash of the pool. Just giving you guys a little outro here because I forgot to record it earlier. But here is the pool all filled up now. And that took about 24 hours to fill. But about, I would say, halfway through the day, I put a second hose in. So yeah, so there is the finished product. And I also cleaned the pool deck and put away the hoses and replaced some of the pavers that got stained. And that's going to do it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. See you again soon.
Perfect, perfect.
We are back on Supercar Street Racing, and once again taking a look at the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid out in the garage. And we have our next piece of carbon fiber we're going to be applying today on the station. So hang out and let's have some fun. We have this nice piece of matte carbon fiber from RPM Tesla that we are going to be applying today to the Tesla. And this piece right here fits right over the stock around the charging pads. And the carbon fiber weave and everything also matches the interior of the car. So in other words, where the weave is down and makes its diagonal turn, it will be the same as matching up to the center console. Now, all you have to do to apply this carbon fiber piece is peel off the double-sided tape here. Once you have that peeled off, you stick it right over the factory piece, and this is real molded dry matte carbon fiber to match the Model S Plaid already awesome carbon fiber interior. So let's go outside right now into the car and take a look at what's already out there. Out here in the incredibly dark Tesla Model S Plaid, which has a lot of tint on the windows, and I have put a light in here so we can see where this goes. Now simply goes right here where they didn't put carbon fiber. They just have this fake leather fabric there, and it should carry the carbon fiber up around the charging port. So let's see how well this fits. And it does fit perfect. And that's what it looks like when you add the carbon fiber, and it follows the weave. If you look right there, it follows the weave on the existing carbon and matches it perfectly. Oh, I didn't have it on all the way. Yep, so I didn't push it on all the way. So that sticky tape's gonna have to be applied now. Now we just simply come to the back of this guy here and peel off all of the sticky tape on the back. I'm gonna go do that at the table inside, and it's a lot brighter in there. Okay, we have the carbon fiber piece right here, and all we have to do is come peel off all of the red tape. Once the tape is off, it is ready to be applied, and we go in there and we just push it on. Kind of a pain, but this is what's going to keep it on the car. Hard to get to. Fortunately, there's some long pieces here. Otherwise, it would be a huge pain. Switch to a wider angle. It's like pulling teeth, but pulling tape. We need to make sure we don't have any type of grease or any of that conditioner or anything in there, so I'm just going to wipe it down real quick, if I can ever get the Windex to work. Just going to wipe it down real quick with some Windex. Okay, we got our rag here. Just going to quickly get anything off of this that might cause it not to stick. really fast wipe down procedure. And I'm going to come back with the other side, the dry side. And just do that. It's that simple. Now let's grab the piece and stick it on. All right, we're ready to apply this piece. So what I am doing is putting a lot of pressure on this because it needs to sit flush all the way around. Needs like 30 seconds of pressure applied. Let's see if this thing still opens right. Oh, it does. Okay. I was worried for a second that that thing wasn't going to open anymore because this pushes right up against it, but I guess they have the design right. Yeah, it just seems to work fine. Okay. I think that is a finished product. And the center console still works like it's supposed to. So let me give you guys a better look at this. I know the lighting is poor in here and I'm fumbling around with this, but yeah. All right, be careful when you're doing this and working on your car. I put a little fine little tiny scratch in this carbon right here and I can't get it off. Maybe I can get it off later with something polished or something like that. But these lights fell over and did put a tiny little barely noticeable scratch right there in the carbon. But as you can see here, this is all finished and it fits perfectly. I don't have any fitment issues whatsoever here. It matches the carbon fiber weave, so the pattern continues down with the Tesla pattern and it looks exactly like the factory carbon fiber center console. So overall, I'm happy with this. Let's go inside to the studios and look at this online with Brad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are back in the 4K production studio, and our light did burn out, so we have to figure out getting a new light. I might be a little bit dark, sorry about that, but today we have this RPM Tesla molded carbon fiber charging pad frame overlay to show you guys, and they do have quite a few different carbon fiber products over at RPM Tesla. This one is really cool. It actually is a really good addition to the Model S Plaid center console area. There's also some more products like this, but I want to show you this real quick. Now this is the matte dry look carbon fiber, and that's kind of what matches the inside of the Model S Plaid. And as you saw in the video there, it does follow the weave and everything of the Model S Plaid carbon fiber. And here is a good look at it here, and here's some other pictures of it. And right here, there is a picture of how it fits right on, but that one is matching the gloss carbon fiber, not the matte. There is the matte look right there, which is pretty cool. They did a really good job on this. It does press right on with 3M tape and had no issues getting it to stick or anything like that, and no issues with fitment whatsoever. It was perfect. Here's another look at it, and the red stuff on the back is the 3M tape. And there's another look and a final look at it. And if you do come here and you go to Model S, and you go to real carbon fiber parts right here, it will take you to all of their parts. And checking out some of their other parts right here, you can see here their turn signal overlays, which I do have those. They have the Viento front lip spoiler. It's made out of real carbon fiber. I don't have that one. I have a different one. Mine is an overlay and it doesn't stick out as much as that one does. They have this diffuser, which is kind of cool. It does come in matte dry. And I've been thinking about getting this, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet because you have to do some pretty intricate installation tricks. And you see right here they got some carbon fiber canards eyelids for the front. Not sure how that would look. That might be cool. They've got a plaid type upgrade kit for the regular Model S and Model X, which is cool if you don't have that. This is center console sliding drawer. I already have that in carbon because I have a plaid. Here is the handle, door handle overlays. I have those. Here is the front inlay, which I do have the little V inlay on mine as well. Here is a steering wheel bezel overlay, which is kind of cool. That might be interesting. It's $139 and it does come in dry. That might be a neat upgrade for my car. I'm going to look into getting that one. I really like that one. There's the charging pad, and this is another thing I really want to get from them. These are the carbon fiber seat backs, which look awesome. They look a lot more sporty than the factory seats do. They would look like this in dry in my car. Here's a center console upgrade kit. 7 pieces, kind of interesting. And here is a yoke made out of carbon fiber for your car as well, a whole yoke. And some armrest overlays. And then a round carbon fiber steering wheel. So you can see they have a lot of different carbon fiber, especially for the non-carbon fiber cars. Like the Plaid comes with a lot of carbon, so they don't have a lot to offer for that. They have a few cool things though, like the seat backs. But if you don't have a Plaid, they have a lot of other things that you can put on your car. I'll put a link in the description to this and to the RPM Tesla website, and I'm so happy you guys are joining me today with this. And please, please like and subscribe to the videos. And we got to get out of here. We got to go find some more carbon fiber. Let's go. Need to go ahead and shrink wrap on top. So we need our heat gun. All right, let's get the battery back in here.
All right, so this is the COM cable, right? We'll have to drill a hole on one side, so we need the drill bits.
Get that bit bar.
You got room for an amp over here.
You really do.
This hole's lined up. You don't have to do anything. All you gotta do is got it.
Think so?
I feel it pulling out down. As long as we don't run out of threads, we're good.
Oh wow, yeah, I see it. All right, take that off. Sorry, I should have.
Ah, look at that, ready to go, man.
Let's go.
Hey!
It's the next day and we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker. Cool. All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions?
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller. The next day and we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. So we have a USB cable connected to the side of the controller now, and I'm going to try fiddling with the USB port serial settings to see if I can get this thing to connect. And I'm just waiting on the slow computer. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker and radio holder. I think I gave you this years ago, right?
You did. You had it out of another golf cart.
Came out of my RXC, I think.
Yep, and you passed it along.
I remember this now because it's a Apollo thing.
It's worked good.
2, 3 more over here. I'm wondering if we don't need a driver for that USB. I'm gonna go to their site and see if there's anything else.
Let's see.
More screws in it back here? They're back here. Very back. There. One of them's in there.
That's weird. I don't see.
That's that, man. All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit. It says for performance, a new standard speed torque curve is suggested. Do you want to change to the new one?
Yes, I think that was part of the problem that I had last time, so they must have made an update.
All right, we said yes to it. And I think now all that's left to do, it looks like it's done with the update. So now all you have to do is mess with your controls and see what works the best.
So the plan is that we're going to put regen back on, which I removed. I just wasn't a fan of it, but just for maximizing the battery, we're going to use the regen on it.
Okay. Only one problem is this thing doesn't work on battery, so we can't drive around with this without your inverter hooked up. The laptop battery doesn't work. We need to have it plugged in. So you need your inverter on, or we need to get a laptop with a battery, one or the other. They don't have an app? Oh yeah, yours isn't Bluetooth.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions? Okay, we're set.
And that button will turn blue, and when it turns back to white, you're ready to give the test.
Okay, now, okay, and you don't think the enable speed limit is an issue, and it has turned white. So, okay, well, we're going to go run and test this. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do this while on the fly, so we're going to have to hang up and potentially call you back. But I think that I got a pretty good understanding of it now to be able to make the adjustments as needed. And the other thing, the throttle rate, I have it set at 7%. We did that just because, at least at the time a couple years ago, when I would hit into the throttle, it was jumpy, very jumpy. Has that since been fixed? It was jerking through the whole thing, so it was more like that as opposed to just the initial jerk on taking off. For the maximum RPM, I have it set at 6,500.
So yeah, basically you'd want to know what the max is for that motor and keep that number around there.
Okay, understood. I could do a little research. So, all right, perfect. Awesome. Hey, man, I appreciate you. Nah, man, I just want to say I appreciate you guys' customer service. You guys are always quick to the phone and know all the answers. So thank you very much.
All righty. You have a nice day.
Appreciate it. Bye.
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller finally, and we're going to see if that makes a big difference in the top speed and the acceleration with the new lithium battery. Now we don't have to really worry about pulling too much drain on the batteries. Probably going to pop a wheelie. Car coming too. All right. You gotta get your speedo.
Alright, so our max speed prior was 30 miles per hour where it capped. I also have my back right tire is a little flat, which will make a difference on top speed.
Okay.
We're going to see if it unleashed it, which I don't think it did.
I bet your speed limiter's doing that.
Still at 29.
Yep.
I don't feel my regen kicking in drastically. So it might be something else that we're going to look at. So we're going to go back, make some adjustments. I'm going to take that top speed off.
Okay.
I'm also going to adjust the top end RPM.
Yep.
From 6,500 to 7,000. I think it can take it. And then let's get this regen figured out.
All right.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Wait, I put it up again. I need a big place to put it. Oh, it's worse. You actually added material.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Problem is, like, if you do it, it like jumps it off. So I'm not gonna keep doing that.
That's what
and this is fine because it's covered, so I don't really care about that. I just want it to jump and hit something else.
Looks like the Amazon logo.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
All right, we're out here at Ace Hardware just looking at the connectors. Let's see, we're looking for ring connectors for the largest gauge. That's 12 to 10. I don't know if that's big enough. They probably don't have the big ones, would be my guess. They're very hard to find. I'm gonna grab these large. These will definitely not work, the hole's too small. So I grabbed a pack of these with the larger holes, and I'm gonna roll with those. Some more stuff up here, very top. There's some ones that don't have insulation. But yeah, I'm gonna go with these and see if these will work. All right, Joe's over here in the hardware section getting the bolts and nuts, which will cost a small fortune, but should do the trick. All right, we're just wrapping up the end of this part 3 of our video today, and we are gonna go for a little ride here and just kind of measure the speedometer here of the golf cart, because when we last took you guys out, we had not adjusted the controller, but we showed you the adjustments, and now we just want to go for a little ride and kind of see what it's like now compared to what it was before.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we worked on was adjusting the controller And then the controller has a few different things that you can adjust. The first thing that I did was the throttle response. I had it set very low, so when I pushed into the throttle, it took a long time for it to start to get up to speed. So I increased that back to normal. So that was one thing that's already been done. So we should take off a lot faster this time. It's much quicker than what it used to be.
Very much faster.
Yep. And then it also had a governor on it which would not allow it to go over a certain RPM. So I took that off, which will allow it at this point to not stop at a certain speed and allow it to continue to increase speed as long as 1, the battery's charged up, and 2, if we're heading downhill. So we should be able to get top speeds of 35 to 39 miles an hour right now, depending on a couple conditions. And then the other thing that I did was I turned the region back on where I had it off before. I just never really was a fan of it having the control of stopping the car for me without using the brake. But I figured to maximize the amount of voltage out of the battery, it was better for me to turn it back on, because when it does work, it's actually charging the battery as I let off the brake, as I let off the gas. So that will help the longevity of the battery when I'm running around having a good time with it. And then also, and I can go ahead and do that now, let's pull off. I have the Bluetooth option that I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys. That's pretty straightforward and kind of nice. The one thing about this Bluetooth though is that each time that you go in and out of it, you have to go back to the device list, and then it should connect each time.
And this is just the battery, correct? Nothing to do with controller. Okay.
Nope, not at all. This is just the battery. So right now, if you're looking at this, it's got a bunch of different stuff that we'll go over probably in another video, but I can at least on the screen see what my percentage of my battery is. So I have 93% right now, which is plenty of time for me to run around and have a good time. So we're gonna go and stretch this thing out. We'll run it for a little while. I think we're gonna get some sampling of how fast we go, and we'll report back.
Yep, I'm going to switch over to the speedometer and record the phone real quick. All right, we move to the phone now with the speedometer recording.
Okay. All right, so we'll get on the main road here.
It's already doing 21.
And that's half the throttle.
Punched it. That's full. 20. 2. 3. 4. 27. 29. We're going to run right into the back of the car. 31. 33. 5. 37. All right, we got the cart up to 37, and we're going to be wrapping this video up because it's almost dinner time, and we're also been working all day on this.
Kind of a recap, obviously from my old batteries that I have, comparison to now, major increase in regards to the power and the sustaining power that it has. Opening everything up with the battery, with this battery, gave us the top speed of 37 to 38 miles an hour, which is really, really fast for this golf cart. So I'm extremely happy.
And we'll see you guys next time. We're going to wrap it up. See you in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, directly in front of me here, eWin reached out to see if I would be interested in checking out their ergonomic gaming chair. Now this thing is supposed to be awesome. I'm really hyped to get this in my office and replace my regular chair. So today we're going to be taking a look at this eWin ergonomic gaming chair. This thing looks pretty cool, man. Look at the box. It's very heavy. I feel like it's going to be a high quality product. It's one that I'm really looking forward to getting out of the box and checking out. Now, hopefully this is good enough to replace my old beat up office chair, and we can take that thing and set it directly on the curb. That would be my goal. So today, let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside of it. It's gotta be something awesome, right? Let's do it today on Supercar Street Racing.
Now, I don't know where I got this old chair from, but I've been using this in my office for a while. Right here in front of me, this office chair will hopefully be replaced today. So my goal is to get the eWin out of the box, directly out of the box right now, so we can go ahead and get this thing built and put over in the Supercar Street Racing office. But to get this out of the box, we have the trusted SCSR patented scissors. Let's go ahead and cut this box open. eWin reached out and asked me if I would want to take a look at this. I said yes. Now, honestly, I've been running behind because I have so much happening with YouTube scheduling that I was late, so I owe them an apology for that. But we're gonna go ahead and do this right now because I can't wait to put this in my office. As soon as we open the box, we see crazy good packaging, which I always love to see that with these content creation videos. And this packaging looks so cool. Check it out, guys. Shows you all the features of the chair. Drop test, it passed. Stability test, backload test, overturning test, swivel test, mechanism test, vertical armrest, and packaging drop test. All done before the package got here. And over here, there are some funny little things that you're not supposed to do. Don't sit on the edge. Don't lift weights on it. Don't let somebody sit on your lap. Don't put your surfboard in it or a sword. It's a sword. Don't surf on it. And don't go crazy and use it for a vehicle. All that stuff is on the box. Pretty funny. At least I have a sense of humor, right? This box is very heavy, by the way. Now, we got a nice big poster with instructions on the back. I can read this. This is the only thing I can read. So we're gonna put that over here, just like that, while we go ahead and open up the rest of this. Now, right here is a nice folder, and the rest is just the chair. Let's get this in a position where we can actually build it. Okay, I decided to build this in the actual room in case it won't fit through the door. And thanks to our sponsor today, Teslong, we're going to be using their quick fix toolkit here to help us out with this build. All these cool tools will be assisting us, hopefully. Now I've got the assembly guide on the bed here. Let's continue. It says to remove these 4 screws. You can eat this later, or I'll give it to your mom when she comes over. Okay, next step, slide the backrest right down onto the bracket. Okay, I just finished building my eWin gaming chair. You can see it right here, looking so fresh and so fly. You can see right here, it also has a magnetic pillow system, but we have to get this old chair out of here. That is the next step. We're getting this out and getting this one in. But to do that, we got to get this thing out to the street so someone can have it. I don't want it anymore. Perfect. Thanks, Ewin. All right, guys, we are off on an adventure right now. We've got an hour and 43-minute drive here to get to a restaurant that we're going to, on the way to pick up a brand spanking new vehicle. And I'm not going to tell you what that vehicle is right now, guys. You got to wait just like I do, and we'll get back to you with an update as we get closer. All right, guys, we are almost to our destination, about 13 miles to go until we get to Cocoa Beach, Florida. Super easy, fast trip, and I will update you guys once we get to the final destination. Guys, a little update. We have arrived in Cocoa Beach at our Airbnb, and it is super nice. As you can see here, we have everything we need and then some. And if you look out back here, we've got a pool and we're on the water. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we're in Cocoa. Looks like the weather's gonna break down a little bit and get wet, but took a nap, about to head out, grab some dinner, and get a drink. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We're sitting here at whatever, what is this place called?
Island Bar.
So we're at Waterfront Bar. And we were just talking about YouTube and how to create a channel. And if you look over here, we've got this wonderful view of the water here. And so we're sitting here having vodka. And we're talking about Teslas and the fact that I may or may not have just bought one tomorrow I gotta go get. So by the time this video's out, they know about the Tesla. So yeah, so this is how we make videos. And then
cheers. And that's my husband.
That's her husband over there. So we're just sitting here having fun. So we'll talk to you guys soon.
See you soon.
It is an absolute must to get out here and get an hour of walking done. It's not optional if I can help it, even though I got maybe 5 hours of sleep. I don't know. I think I fell asleep at 11 and woke up at 4:30. Typical when I have alcohol. But I am out here in Merritt Island doing my hour walk. When I am done, I'm gonna go find brunch or breakfast, have a keto breakfast, and pick up the new car at 11:30, hopefully, if everything goes like as planned. That's how you start your day. And there is the Lighthouse Christian Church chilling right there with the rainbow sign, right across from a school, I think. I had to record this. This is my absolute favorite house of all time. I am so digging the lighting on this house. I want my house to look exactly like this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I know about the soffit lighting, but this guy has like these sconces on the garage. So they got, waiting for cars to go by. So they got two single car garages, and on each side they have sconces. But the coolest thing, I would have probably done warm lighting in the soffits, but the coolest thing about this place is the door lights. Those are on each side of the door. They have the LED lighting. Place is awesome. Love it, love it, love it. They got the security cameras installed, brother. Yeah, man, cool. Guys, we are here. So now you know that I bought a Tesla. And
your destination is on the right.
It's probably that one right there on the end. That looks like that might be my car. So yeah, that's probably my car there on the end. Let's check in here. We are out here checking out the new car. The only thing I don't like is it has the Pirellis instead of the Michelins. It's got the P0s instead. And it just looks crazy. I think this is my second brand new car ever. So this is it, guys. 2023 Model S Plaid, black on black with carbon fiber interior. I've not been in the car yet to check it out, but that is the car. Registration is sitting on the dash, and we are just waiting to trade in the beater, which is right over here. All right, so he is working on the trade-in right now, taking the plate off and all that.
Figure out how to check the odometer.
Yeah, you just turn the key on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
which, because it says like the miles per gallon and all that stuff.
oh, push the little. We are inside of my new Tesla Model S Plaid. It is unbelievable. Literally can't believe it. And we are headed to Jacksonville, and we have 74% charge. We're gonna make it with 14% left, and that's all we have to worry about. And I do not know how to drive the car, so no clue what I'm doing here, but I am about to drive, and we've got cameras. It is absolutely strange to drive a yoke. It's like, actually the turning radius is so good it doesn't even matter. But yeah, we're driving in the new Model S Plaid, guys. I can't believe it, I'm hyped. And we're gonna go back to Jacksonville. Little update, guys. We are in the Tesla Plaid headed back to Jacksonville. When I left, it said that I would have 15% battery when I got to the supercharger. However, now it says 26% battery, so that has steadily been increasing. I have the driving mode on chill, the steering on chill, the acceleration on chill. Everything is in chill mode. So it looks like we have plenty of battery power when we get to the supercharger, and we'll go ahead and top it off because I don't have a charger coming until Sunday. So if I do want to drive it again, I'll want to get some power into it. But yeah, a little update. I found out how to play music, so I'm playing internet radio right now. And the only thing I don't like so far is you can't listen to phone notifications while you're listening to like internet radio and things like that, but that's just normal stuff. You're either on Bluetooth or you're not, so that's the way it works. And we'll give you guys another update at the supercharger. We just left the supercharger and it was charging at, I don't know if it was on purpose. He said that's a Generation 1 supercharger, so it's slower than like a newer one. So that's kind of normal for that one. It took about, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe to charge to 100%. And yes, I am charging it to 100%. Tesla's website says to do that, even though some people don't. It says charge all the time to 100. So I did it. It was $29 to charge for whatever range that is, 100% will give me. I won't be charging hardly ever out in public unless I travel, which I don't do very much because I will have a level 2 charger at home on the 30 amp dryer. So yeah, we're headed home now, and that's it. Nothing else to report. You ready?
Yep.
All right, so we've never even felt this before, so let's see what's up. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna hit it from just a roll. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Holy. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Wow.
It's not real.
I told you, you feel it in your stomach? Like, oh, wow.
It's not real. Is that crazy? Dude, is that the craziest thing you've ever felt in your life?
Was I really seeing 119?
Yes.
Wow.
Now you see why this is the fastest production car made?
My God, it's like
there's nothing that even comes close to
this. It was seriously like taking off in an airplane.
More. I think it pulls more. Gee, and that's a roll. I mean, that was a slight little roll, but I've never launched it. Dude, was that cool? That's the first time I ever felt it. So the brakes are a little sketchy in this thing. They're not the best in the world, so you got to be careful about being on 120 and then like trying to brake really fast.
Yeah, I noticed that just then.
I didn't get on them really hard, but they're not great. Everybody does like carbon ceramic brakes, but yeah, so that's a roll.
there's 100 right there.
Jesus, that's
What do you think, Joe?
Damn. Ridiculous.
You see why this thing's fun, right?
So ridiculous.
Wow. Don't get in trouble. That's all I can say.
Well, the good thing is nobody will hear you. It doesn't even look like you're going fast. You know? You're just fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down, and then let off the brake when it's ready, right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh, shit.
Oh!
Jesus
Make sure
Christ.
it's right up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit. Oh, shit. That's crazy.
Woo!
Oh my God.
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane.
We are live at the 2026 Consumer Electronics Show with Supercar Street Racing.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Supercar Street Racing here. I'm here with Joe also. We made it to CES 2026. I know you guys can't believe that. We're actually in Las Vegas, and we're here at the AutoCast booth, and they wanted to show you guys their awesome AI-powered products. Now, these guys focus on aftermarket AI systems that plug and play directly into your car. Now, the big idea here is effortless upgrades. There's no rewiring, you just plug it in and it works. Everything here is designed to make factory infotainment feel modern instantly. AutoCast designs in-car connectivity products with one thing in mind, and that is unlocking your car's true potential. Their tech upgrades are modern and they don't look aftermarket. They're all about smarter driving, not distractions. Now, the first product we're going to talk about is called Auto Wireless. It's a truly unified experience. Now, this product converts wired CarPlay or Android Auto to wireless. Now, this means every time you get in your car, you don't need cables, it happens instantly. And of course, that's a faster connection, a cleaner interior on your car, and a less of a wiring mess. And this product will work seamlessly with your existing system. Now, that alone is a massive quality of life upgrade for your daily driving experience. Now we're going to talk about the Auto Plus P3 Pro. Now, this is where AutoCast really leans into AI. With natural language commands, you can say things like, find me food, or where's the nearest gas? You can tell it to call someone, and even check the weather. Also, a really cool feature of this is it is SIM card capable. It can have its own internet access, and it has a TF card slot as well for media. This AI is meant for real-world driving situations. AutoCast runs their own operating system called Auto Drive OS. Now, Auto Drive OS is your theater on wheels. This is an Android-based operating system that AutoCast uses on their devices. This allows you to access the true Android screen in your car. This means you can download apps directly from the Google Play Store. You can multitask your way through navigation, media, and entertainment. This thing turns your car into a mobile smart hub. Next, we want to tell you guys a little bit about Auto Media, which leaves care behind and comfort ahead. So Auto Media focuses on safety and comfort, and it also lets you keep an eye on your back seat. This thing supports wireless CarPlay. It's designed for parents, long drives, road trips, and anything else. And it makes everyone feel safer on the drive. Now, this is the Auto Plus P3 Pro we talked about earlier. Check this out. It's plugged in directly into a factory navigation system here. And look at this. Look at all the apps on the front of the screen. These are like apps like Netflix, Prime Video, YouTube. You've got your maps there. You've got your telephone. And if I hit this, check it out. There's a YouTube channel, Supercar Street Racing. How cool is that? All you have to do is plug that into the existing system. So this is Auto Screen right here. This is a modern dashboard for almost any car. This works with 99% of any vehicle. It has an AI assistant built in. It has navigation and entertainment built in, and it's very good for upgrading older cars to a much newer technology. It minimizes installation. There's no wiring mess and no installation costs, really. It bolts right up to the top of your dashboard, as you can see right there. All right, so we're back in the AutoCast booth now, and right here in front of me we have the AutoCast Mini. Now check this out, guys. This is a small little cube. I have one here in my hand right here. Look how neat this is. So this is the newer version here that allows multiple phones to be connected at once. Now, we just got a demo of this, and I'm telling you, it is awesome. All you do is plug that into a car that already has Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, and this thing makes it a wireless device. And you can see right here, this iPhone here is actually projected onto this factory navigation system. So check these out. I'm going to put a link to these down in the description. Make sure you check out the Mini, and the brand new version is right here. You can grab that on Amazon as well. And these are all still for sale, even though this is the newer version here, which supports multiple phones. Make sure you check out all the links in the description to all the AutoCast products that we have. Everything that we feature today will be there for you guys to buy. And we want to thank you guys for watching. So check this out. We've got actual iOS on the left side, and we've got my camera here on the right side, the split screen. Very cool.
Okay, this is our Best Product Nominee Award. We are a tech magazine from Germany, and we choose, our editors choose some companies and some products for a award. And yeah, AutoCast has been chosen for this award, and our community will now choose at this award. He will be will get the prize at all.
All right, let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. You only get 5.
Was that 5?
Yes.
I don't know. I think it was 5.
Hold on, I'm a fun sponge.
Shoot as many as you want.
And look at where you're shooting and try to...
Wait, go slower. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and today we have a project to clean the fence again. It is time to do it again. It needs to be done about once every 3 months. And you see we did break out our Ortho sprayer to mix up a combination of goodness to go and clean the fence. What we're gonna do is mix a tiny bit of Dawn and some cleaning vinegar, spray it on the fence, and then use a scrubbing brush to brush the fence off and then rinse it off, and that should do it. And so I have my Ortho here ready to go, so let's get busy. Guys, Supercar Street Racing back in full effect after a short break and one video after that. We decided to come back and do this project before we head out on vacation. We are going to be cleaning the white vinyl fence again, and this time there is a few areas down by the pond that are starting to look mildewed and rough. I'll be using cleaning vinegar, and I'll be using the spray bottle and a all-purpose brush. And the first thing we're gonna do is mix a little bit of Dawn into this, then water, then the cleaning vinegar, rest of this at least into that jug, and then maybe a little from that jug as well. And I think that's all it's gonna take. If I was reading online, I do have other stuff down here, but it is a vinyl fence and you're not supposed to really put any harsh chemicals on it. Soap, water, and cleaning vinegar should be fine. I don't want to use all this because my housekeeper uses it and I'll have to go replace it before I leave on the cruise, but yeah, let's go ahead and get this stuff mixed up. I know you guys noticed that my appliances are all gone. They will be here on the 28th, but let's go ahead and get this bottle full of some soap and vinegar. I am going to put very little soap because it will foam up a lot. And then I'm going to pour this vinegar in there. This is cleaning vinegar. This is White House All Natural Cleaning Vinegar. We're going to follow that up with cold water because I don't have hot water in here because it is turned off because the dishwasher is disconnected. Cold water's fine though, I think. Should be alright. I'm going to do it slowly because I don't want it to foam like crazy. And if it doesn't look like it's enough soap, I will add a few more drops. Okay, it's not foaming real bad, so I'm going to put a couple more drops in there. And I am doing it slowly simply because I don't want soap bubbles pouring out the top. Go all the way up to about right here. Because when you put the plunger in, it raises the level up. And I have about 2.5 hours to get this done before I have to work. All right. Alright, we did get the entire fence cleaned except for the one around the pool equipment. That one is much newer, but it still needs to be cleaned. They all do every 3 or 4 months, and it is about a 2-hour job if you do it alone. And you can see the fence looks awesome, especially down here by the pond. It was really bad because it sits under trees and closer to the water and everything. But yeah, it came out awesome. The mixture really didn't help. It was just really soap and water, probably would have done the same thing. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'm gonna jump in the pool. Hey everybody, Brad here. Quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000 actually 1100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall, and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away I can see some issues with my wall boxes a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men. Right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anker Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with 2 curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do 2 sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like 2 on the outside, 2 on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. right, today we got Patricia's Jeep, and we are going to be getting that detailed today. So we're pulling up into the car wash right now. Love car wash. Gonna get this thing washed up, take it home, and then surprise her at the airport with a detailed car. Let's go. Supercar Street Racing, Sunday edition. Here we go. It's got all the cool colors and all the cool fake ceramic coating sell points, but yeah, the Jeep's getting a wash, and then once we get back home, we'll figure out the interior. So loud. I like how they got red LEDs to make it look like it's hot while it's drying your car. That's awesome. And the dry cycle. Alright, we're just going to take this thing home to vacuum it and stuff inside the garage rather than sit out in the sun. Get the old Craftsman shop vac out at home and get this thing vacuumed out and detailed. But we'll get it out here on the road, dry it off real quick. We got Patricia's Jeep here in the garage, and my plan is to go ahead right here and right now and wipe down the outside and detail the wheels and tires for her. And you can see coming out of the car wash, there's a bunch of water spots and stuff. And then we will put some protectant on all of the plastic parts as well. And we'll go ahead and get that done right now, but we got to get the terry cloth towels and everything out to get this done first. So let's get that going. I'm going to go ahead and use these terry cloth towels, turtle wax and dry, and then on the wheels and tires, the hybrid ceramic wheel and tire cleaner. And of course, I will put something down on the ground to keep my brand new floor from getting destroyed. That's the main ingredients right there, and all these towels right here. Go ahead and polish up the outside, do the glass with the invisible glass spray. Go ahead and detail this thing, and when she gets picked up from the airport in it, it'll be fire dog. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the whole Jeep with the turtle wax. We got the wax and dry here, and I'm going to go ahead and buff on and then off with a cleaner towel. We have finished detailing the exterior of the Jeep. All I have to do now is just pick up my various rags and stuff. You can see we detailed and polished the whole thing and the wheels and tires. And we cleaned all the exterior glass. The next thing I'm going to do is open the doors and kind of clean the inside of the door sills and clean the windows on the inside with glass cleaner and then start the interior detail process. But you can see right here and right now the exterior came out really good. It looks 1,000 times better than it did. It's super clean. But now it's time to get busy on this interior if I can figure out how. I guess I'll go ahead and do the windows first on the inside and work my way from there. Somehow this top part folds up. I'm gonna go ahead and probably vacuum this out really good after I take everything out. Then pick the seat up and vacuum that part out. But I want to make sure I get the top of the seat vacuumed. But let's get the vacuum going, get this back windshield clean, get this back area done first. Okay, we are completely done detailing both the interior and exterior of the Jeep. Looks amazing. And I forgot one rag right there, but this is probably the best I've seen it look since it was brand new. And on the inside, we simply wiped everything down, vacuumed everything out, cleaned all the glass, and it came out like a brand new Jeep. Hopefully Patricia is super hyped when she gets off the airplane. You guys can see right here and right now, the Jeep looks good, and we did clean up everything. And when Patricia gets off the plane, we'll see how hyped she is for her polished Jeep. So yeah, the Jeep is all comfy here in the garage, and Patricia is probably an hour and a half out. And of course, the minute I plan something, this happens. It is raining with the sun out, which is strange. There must be a rainbow somewhere. But yeah, it's we got a good shower going right now, which that's fine too. Grass can get watered, but at the same time, I don't want to leave until the roads are dry. We did have rain in the forecast today, so this isn't surprising at all, honestly. But yeah, so I'm just waiting out the rain. I'm sure it's going to end here pretty soon because Florida. Yeah, this is one of those flash showers that will end here momentarily. There's blue sky right there, rain clouds right there, and we all know this will be over shortly. We'll wait 30 minutes, roads will dry out. All right, we're going to pick up Patricia from the airport, and of course, the road is wet, the trees are wet. I think the rain is over, not 100% sure, but it's definitely ruining the surprise, but the insides still fly. So let's go. We're just sitting on the side of the road, you know, no big deal. Waiting for Patricia to get back. She's at the luggage thing, I think. And then we're gonna go to dinner. And I want Texas Roadhouse. I heard it was really good. And I'm kind of craving steak, so let's see what happens. All right, we are almost there. This guy right here is killing me, literally. I guess I better slow down because I'm speeding. So she said she's at the very end. So I will update you guys when we get there. Oh, I see her. I see her. She travels with dresses on. Like a nerd. That's definitely her. Looking like Prince reborn. What's up?
What are you doing? I'm scared.
We're recording you. You don't even notice yet.
I noticed that my Jeep is super clean. And that's what you
That's your present. I detailed the inside and the outside for you.
That's very nice.
All of it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm really tired, or I'd probably be jumping up and down.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get your stuff in. Kitty, it's Halloween. This is your favorite time of year. You can walk in front of a bunch of, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Walk in front of a bunch of people. Hi, Kitty. This is your night to shine.
Alright guys, check out the Govee sconce lighting on the patio. It looks so sick. So sick. I guess I better get the tablet so we can like run through the patterns and like take a look. But dude, OMG, Becky, look at this.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. You ready for another one?
Always.
This time, we're diving into the world of SpaceX.
All right, SpaceX.
Reusable rockets, astronauts to the ISS, that massive Starlink network, kind of big deal. But we're going beyond the headlines with this one.
Oh, yeah. What do we got?
Articles, sure, but also some pretty interesting Reddit threads, even a piece about their move from California to Texas.
Wow, a real mix. That's what I love about these deep dives. You get to see things from all these different angles, official news, hardcore tech analysis, and, you know, the raw passion of people who just love space.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, mission for today. Figure out what makes SpaceX tick. What's the secret sauce? What are the challenges? And what does it all mean for the future of space exploration, especially for you listening right now?
Let's do it.
Okay, first off, got to acknowledge that SpaceX has done some pretty amazing things. Reusable rockets like the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, those have seriously slashed launch costs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Their Crew Dragon is basically a taxi service to the ISS now. And then there's Starlink, aiming for global internet coverage.
It's mind-blowing how they've changed everything. Like, before SpaceX, space was pretty much just for governments with tons of money. Reusability was a sci-fi dream, and launching anything cost a fortune.
Right. Now it's almost routine.
SpaceX really forced everyone to rethink the game. And, you know, it's crazy to think about their early days. We found some info about their early struggles. It was pretty intense. Multiple failed launches with their first rocket, the Falcon 1.
Oh, yeah, the Falcon 1.
And Elon Musk, I mean, he was putting in his own money just to keep the company afloat.
Talk about a gamble.
Seriously.
Thank goodness that Falcon 1 finally launched successfully in 2008.
Yeah.
And then, boom, a huge contract from NASA for resupply missions. What a relief that must have been.
That NASA contract was a game changer. It gave them the breathing room to focus on the Falcon 9. And that became their workhorse, you know. With that success, everything just took off.
What was the magic formula? How did they go from almost bankrupt to, you know, leading the space race?
There are a few key things. One that stands out is vertical integration. They build almost everything in-house. Engines, software, the whole deal. It's very different from those giant companies like Boeing who rely a lot on subcontractors.
That's a great point. I mean, imagine trying to bake a cake, but each ingredient comes from a different store across town. That's how a lot of traditional aerospace companies work. But SpaceX, it's like they have the whole bakery under one roof, so they can change the recipe quickly, avoid crazy markups from getting each ingredient separately.
Right. That in-house control gives them incredible speed and flexibility. If there's a problem, the engineer can just walk over and talk directly to the team building the part. It creates this culture of problem solving and rapid iteration.
And this amazing dedication, almost cult-like, we were reading on Reddit. People are working crazy hours because they believe in this mission. There's a story about how even the baristas felt like a crucial part of the team, keeping those engineers caffeinated.
There's a real sense of camaraderie, a shared purpose at SpaceX. It attracts people who want to push boundaries. It's not just a job, it's a mission. And speaking of pushing boundaries, that brings us to their design process. The fail fast, learn faster approach.
Yes, the famous SpaceX embrace of explosions. They're not afraid to launch prototypes, gather data, and adapt, even if it means watching a few rockets go boom.
Remember those early attempts to recover the Falcon 9 boosters? The first plan was using parachutes, and, well, as you can imagine, that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I remember seeing those videos.
But instead of giving up, they studied each failure, gathered data, and finally perfected those booster landings we see today. That's the iterative process in action.
Pretty incredible. Okay, so we've got vertical integration, this iterative design. But what about, well, you know, Elon Musk? You can't talk about SpaceX without talking about him. His leadership, his ambition, it's woven into the company.
Right. Musk's drive to do the seemingly impossible, it's contagious. It's everywhere at SpaceX. He sets these huge goals and then empowers his team to go beyond what anyone thought was possible. His influence is undeniable.
And that drive, that's what fuels their ultimate goal, right? Making humanity a multi-planetary species focused on Mars. A pretty ambitious goal that has definitely caught the attention of, well, everyone. But even with someone like Musk at the helm, things haven't always been smooth sailing for SpaceX.
True. There's been plenty of criticism and controversy, which we should talk about. But before that, let's address something we know is on your mind. What does all this SpaceX stuff mean for you?
Great question, and we'll delve into that later in this deep dive. But first, we got to talk about Starlink. This massive satellite network is aiming to provide global internet, but it's caused quite a stir, especially among astronomers.
Yeah, the concern is light pollution. You've got thousands of these Starlink satellites reflecting sunlight, and that can mess with astronomical observations. It's kind of like if someone were shining a flashlight in your eyes while you were trying to look at the stars.
Yikes. Not ideal. But SpaceX knows about this, right? Didn't they start adding visors to the satellites to cut down on that reflectivity? Are they doing anything else?
They've been tweaking the satellites' orbits and working on software to help astronomers, avoid them. But the debate is still going strong. Some astronomers say even with all that, Starlink could still really mess up sensitive observations, especially for those deep space objects.
It's a tough balance, isn't it? Expanding internet access versus protecting scientific discovery. Where do you fall on that?
It's a tough one for sure.
Yeah, it feels like one of those classic unintended consequences things. And that actually brings up another concern, space debris. I mean, the more we launch up there, the higher the risk of collisions, right? And then we just end up with this hazardous debris field around Earth.
Think of it like rush hour traffic, but in space. One wrong move and bam, you could set off this chain reaction of collisions, putting future missions at risk. We could even end up with a barrier, blocking us from even getting to space.
Okay, now that is scary. It's like we're building our own space junk obstacle course. But SpaceX says their Starlink satellites have systems to avoid collisions and can deorbit when they're done. Is that enough to, ease those worries?
It's a good start, but this isn't a simple problem. As more companies and countries launch stuff, we need some serious international cooperation, stricter rules to manage all that traffic up there. It's kind of like the Wild West in space right now. We need some, cosmic traffic laws or something.
Cosmic traffic laws, I love it. Okay, so we've got the light pollution issue, the space debris dilemma, and then there's the whole national security side of things.
Yeah.
Remember that article about SpaceX building a spy satellite network for a U.S. intelligence agency?
Right.
That gets complicated fast.
Yeah, it blurs the lines between private space companies and, government stuff, raises questions about who's really in control. Could this tech be used for military purposes? What happens to international cooperation in space?
It's like SpaceX has become this powerful tool in the global chess game. Makes you wonder how this is going to impact space exploration and our relationships with other countries out there. But let's shift gears a bit. Talk about some exciting stuff. What can we expect in the future?
Okay, back to the more optimistic side of things.
Right.
We've talked about Starship's potential, but it's not just about Mars. It could change how we travel here on Earth, too.
Oh, yeah, that whole point-to-point travel idea. Imagine hopping on a rocket for a quick trip to, Tokyo.
Right.
Sounds like something out of a movie.
SpaceX wants to make it real. Yeah. They're talking suborbital flights, New York to Tokyo in under an hour. That would revolutionize transportation.
What about space tourism? We've seen some of that already, but Starship could open it up to a lot more people.
Absolutely. Imagine orbital cruises, lunar vacations, honeymoons on Mars.
Honeymoons on Mars, that's a new one.
Okay, maybe Mars is a bit far off. But the point is, Starship could make space tourism way more affordable, way more accessible.
So are we talking about a future where people are commuting to space stations for work, maybe even living in orbital habitats? It sounds wild. But with SpaceX, who knows?
It's not as crazy as it sounds. We're already seeing more interest in space-based industries. Manufacturing in microgravity, mining asteroids, experiments you couldn't do on Earth. Starship could be the transportation system that makes it all happen.
It's a huge shift in how we think about things.
Yeah.
We're not just exploring space anymore. We're talking about living and working there.
Exactly. And there's the potential impact on Earth, too. A lot of space tech ends up being useful down here.
Right.
SpaceX's work on reusable rockets, those advanced materials, life support systems that could lead to breakthroughs in transportation, energy, medicine, all sorts of fields.
So they're reaching for the stars, but their innovations could have this ripple effect, making life better here on Earth. Pushing the boundaries in space pushes boundaries down here too.
Exactly. That's what makes SpaceX so fascinating. But we can't forget the ethical stuff, the environmental concerns that come with these big plans.
Right. We talked about Starlink, the space debris issue. But there's also the impact of space travel itself, Launching rockets uses a lot of resources, creates emissions. What's SpaceX doing about that?
They're looking into more sustainable fuels like methane. They think they could make that on Mars using stuff they find there. That would mean less hauling fuel from Earth. They're also working on minimizing their carbon footprint in how they manufacture and launch things.
So they're not just focused on getting to Mars, they're thinking about doing it sustainably. It's great that they're taking those steps, but it's still a really complicated issue.
Totally. As we go further into space, we need to be having these conversations about the challenges. And it's not just SpaceX, right? We need to think about the impact of all the countries and companies out there.
You're right. It's a much bigger picture. And that brings up another interesting point. The growing role of private companies in space exploration. It used to be mostly government agencies like NASA leading the way. Now you have companies like SpaceX taking charge. Do you think that's a good thing?
It's both good and, well, maybe not so good. On one hand, private companies bring a lot of innovation, efficiency. They're not stuck with the same bureaucracy as government agencies, and they have different motivations.
Right. It's like they've injected this entrepreneurial energy into the whole space race.
That's a good way to put it. But there's the flip side. Their involvement raises questions about commercializing space. Will it just become another place for profit-driven exploitation?
That's a valid concern. We need a serious conversation about the ethics of space exploration, making sure it benefits everyone, not just a select few.
Absolutely. And that conversation needs to include everyone. Governments, companies, scientists, ethicists, the public. Space belongs to all of us. We need to shape its future together.
Couldn't agree more. Well, we've covered a lot. The big picture, the controversies, potential benefits, ethical dilemmas. But I'm ready to geek out a bit now. Tell me about the tech that makes SpaceX so unique.
All right. Let's dive in. One of the things that sets them apart is their rocket engine design. Their Merlin engine, which powers the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, it's a marvel of engineering, known for its reliability and efficiency.
And then there's the Raptor engine for Starship. That's a whole other beast. It's designed to run on methane, a fuel they could potentially produce on Mars itself, which is perfect for their long-term Mars colonization plans.
The Raptor is a full-flow staged combustion engine, a much more efficient and complex design than traditional rocket engines. It's another example of SpaceX pushing the boundaries of what's possible, constantly iterating and refining their designs.
It's like they're applying software development principles to rocket science. Always testing, iterating, improving, just like software developers update their code.
That's a great analogy, and it's a huge reason for their success. That rapid iteration, combined with their vertical integration approach, means they innovate at a pace that's unheard of in aerospace. They're not afraid to experiment and learn from mistakes.
Oh, and let's not forget about their autonomous landing system. Seeing those Falcon 9 boosters land back on that drone ship with such accuracy, it's mind-blowing every time. It's like a sci-fi movie come to life.
It's an incredible feat of engineering. The booster has to navigate through the atmosphere, reignite its engines, and land upright on a platform that's moving at sea. It's this complex dance of software, sensors, control systems, all working together seamlessly.
It's a testament to their mastery of both hardware and software. They're pushing the boundaries on multiple fronts, constantly innovating, finding new solutions to really tough challenges. What else should we add to our SpaceX tech highlight reel?
Their use of 3D printing is definitely worth mentioning. They're printing entire rocket engine parts, which lets them create these complex designs that would be impossible to manufacture using traditional methods. This speeds up production, cuts costs, makes their rockets more competitive.
3D printing really is changing so many industries. It's fascinating to see how SpaceX is using it to revolutionize rocket manufacturing. What about heat shield technology? I remember reading about the challenges of protecting Starship during re-entry. Those heat shield tiles have to withstand insane temperatures.
Absolutely. Re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at those speeds creates incredible heat. SpaceX has had to come up with innovative heat shield materials and designs to protect Starship. It's another area where they're pushing the limits of material science.
It sounds like they're constantly pushing the envelope, innovating in so many areas, and that's what makes them so exciting to follow. They're not just building rockets, they're building the future of space exploration.
And that future is full of possibilities. They're talking about a world where space travel is normal, humans are on Mars permanently, and technologies developed for space improve life here on Earth.
It's an inspiring vision. There are definitely challenges and ethical things to consider, but it's thrilling to imagine what the future holds for SpaceX, for humanity's exploration of space.
So where were we? Oh yeah, the tech.
The tech, always my favorite part. What makes a SpaceX so special on that front?
Well, for starters, their engines. They've really mastered rocket engine design.
Engines, okay. Like what specifically?
Take the Merlin engine, for instance. It's what powers the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Super reliable, super efficient. It's a real workhorse.
I've heard of the Merlin, yeah. But what about the engine for Starship? The
Raptor.
Raptor, right. That's supposed to be a whole different ballgame.
Oh, absolutely. The Raptor's designed to run on methane. And get this. They think they can actually produce methane on Mars using resources they find there.
Whoa, wait, really? Produce it right there on Mars?
That's the plan. It would mean they don't have to haul all that fuel from Earth for the return trip. Game changer for long-term Mars missions.
That's incredible. Yeah. That's like they're not just planning to visit, but to actually live there.
Exactly. And the Raptor is just one example. They're pushing the boundaries with all sorts of tech, like 3D printing, for instance. It's revolutionized their manufacturing process.
3D printing, yeah. I remember reading they're printing entire rocket engine parts. Is that right?
That's right. Really complex components that would be way too difficult and expensive to make the old-fashioned way. 3D printing lets them build rockets faster, cheaper, all while keeping things top-notch quality.
So they're ahead of the game in cost and speed because of 3D printing. Pretty smart. Okay, what about those landings? You know, those Falcon 9 boosters landing back on the drone ship. It's mind-blowing every time. How do they do that?
It's pretty amazing. Think software, sensors, control systems, all working together perfectly. The booster has to fly through the atmosphere, fire up its engines again, and land perfectly on a platform that's actually moving in the ocean. It's like threading a needle while riding a roller coaster.
It's hard to even wrap your head around it.
Right. It really shows their mastery of hardware and software, both.
Yeah.
And they're not stopping there. They're always looking for new solutions, new ways to solve these really complex problems.
Always innovating. Okay, so we've got efficient engines, 3D printing, those incredible landings. Anything else we should add to our SpaceX tech list?
Well, heat shield technology is pretty crucial. You know, protecting Starship during re-entry is a huge challenge. Those heat shield tiles have to handle some seriously intense heat.
Yeah, it's like falling through a furnace when that spacecraft comes back into the atmosphere.
Exactly. And SpaceX is coming up with innovative materials, designs, all to make sure Starship can survive those extreme temperatures, again, pushing the boundaries of material science.
So they're ahead of the curve on engines, manufacturing, landings, heat shields. What's the common thread here?
They're not afraid to push boundaries, to constantly innovate, and that's what makes them so exciting to watch. It's not just about building rockets, it's about building the future of space exploration.
A future where space travel is more common, more affordable, open to more people.
Exactly, and they're not stopping at just getting to space. They want to build a permanent human presence on Mars. It's a big, audacious goal that captures the imagination.
It makes you think about all the possibilities, doesn't it? It's what we might be able to achieve out there.
For sure. But it's also important to remember that this journey comes with responsibilities. We've talked about the environmental impacts, space debris, national security concerns. These are things we need to think carefully about.
We have to be good stewards as we venture further into space.
Yeah.
Making sure what we do is sustainable benefits everyone.
Right. Space exploration is this amazing testament to human ingenuity, our desire to explore. And SpaceX, with their bold vision and dedication to innovation, they've sparked something, this excitement, this sense of what's possible. It's going to fuel humanity's quest to explore the cosmos for generations to come.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into SpaceX, we're left with a sense of wonder, of possibility. It's been an incredible journey exploring their work, their goals, their challenges, and who knows what the future holds. But one thing's for sure, SpaceX will be right there, pushing the boundaries, inspiring us all. Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the garage. We have Joe's golf cart here, Dukes of Duval, and today is the second part of our battery installation video for the lithium-ion Mousesaur 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. So in the last video, you did see that we got everything out of the golf cart. We weighed the battery, 63 pounds of savings per battery compared to the new battery of what, 105 pounds?
Yep.
All right, so the next thing we have to do here is prep this golf cart engine bay or motor bay, whatever, for the new battery. And part of the problem we have, there is a spine sticking up that runs right between the 50% line here. So what is our plan to get rid of this thing here?
Yep, so we'll obviously have to get in here. We want to do a little bit of measuring, make sure everything kind of marries up to what we want. We don't want to make any cuts or do anything that we don't need to do, right? So I think that we're gonna have to do two things. One, we're gonna have to manage the battery to be able to be seated in here, to sit flush, to sit level.
Right.
And then we also gonna have to manage the wires to make sure that we have an opportunity to have the wires that you cannot avoid that run from the front of the compartment bay to the back to the controller area itself. So we'll have to manage that. We'll figure that out. But I think in the prior one that we did, pretty easy for the most part. You got to work with a little bit, but easy enough. So the plan, obviously, I think is going to try to center this battery up.
Okay.
Maybe. We may shift it all to one side, which may be better for mounting all this other stuff that we want.
We could do that. We could go to one side and make more room on one single side for other things.
Correct. Yep. So we'll have to play with it a little bit. So there is a little bit of engineering, we'll call it, to get it to fit in there. But again, you know, these are fairly universal. There are some things depending on your golf cart that you may have to do that's different than the rest, but nothing that most people can't manage to with a couple simple tools.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get my Dremel out, I think, because I have some sanding discs, so they're the flat discs. So we're going to go ahead and try to maybe take the flat disc and cut all the way down the bottom of that and go ahead and remove that part. And then we'll see how it looks either one side or the other. But one thing we have to take into account is we do have a power switch. We do have cabling that runs from the side, and we do have the positive and negative cable. So we can't put it all the way until we have our things hooked up and see what if we have any cables that are sticking out, because we do have some battery management stuff and some display stuff that has a little bit of a edge on it. So what do you say we go ahead and grab the Dremel, go ahead and get the vacuum cleaner too, because we talked about cleaning this bay out completely. Got the shop back here, so let's get to work and get this cleaned out.
Sounds good. Let's do it. All right, so looking at this, you know, just a couple quick measurements, taking a visual of it. We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting, but I think we got the right tool to make pretty fast work of this. So again, we have this ridge. We got a couple of little nodules that stick out here that I think are gonna have to come out. We're gonna cut it right flush to this here, so this thing sits directly on a nice flat surface all the way across, and I think we're going to be pretty good. So I have this oscillating tool right here. Should make pretty good work of it. It's not going to be perfect, but again, it's not the end of the world if you have a couple of cuts that don't look good, because it'll be covered up by the battery. You're not going to lose any rigidity. It's not going to screw anything up. There's no wires that run through any of this. So if you have this same golf cart setup, you should be pretty good.
Okay, Joe's about to start cutting the plastic here. We got a couple of cameras rolling here so we can see the process. And what I'm gonna do here is hold all of this aside while he goes ahead and cuts. Let's go for it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do these.
Nice.
Yeah, so leave that because that's for my converter.
Okay.
We might have to redo that a little bit, so we'll figure that out.
Redoing like almost everything.
Yeah, and we'll just clean this out and then go from there.
All right, we're out here at the street and we're about to kind of brush down the engine compartment, motor bay with Dawn and water and try to keep it off of the solenoid and controller while we do that. And Joe went ahead and ripped out the old stereo system, which is sitting up here on top. That's all coming out, so that'll be clean again. And then the new dash has a spot for a new DIN radio or whatever we decide to do. Maybe it's a tablet or maybe it's just a phone. And that wire is pretty much out now. That took like 5 seconds to delete. And now all we have to do is just grab the hose and we're gonna put some Dawn in there. We have a brush.
Yeah, busted the hell out of my finger.
I think that's a 50. Guys, honestly, I thought we'd get one in here while we're in there. That's so cheap.
So there's no numbers on it at all.
I'm gonna talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna order the right one right now.
Okay, we're back in the garage now, and you guys saw we just cleaned out the bay here, and the bay is actually in really good condition. We got a lot of this goop out with Dawn and a brush. We followed it up with a couple of rags, and now we just pulled the voltage reducer out, 25 amp voltage reducer.
So I'm gonna buy another one right now. We're bumping it up because we're putting a big system on here. So
yep. So we got to get something bigger for the big system, and we'll have to run bigger wiring as well. So Amazon has a bunch of voltage reducers. I have one on my cart. I think mine's 60 amp. So you want to buy one that has enough for not only for your amp, but also the rest of your accessories. So you got to run your lights, you got to run your... So Joe's ordering a new voltage reducer to go from 48 volts down to 12 with enough current and watts to work the entire sound system, which is going to be dependent on what he orders for his amplifier. But I'm guessing we'll probably end up with a 5-channel amplifier so we can run 4 speakers and a sub. Okay, we're back out here in front of the cart and we've made some progress. We actually got a lot of the plastic cut out here. We cleaned the bottom of the cart, and then now what is the current status of this? I see a bunch of cut stuff.
Yep.
But what happened?
Well, so as we suspected, we knew we would have to clear out some of the plastic for it to sit level. We had a couple of other little spots that we needed to do some additional cutting here and here. Yeah. We haven't fit it back in yet, but we're pretty confident that it's going to slide back in there, right? Which is good. One of the other things that's really great that we figured out is that I was concerned that the battery link was going to put these wires in play. But the battery itself is going to fit in here perfectly, not leave us much room right here for us to bolt it down this side. We'll figure something out, some way to get it bolted down, even if we just put 1 or 2 bolts in there. Okay. But it looks like it's going to literally sit flush, and it's going to literally sit right here where these wires can all remain intact and just off to the side with our connectors that are going to be on this side. Like just perfectly, just fits perfectly, which is great.
And the great thing is also, if we wanted to do an amplifier rack right here, we could literally have this entire side to do an amp rack. We could do like your new voltage reducer, your new fuse panel, and your new amp all over here, and it would be not cooped up here like the other one was.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we decided to do was we're putting in a new radio, so we're going to upgrade some of the things. So the nice thing is that with everything over here, again, like Brad says, it's going to give us plenty of opportunity to mount stuff over here. So the charger will likely go here or go here. We'll put the reducer, the inverter will go on here, which would be good. And then we'll even have room for other stuff here if we want to keep stuff in here, maybe an extension cord or whatever it may be, but it's going to work out perfect. So one of the things we're going to work on now that comes with this is the new charging port. So the other thing we got to make a decision on is that this thing here is some sort of an indicator in regards to the voltage. From an eye perspective, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest with you, but I do see some people are adding them in and putting them down below. But I mean, with the Bluetooth technology and then having the thing mounted up front, I'm not sure that this may be something that we use. This may work for other people, you know. So
I kind of agree. I don't think it's necessary. Like, you all have 3 ways to measure your voltage. You don't really need an analog dial to tell you that your voltage is low, because you'll have that. You'll have your Bluetooth, and to be honest, I don't think you'll ever run it to 0 anyway. So you probably won't ever have that problem.
Nope.
Okay, what's next on the list?
We got to get this. Let's get this charging port connected.
All right, let's
get that done.
Yeah, that's the first port side, right?
Don't want to mount it here.
Nope.
All right, I think we stick, Brad, with here, unless we think we want to put the amp here, but I think we put that right here. I could put the inverter back here, right? And if I could put the inverter and the fuse back here.
Yeah.
The amp could literally probably, if I put this up high enough, it could probably sit on the ground.
Straight down there. Yeah. We could do all the wiring down there on the ground, make it look nice.
Here.
Don't fit. Wrong one.
Really? No. Ain't no way. That's gotta fit, right?
Doesn't fit. Way bigger.
These nuts.
This one does though. So, all right, we're back out here with the hole saw, which kind of tweaked a little bit to the right, but we're going to go ahead and try to cut a hole here.
All right, so let's talk about this. So what we've done is went ahead and installed the battery charger, which went in very easy, couple tap screws, nothing to it. So one of the things about this particular product is that I've seen in other instances where they supply manufacturer specific replacements for the charging port itself. This one does not. Maybe that's something that they're going to do in the future, or maybe they offered that we didn't see. I'm not too heavily concerned with it, to be honest with you. This is very straightforward to install. So all we're going to do is find an area that makes sense, kind of keep it relative to where it was before. We're going to drill a hole with a hole saw, and this will literally just fall right in. We'll put a couple Tapcon screws, and it's ready to go, and it's plug and play. Very easy.
Okay, where are we doing the hole?
Yep, so center this, and I want you go right here.
All right, you ready to center?
Yep, go. Look at that dang.
Crawling all over the place.
That is.
Are you serious?
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
Oh, it's way better, whatever you did. It's not wobbling now.
Keep going.
Is it through?
Yeah. All right, stop. Clear that out, and we'll go from the back side.
All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and so he's going to go ahead and plug in his printer cable so he can print stuff. So he's going to turn up the, I guess it's called like the, what is it called?
Well, a couple things that we're gonna adjust. One,
regen.
I'm gonna just adjust the regen, and then I'm gonna adjust it's got like a governor on it right now, and I'm gonna open that up.
Look at that blue thing, dude. All right, guys, we're about to throw this battery in because the next step requires the controller to be programmed, and we can't program the controller without power. So that means we have to connect the battery. What side do I go to? This thing's a beast, dude. All right, now we're gonna put the battery in.
Flush. The battery, after we did a couple little cuts in the plastic, literally fits in there perfect. The control for the runoff switch is able to still be usable, which is good. Having a little bit of difficulty figuring out how we're going to bolt the side down. So we'll figure something out for that. But I went ahead and connected it just to do a dry run. Connected it right up. As soon as I turn it on, I can hear my solenoid engage, which means that that's a good sign. Yeah. Turn the key on, and we're already sitting at 52.6 volts. So in theory, right now, this golf cart will run as it sits.
So did you connect the charger to the battery as well?
I did not. We just quickly connected it right now, just to check.
You still have to connect the charger.
Still got to connect the chargers, amongst other things. So this is just kind of a dry run. Okay. So all I wanted to do was get power to see if my controller would kind of come up on my laptop, and I'm hoping that it will. So that was kind of the biggest thing, but simultaneously, like, everything's as it is. It's supposed to be.
All right.
So cool. Let me see if it...
Check your laptop. All right, Joe's working on the software for the controller while I clean and vacuum the rest of the place.
Dude, come on, buddy.
Come on, dude. Yo, club car came with USB ports? All right, guys, we're back out in the garage with Dukes of Duval and his golf cart, and a lot of stuff happened since we talked to you guys last. One of the things that happened was I cleaned the entire dash. So I went in there and I got all of the dash cleaned with the Aerospace 303, which is the Denver zip code. Area code. And it looks so good. And then we also hooked up the display right there.
Very easy, super easy to do.
Tried to hook up the controller, but it's not responding on USB.
Correct, so we're gonna have to look at that.
We're gonna have to check that out later because he wants it programmed a different way. But if you can hear this right now, this thing is ripping so hard, and it went up 1% already, but it was 44% state of charge when we hooked it up. We mounted the charger there, and the little charge indicator there, it's flashing, the analog dial, and then his voltage meter right here. We got the cart completely reconnected, and it's really just time to, since we can't change the controller, all we can do is go rip this thing. So that's the next thing. We're gonna see if this thing actually works. All right, guys. Welcome to the stream. So today we're taking a look at the Starlink mission. Trying to figure out if my audio sounds good or not. So I'm listening to it in headphones here. Oh, it actually does sound good. Okay. Wonderful. All right, so today we are looking at the Starlink mission. And this is for SpaceX to put another batch of Starlink satellites up. And I don't know if you guys heard or not, but SpaceX actually put Starlink satellites up over the Ukraine so that Ukrainians could have internet access.
LWO1 WeatherNet, lift up conditions.
And here we go, so they are starting the stream now. Lower that volume a little bit there. Make sure that still sounds good on my headphones. Sorry guys, this is my first one, so I'm still trying to fine-tune everything. Yep, still sounds good. We are live. And there is Starman there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Good look at Falcon 9 with the vapor trail coming off the back of the engine there. There's the double landing.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 3rd, and you're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 awaiting its 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time launch from Launch Complex 30.
So it looks like we're still go for a launch here in about 10 minutes. And so right now they are fueling the rocket. You can see at the bottom of the screen right here where the RP-1 was loaded, and then the LOX loading is still going. They're going to chill the engines around this time at about I can't remember how long it is before the actual liftoff. They retract that strong back right there, and then we should see a timely liftoff here this morning. The weather looks perfect. It's actually I'm actually in Florida. I'm about 2.5 hours away from the launch site. I can't see them usually, unfortunately, but sometimes at night I suppose you could probably see it from Jacksonville. So he's just talking a little bit about Starlink now and how SpaceX has operational satellites over the Ukraine. Let's listen to see what he's saying here.
Similar to our previous Starlink launches this year, or some of them anyway, we won't have ground station coverage during payload deployment, which means we won't have live audio.
Okay, so we're not going to see it.
Of payload deployment in real time.
We're not going to see the video of the Starlink satellites being deployed. So what happens in the Starlink is that with the deployment process is that the Starlink satellites are stacked up inside of the bay there. The fairing pops off because it's no longer needed once in the vacuum of space. The fairing is just there to protect the payload on the ascent phase of the mission. Once they are in the vacuum of space, they jettison that fairing, which then falls back into the ocean. It's retrieved and reused. Now, SpaceX has been trying to refurbish these fairings now for a little bit because of the expense involved in them. So they are reusing the fairings. This will also be the 11th landing of this particular booster, and not sure which booster it is. But it will be the 11th time that it lands. And so you can always go to can always go check out like launch schedule. If you don't know, if you can go to Spaceflight Now and you can go to the launch schedule here, and here we're looking at, so it's Starlink 4.9 and it tells you the exact time. So this is supposed to go off in 7 minutes, and then we're going to launch 47 satellites. And so we're going to get to see a drone ship landing, hopefully for the 11th time. But yeah, we are live now. We're 7 minutes away.
Depending on the payload that we're flying. Above the first stage, we have our black carbon fiber inner stage. It's got that distinct color from the unpainted thermal protection system on the surface. This structure connects the first and second stages and houses our pneumatic pushers that are used during stage separation in flight, as well as the Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine on the second stage.
Notice this condensation coming off the rocket is normal. So what happens when the cold surface of the rocket meets the warm Florida air? It's probably about, I don't know, it's in the low 60s here in Jacksonville. Maybe a little bit warmer down south.
Payload into its destined orbit. The first stage will then return to planet Earth.
So there's a good look at, just read the instructions.
11th time on our drone ship named Just Read the Instructions.
And they're pre-watering that deck for the heat that's going to be generated when that landing burn is activated there.
The Starlink satellites until we get to space. About 3 minutes into the flight, once we've exited.
Good look at the fairing right there that they actually do recover. So this is reused. You can actually tell here that they refurbished this one. So that fairing is to protect the payload, the Starlink satellites on the way up to space. Looks like we're about 5 minutes away.
T-minus 35-minute mark. Falcon 9 uses two propellants, a refined form of kerosene called RP1, or rocket propellant 1 as its fuel.
The RP1 and then the LOX
as its oxidizer. The liquid oxygen is chilled well below its boiling point.
Yeah, so what SpaceX does to increase the performance of the engines is that they actually load propellant all the way up until the launch time, even with astronauts on board, which is unprecedented in spaceflight. And what this does is that gives the higher performance on the engines, because the fuel is super chilled, and that produces more performance. We're about 4 minutes away now, guys, from liftoff down at Kennedy Space Center. And they are at LC-39A, Launch Complex 39A, as you see right there. About 4 minutes away, guys. We're still adding fuel here. About 1 minute into when we're going to launch here, 1 minute before launch, the vehicle is going to go into startup mode where the flight computers are going to take over. And at that point, if the computer sense anything wrong, it will automatically scrub the launch.
To pull away from the rocket slightly, and then
he's talking about the strong back here. That's going to fall back and allow the rocket to lift off.
Fully retract away, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to lift off from the pad. Now, the TE is a structure that provides liquids, gases, and electrical connections to the second stage. It also
make sure that we're actually broadcasting here. Yep. Okay.
You can see on your screen that it's starting to retract away from the second stage.
Look at the strong back here. It's actually moving backwards.
At this point in the mission, the first and second stages are almost completely loaded with propellants. Fuel loading is complete. Coming up in about 10 seconds, we'll hear a call out for liquid oxygen loading complete on the first stage, followed about a minute after by liquid oxygen loading complete on the second stage.
So they're almost done with fueling now. We're just waiting to hear that call out.
Speaking of that liquid oxygen, you're seeing some some gassy clouds
Talking
around
about
the
that there.
vehicle. Those are actually caused by that liquid oxygen. We periodically vent some of the gaseous liquid oxygen in the tanks to maintain the pressure as we top it up. And once that cold,
Some of that you're seeing is venting. Some of it is just the rocket reacting with the warm Florida air.
and forms literal clouds around the vehicle. Now the payload, the Starlink payload, continues to look healthy. We're not tracking any issues with this.
Coming up on about 2 minutes to launch here, so these launches are so common now that it's really easy to zip down. If you guys haven't been down to KSC to see a launch, you should definitely go down there. I saw the in-flight abort test from Kennedy Space Center, and although the weather was not great, we did get to see it go up, but we did not see it come back down. Coming up on 2 minutes here, fueling should be pretty much done here momentarily.
Now, shortly after LOX loading completes on the second stage, we will also see venting from the transporter erector. Call it there, indicating that propellant loading is complete in preparation.
So propellant
for
loading
today's
is
launch.
done. So we're about to get a go for launch here.
As I mentioned earlier, it provides the fluids and gases to the vehicle. So as we're preparing for launch, we clear out those gases from the transporter erector. In about 15 seconds, Falcon 9 will transition to internal control.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. The flight computers are going to take over here in about 7 seconds, and we should see that on the screen.
Through the rest of the mission. And then shortly after,
Falcon 9 is in startup.
So it's in startup now. Then we see right here, flight computers are taking control. Let's listen to this amazing set of sequences here.
From the launch director.
We should hear go for launch here momentarily and see some exciting lighting of a candle. "30 seconds to launch."
T-minus 30 seconds.
LD, go for launch.
All right, we just got to go from the launch director. LD is
Under
launch
30
director.
seconds to go. Launch director giving their final go for launch. Let's watch the final seconds here of terminal count as Falcon 9 takes these 47 Starlinks to low Earth orbit.
T-minus 15 seconds.
We got 15 seconds to launch unless we get a scrub
10,
here. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
All right, our telemetry is on the lower left-hand side there. And there we go. What a beautiful shot this morning at Kennedy Space Center. You can see your speed on the lower left-hand side and your altitude. Now here, coming up here shortly, we are going to see this vehicle reach max Q, which is the maximum stress and aerodynamic pressure that are exhibited on the vehicle. Good shot down, looking back down the vehicle.
Flight, Falcon 9 lifting off from Space Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center.
Check out the coast there.
Carrying 47 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit.
Nice shot.
Now, we just throttled down the Merlin 1D engines in preparation for max Q. That's the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
That's the point when the combination of the velocity of the vehicle and the density of
So the vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound, and you probably could see it pass through the sound barrier, and that might have been what that plume was just there.
So with that, we are through the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Okay, made it through max Q, which is the most dangerous point for the vehicle. You can see they're going almost 2,300 kilometers per hour. They're at 19 kilometers in altitude. We're going to see the main engine cut off here momentarily, at which point the first stage will spin around and fire its engines and head back towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Using those pneumatic mechanisms in the interstage. Right after stage separation, the first stage will be making its way back to Earth.
What a great shot, man. They are doing so good with their coverage these days.
Today on a drone ship, stationed out in the Atlantic named Just Read the Instructions.
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
Almost 44 kilometers in altitude, almost 6,000 kilometers per hour at this point. We're going to see Miko here in the next 10 seconds. Main engine cutoff. And hopefully we'll see that first stage flip around and head back towards the drone ship.
Cutoff, followed by stage SEP, and then SES1.
There's main engine cutoff. Now we should see that shot from the vehicle. There goes the first stage. You can see those the engine firing.
Fairing deployment as well.
There we go. So stage 1 is headed back to Earth now. We can see the telemetry. There's your grid fins.
Seeing space for the first time. There's a shot of the Merlin vacuum. You can actually see the fairing halves heading back to planet Earth. And on the left of your screen,
you can see the fairings dropping off and heading back down as well. But on the left side, we've got stage 1, and we see our grid fins. You're looking down towards the bottom of the rocket here, and we are going to have an entry burn. What that means is that thing's coming in hot, so the entry burn slows the vehicle down enough where it doesn't burn up re-entering the atmosphere. On the right-hand side, we see the Merlin vacuum engine performing amazingly, and we can see the stage 2 telemetry on the lower right-hand side. We are not going to see the deployment of the Starlink satellites today because they won't have tracking station available. So on the left side, you can see those coal gas thrusters orienting the rocket as it makes its way back down to just read the instructions. So those grid fins, basically what those are for, those are to steer the rocket when it gets more into the denser part of the atmosphere. Those things are worthless in space, obviously, because they are air-based fins. So until the rocket gets into a place where there's more atmosphere, they're kind of worthless. On the right side, we can see almost 10,000 kilometers in speed as this thing makes its way up to a final speed of, I don't know, 25,000-ish miles per hour or something like that. And it's 165 miles up. Left side, we see stage 1 headed back down towards just read the instructions. And we do see the ocean there underneath. Still traveling at 6,800 miles per hour, and it will have to have an entry burn here shortly to slow the rocket down substantially. You can see our altitude's dropping, though. We're at 129 kilometers now on the stage 1 on the left-hand side.
On the first stage are actually optimized for sea level.
Still gaining speed on the second stage, though. We're at 11,400 kilometers per hour, almost 183 miles. On the left side, we still see stage 1 heading back down to just read the instructions. And it's traveling, actually accelerating in speed, but we're going to scrub some of that speed off here shortly with a entry burn. It's going to fire those Merlin engines and slow down quite a bit here. You'll see on the little clock timeline there when that hit entry burn. We'll see our entry burn on the left side.
And as we get back into the Earth's atmosphere, the first stage only uses those grid fins.
Now the only thing that's going to keep this guy from burning up in the atmosphere is this entry burn. If you come in straight down like that, you would literally burn up in the atmosphere. I notice it's speeding up more. That's going to happen as it enters the atmosphere and gravity starts taking a hold of it. And as that gravity starts taking a hold of it and it enters the atmosphere, the more heat that builds up around the vehicle, so that therefore they'd slow it down with a entry burn. All right, we're at 70 kilometers in altitude for stage 1 now. And we should see those rockets fire, those engines fire right now on stage 1 on the left. Right in here somewhere. There we go. So there's the entry burn. Notice the speed dropping substantially there. So that's what the entry burn does. It brings that speed down enough so that this vehicle can withstand the heat and the atmosphere coming in. And notice we're still at 39 miles, or 39 kilometers, sorry, in altitude there. And the right side's almost 17,000 miles per hour, getting up to 25, 26,000. I'm saying miles per hour, it's kilometers per hour, sorry. Used to the standard system. Okay, we're at 5,000 kilometers per hour.
The exhaust plume from that entry burn, we actually deposited a layer of soot on the rocket.
Notice those grid fins starting to steer the vehicle now. Well, we lost our feed on the left, but as that vehicle gets closer and closer to the atmosphere, those grid fins can have more of an effect, and so you'll see those actually working more. And it's too bad we may not see stage 1 at this point because we lost our feed.
Deposited onto the vehicle. Now coming up about 20 seconds from now, we'll have landing burn on the.
So 20 seconds away from the landing burn, as you see right here. And then Seco is second engine cut off. Now we should, hopefully we can see this, but it looks like we're going to miss the landing burn. So it's going to be an uneventful feed here. We may just get video of when it's actually landed. We may not have live video from just read the instructions here, which is a bummer. All right, it says that we have landed. Well, actually the speed's still scrubbing off here on the telemetry. So we should see that landing. We're not going to be able to see it. There it is, live from just read the instructions. 11th landing of this particular booster. And of course we lose the satellite feed because the instability of the antennas on the ship as the. And so there we go, guys. 11th landing of this particular rocket, and it has hit the X marks the spot. So another successful day for SpaceX in spaceflight, and they are going to be putting out these Starlink satellites, which we will not see. So at this point, I would say so far mission accomplished. And we're going to end the stream right there. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you guys again on the next one. I want to do these more. And I got. You're not going to get me this time, you son of a. We're back here next to the beautiful Mac Pro that was converted from a thrift store piece of junk to a very nice Linux running computer. And today, this guy beat me up the first time we tried to install it, but we're gonna try for 2.0 today on Supercar Street Racing, so hang in there. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys, and as you can see today, we have this Lanbon LCD smart switch right here next to me and right here on the screen. And previously this thing kicked my butt because it actually shows a black wire in the instruction manual where it should have been white, but it's my fault because I should have known it was the neutral wire anyway. So taking a look at the LCD smart switch here, it is a dimmer switch, so it gives you the capability to do about 4 different switches on one switch. The problem is most of your switch ports, the switch in the wall port, meaning the opening or the box for the switch, is going to be a multiple opening, and this will not fit because this is designed for a single gang box. Most of your more than one switch boxes in the wall are going to be more than one gang, and this uses a 1 gang switch. Now these are awesome if you do have multiple wiring go into 1 gang and you can use 1 switch to control everything in your house or everything on this dimmer with 1 LCD panel. And today we're going to take a look at this one more time because I did it once and I really failed, but today I refuse to lose. All right, we're out here in the garage in front of the smart switch that exists already. It's an LED smart switch. It has been giving me problems, so the routines no longer work. And instead of trying to get this guy working again, what we're going to be doing right here is removing this old switch. And you can see it has one of those screwless faceplates on it. But we're going to be removing that because the new guy has everything we need included with it. So first we take off this faceplate. Once that faceplate is off, that's what the outer plate actually attaches to. Once that is off, we have our switch free and clear to go ahead and take out. We just remove the top and the bottom screw here. And that switch should just come right out. Trying to get my microphone working. Now taking a look inside of this switch, you see that we have our neutral wire here, which we need again, and then we have our two black wires. It's actually red in this case, but it would be black in a normal switch. Now, on the back of the LAN bond, you will see that it has a place here for the neutral wire. Neutral wire goes right here where it says N, and what you do is you just loosen up this screw on the bottom and put the wire in there. And then your load goes here, and then your other load goes to either 1, 2, 3, or like you have 3 different places to put loads, but your common here goes to L. So the black will go to one of these two, L or L1. So we're going to go ahead and get that disconnected here real quick. All right, for this job, you're going to need and there goes the screws. You're going to need a very small screwdriver to loosen up the screws on the LAN bond. Go ahead and loosen up the neutral wire, the L, and the L1. If you're only doing one switch, you only need L and L1. Now, I do have the power on at this point, so I am wearing gloves. I advise you to turn the power off. I never turn the power off, but as a safety precaution, you should always turn the power off. This will shock you, and if this neutral wire touches any other thing, ground or otherwise, it will definitely pop. Go ahead and put the neutral wire in there where it says N. Insert that all the way, and then of course drop your screwdriver. Take 2. Go ahead and tighten that down. Don't be scared to torque it. Oh, also forgot to tell you guys, this part does come off. So that has to be mounted separately. So the front part comes off, and then you're left with this little plate here. Now, let's go ahead and get the other switch disconnected. Now, what happens basically on the switch is when these two wires make a connection, it sends power up to the switch. We will prove that here momentarily if we just do this. You can see the lights came on. That is the basics of a switch. The neutral wire connects to the switch up there, and then when these two connect to each other down here, it completes the circuit. The white wire will always be connected up in the ceiling to the switch, and then down here you will have the hot wire, and when it makes a connection like this, the lights do come on. Now, we got to get this wire straightened out so we can put it in the back of the terminal here. So we're going to need our workman's pliers. Now, the workman pliers is the most commonly used pliers by an electrician, and they look like this. These are workman's. So we're going to take that workman and go ahead and straighten out this wire. And we don't need anything that long. The Workmans do have cutters on the back, so you go ahead and cut that off a little bit. Straighten it out completely. Same with the other one. Don't need that much wire on this. Nor do I need that right this moment, but I am going to need it momentarily. Now we just take our back of our switch. One of these guys goes to L. We'll test it and see if we got it the right way. Tighten that down nice and tight, and then the other guy goes to L1. Okay, we got the LAN bond smart switch wired. Now the second part of the equation is testing it before we mount it to the wall. And so here is the faceplate, and you can see here the way it connects is it goes on and then it slides downward. It can only go on one way, and you can see right here right now we do have a light in there and it is booting up. So once it comes on, we will see if it lights up the lights in the garage. Now it is wants to know if you want to be a dimmer. Confirm that. Edge lighting on. You can also find it in settings, edge lighting. It's telling you how to turn on the edge lighting. Okay, it wants us to go ahead and config this now, but I'm going to skip this for now. And my lights hate that it is a dimmer. And it is working properly. They don't like the fact that it's a dimmer, but at the same time it doesn't matter. They're just going to be on and off 100%. If we go anything under 100, now they're allowing themselves to be dimmed to about 25%, so that's perfect. All right, cool. Now we just got to install the switch back into the wall. Okay, we did get the menu up finally. You do it by holding up in the upper left-hand corner for several seconds, and then we want to go ahead and go into Wi-Fi config there. And there is an easy mode and a hard mode. Let's do the easy and see what we get. Now on the phone, On the phone, we're going to go ahead and record there as well. So I'm going to open up X Recorder here real quick and record on the phone. Okay, so on the phone we want to go to Smart Life. All right, now let's go to mode config here on the front of the device. Oh, it already sees it here. All right, I do have the lights off on the production lighting so you guys can see this better and see the screen, but we have successfully installed the Lanbon dimmer out in the garage. You can see the edge lighting there. I'll do a separate video on how to configure this thing, but it is on right now, so I'm going to go ahead and power it off. And you can see the garage lighting did go off, and you see the better now the edge lighting, which is configurable. If you go inside here, and this light up here does not want to go off forever. If you go in here and you go edge lighting, you can set the colors. So like right here, you can set it to red. And then there's all kinds of other settings as well, and I can't keep that light from going off. But there is a theme that you can go into and set. There's not a ton of different options, but I'm going to confirm that one. Now you can see the background did change there on the screen there. And if you hold down right here, this is how you get into menu. You hold it down for any number of 4 or 5 seconds and you can go into all the settings. And then there's your brightness and stuff for it. I'm going to turn the normal brightness up and the standby brightness up. Screen light time, display angle vertical. And yeah guys, so now you get, oh, there's some engineering options here. Pretty cool. Great switch. I really like these a lot. It's just too bad that you can't use the dimmer in anything but a one gang, because dimmers, I mean even standard switches, usually are in more than one gang box. There's no way to mount this. It would have to be completely custom. So I'm happy with this installation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now back to Brad, over for the final word on the switch install. So right here on the screen we have this Lanbon Toolless Smart Life LCD smart switch that we just installed in the Supercar Street Racing garage, looking oh so fresh. And if you'd like to purchase one of these, I'll leave a link in the description for you. And I hope that you have good luck with this now that I've installed it twice. And I let it beat me one time. I'm not letting it do it twice or 3 times or ever again. And you guys, I hope you subscribe to the channel and like this video. And we'll see you again next time on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back, and you are here once again in the SCSR beautiful bathroom that was remodeled not too long ago. And right in front of us here today, we are taking another look, yet another look at some different types of on shoes. And today we have the Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male on Supercar Street Racing. Back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome bathroom, and sitting right here on top of this beautiful vanity are the Cloud Go Wides, and these are in the color black and shale. Now these are last year's models, so these are on clearance, so you can pick them up pretty cheap right now. They are about 20% off of their normal price, and all of the last year's models you can get on sale if they do have your size. One of the problems is though that usually my size is not available, so I have been buying these up as I can. But as of right now, these are the Cloud Go wides for me, and I have not opened them yet, but we're gonna do that next, so let's go. Right on top of here is the ON logo, which I call the chicken, because to me it looks like a chicken with a beak up in the air. But it is an ON, not a chicken, and inside of this box there better not be any chickens, because today we are going to be unboxing the ON Cloud Go wide in size 9 male. And I do need wide shoes. I haven't had issues with any ON shoes yet not being wide enough. These are going to be extra wide, which is what I usually buy in my ASICs for doing actual exercise. My ON shoes are not for exercise. These are only for fashion. And let's turn this box around and see what the box looks like on the other side. And there we have the chicken logo again. And a reminder, these boxes are all environmental friendly. They are all made of recycle. The Cloud Go wide's looking so fresh inside this box, I would almost guarantee it. So let's go ahead and open this guy. And inside we always find the ON promise here about the 100% recycled cardboard right there. And only water-based inks, no oil-based inks as well, which is better for the environment. And then we have some recycled paper right here with the ON chicken logo all around it. And then we just go and open it just like this. And there is the ON, looking so fresh. The Cloud Go wides, and that is in color black and shale. There weren't many left, and I thought this might be cool, so I went ahead and ordered black and shale Cloud Go wides. The Cloud Go wides looking so good in front of you guys today, and that's a little bit what they look like. Now let's get them out of the box here, and then inside of them they do come with a protective shoe condom that keeps them from losing their shape in the box, keeps them fresh in shipping. We'll go ahead and pull that out of the left shoe and go ahead and unbox the right shoe for you and pull off the protective shoe interior shoe condom for you guys, which it is very stuck. Very stuck. All right, yeah, got it. Now we see a good look at the Cloud Go wides. And you can see on the side right here the Cloud Tech logo. And that is the first look at these. And next we take an in-depth look all the way around the Cloud Go. Starting at the front of the Cloud Go, we can see the ON logo in a silverish white right on top of the black, and this is kind of a rubberish black right here. And then on the front they have the ON logo again right there in black, which connects to the bottom of the rubber on the soles. And then right here they've got the Cloud Go logo on the top that runs right underneath the laces. And this is kind of cool. It has another lace up front here, so the front lace is way further up than these laces. And then here's the black breathable material on the sides. Good look at the side. You do see these holes in the bottom of the sole, and the ON logo again in like a silverish. It might even match the color. It's a little bit more white than the actual shale color. And then moving towards the back, we've got these fashionable stripes that run both right here and right here. And then they go all the way and continue around the back here and repeat the same pattern on the other side. And on the back there is just a slice up the middle right there from the bottom of the sole that heads up to the top of the shoe. And a good look right there at the top. Checking out the sole, the bottom of the Cloud Go wide shoes. You can see they're wide right here is why they call them wide. They're sized wide. But on the bottom, they've got a pretty fashionable mix of the black rubber and the actual shale colored rubber there that continues all the way from one side to the other. And then they have the ON logo right in the center in the channel that runs all the way from the front all the way to the back. Not sure what the purpose of that channel actually is, but we'll take a look at that online and see if they do mention what that is about. Right down below me in size 9 are the Cloud Go wides, and you can see I am wearing my ASICs. These are my everyday exercise shoes, so I had them on from my treadmill session this morning out there in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. And now we are going to take off these ASICs and give these Cloud Go's a fitment try. Now I do have pretty bad feet. I have pretty bad bunions and I have flat feet. So I'd rather not show my feet, but I will do it for this. And this is the whole point of having a wide shoe. And you can see those go on nicely, and they are extremely comfortable shoes already. I have some Pumas that I put on and they almost kill me, and I had to manually stretch them. But you can see right here with the low cut ankle white socks on, they look absolutely cool. The Cloud Go. They feel awesome, and next we'll take them for a little spin and see how they feel in action. All right, we got the Cloud Goes on, and immediately I noticed towards the back of the shoe there is a dip down because that's the way the shoes are designed. They roll towards the back. As far as comfort goes, especially on the issues I have with my bunions on the side, no problems at all with that. No problems whatsoever. And they are extremely comfortable. They're actually more comfortable than these ASICs that I just took off right here. Those ASICs are about $45 shoes. These are $150 shoes if you pay full price for them. Very much different price point there. And these are extremely comfortable. And that's the treadmill I usually get on in the morning. But I do wear my ASICs on the treadmill. I will not be wearing the ONs. I guess I could try them, but I am pretty comfortable on the treadmill with my ASICs. But after walking in these for a good couple of minutes, they don't even feel that they will need a break-in. They just feel like very comfortable and ready to go. And I'm sure that you guys would love these if you get them, because I actually love them already. So let's throw them in the Supercar Street Racing studio closet and add them to the collection. Back inside the Supercar Street Racing closet, and you can see here the ON collection is actually full. The only way we can add more to this is to take these hucks and take them down and put them here, or we have space over here with the other boat shoes. Plenty of space right here. So that leaves us space now for the ONs over here, so we can increase the ON foot collection. Let's go ahead and remove these guys and get them added to the collection. That means we are only 2 pairs short from filling up 3 shelves. And there we have the ON shoe collection. There are 7 pairs right here, and then my flip-flops up on the top. And then over here on this side, we have the Puma collection. All Puma shoes, except for these are Guess. But all the rest are Pumas there. And now let's take it back to the 4K production studio and see what Brad has going on in there with these ON Cloud Go shoes. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. It's going to be a little noisy today. I've got roofers up on the roof right now. So bear with me as we hear some sounds from outside, but we're taking a look at the ON Cloud Go wide shoes you just saw there in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and I have them up here on the screen right now, and those guys are actually $149.99. I got them on clearance for much cheaper, but those are $149.99. There will be a link in the description. I love these shoes so much. Just ON shoes in general, I like a lot. So these are pretty cool looking, and I did get to walk around in them for quite a long time, and they are super comfortable. Now when you go onto the ON website, I'm going to show you guys how to do this, and there will be a link in the description, of course, to buy these. But when you go onto men's here and you go on last season, we can just click on shoes, and I could not find them on the clearance section anymore, but I will try one more time here, because that's where I did buy them. Here are all the ones that are on sale right now, and when you go into these, make sure that you check if they have your size. If they don't, it won't allow you to even check the actual shoe. Like for instance, this Cloud 5 Ready, if I go in here, these are reduced by 20%, but if I hit my size, they do have my size in that. So that's what you have to make sure of when you buy their last season shoes, that your size is available. And taking a look on Amazon, Cloud 5. I'm just going to put it in Cloud shoes here. And there are all of the On Cloud shoes right there on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description for these guys. And please buy through our affiliate links and like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out greatly when you do that, and you don't even have to buy what is in the description. You can buy anything you want if you click on that link, and it gives us just a little bit of money. Get your On shoes, they're awesome. I have about 10 pairs now and I love them, and we'll see you guys later, because peace out. The Chang M recessed ceiling lighting is sitting right here in front of me, and that's going to get installed today. Guys, welcome back to part 5 of the garage makeover, and today we are getting everything out of this garage and into my new storage shed. I chose not to build the shed myself, but let's get into it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and today our mission is simple: get everything out of here into the new storage shed around the corner, which I will go give you a tour of now, and I'll show you what my plan is inside the shed. But basically, the garage is no longer for garden tools and paint and all that stuff. It is for vehicles. Some tools will remain under that workbench there, but that is all, and then everything else is going straight outside. So let's get to work. All right, we are inside the new Suncast shed. This is what it looks like on the outside. And it was professionally assembled. It is 7x4. Now, my plan was to go up against the house, but it will not fit. It does not fit underneath my gutters. Unfortunately, it's too tall. If it was 6 inches or 2 inches less, it would have fit. But as you can see, I have already built plastic shelves and placed them in here to start the process of getting everything out of the garage. And this top part of the shelf will not fit. It is too tall. It would fit here up against this wall, but it will not fit on the sides. And in the middle here, I want to put up my hanger rack and hang stuff off of this guy. So that is what we're doing now. We're slowly getting stuff in here, and I'll take you guys through that process. So these things work awesome, but I don't have any more of them, and I'm not going to run to the store to get any. I kind of want to reuse my hanger system here that I have, but there's only a few screws up here, and I'm hoping I can just unscrew these and use a couple of those and maybe some short fat screws to hold this up. It is plastic, however. There's some threaded things here, but I don't know exactly what they're for. Looks like those line up perfectly almost. I can make those work. I gotta go find screws that match this, but just a little bit longer. Alright, we got to go ahead and start getting our garden tools in here now that we have a place to hang them. And if we move this, we can hang short stuff here. We still have those two metal things as well that we could probably hang something right there. The shelf's kind of in the way though. Alright, I got my label maker here. Let's go ahead and get these shelves labeled as best we can. So the next piece of the puzzle is this TP-Link smart dimmer plug. Now what happened is this thing drew so much power it burned out a regular smart plug. This is designed for high power, so I bought that. I've already set it up in the app. I need to get up in the attic and plug it in and see what the minimum light level is, but I think these hex lights can be dimmed. If not, they'll just come on at 100%, but let's get up in the attic and get this thing connected. So this worked once and then burned up, so absolute garbage. So that's going back to Amazon, and I gotta find something different. Little update, I ordered 2 non-dimmer smart plugs of the same brand, hoping that I will split the circuit. I'll do the outer ring on one and the hex lights on another, and run 2 heavy-duty extension cords to the outlet in the attic. That does it. Now, let's get this place clean. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up this part of the series, and we have successfully done hardly anything except clean out the entire garage of all the crap that was in here and moved it out into the new shed. We also now have to get our new smart plugs in for our hex garage lights. Welcome back once again to Supercar Street Racing and the 4K production studio. We're out here this morning in the freezing cold, trying to bring you this video about this Suncast storage shed made of resin, and I wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight into my experiences with the shed. So I did have this thing professionally installed. I wasn't in the mood to actually get out there and put this thing together with one person, and they came out and then they got it done in about 4 hours. I did see they had a little bit of difficulty, but nothing too major. They just kind of had to figure everything out as they went. And taking a look at the shed right here, you can see it is built very well. It's a well put together shed, very solid, doesn't feel flimsy at all, and it does have really good reviews over on Lowe's.com. So some of the things I wanted to talk about with the shed is just kind of like what the inside is like. So basically, it is just plastic all on the inside, but on the back wall, it does have a metal strip across the top that you can use these little clamp-like holders to put garden tools on. And they do say in the actual Q&A here on the Lowe's site that they make accessory kits for this. And so you can buy things like shelves and things like that to mount your stuff in the garage. It is kind of a roomy little garage at 7x4. I got 2 shelves in it, although I could not get the whole shelves in. These are the HD shelves from Home Depot. I couldn't get the whole shelf in. I had to take the top of each shelf off so I could get one on each side. These are the HD plastic shelves at Home Depot. And so I was able to do that. If you put the shelf on the back wall, it will fit the whole entire shelf. But just one thing to be aware of, if you have any kind of elevation next to your house, like if you have concrete or anything like that, or if you have to put this thing up on a pad, it would not fit under my gutters by about 1.5 inches. It was very close, but it just would not fit. So beware, if you're going to try to put this thing up against your house here, the very tip of the roof here is supposed to be 8 feet, so measure ahead of time if that is your plan. Now notice here they have it on a 2-story house right here, and it fits no problem. Also, just note the front here, it does have a door here that opens up both ways, and on the left side door, so this door here, it has metal latches at the top and the bottom to keep it open and closed. So you just push the little metal thing in at the top and one at the bottom, and that part stays closed. It does have the capability to be locked right here. You can see this area right here can accept a regular style lock, as we will show you right here. See how the latch just basically closes and then your lock goes right through it. It does have a vent at the top. And checking right here, you can kind of see the way the inside is. There are some threaded holes in there that I'm not sure if they're for the accessory kit or what they're for, but like I did notice that there's a capability to screw something into the wall at various places where you see some of these holes. Now what I did was in the back of the shed right here where you see this ladder, I bought a garage organizer thing. It's like a rack and it uses gravity to hold up poles. I will link that in the description and also a link to the Suncast shed. So please like and subscribe and buy this shed through my link if you can. And like I said, this thing has actually awesome reviews. It is $799, $850 something with tax. And if we take a look right now, it's got 51 reviews. 65% are 5-star, 4-star is about 25%, and 1-star down at 4%. And taking a look at the Q&A, if I can get it to open here, there are things like how many hours to put the shed together. It was about 3 hours with 2 guys, 2 professional guys. I need a platform build diagram. You don't need a diagram to build the platform. Measure the bottom of the shed, put 4 pieces of wood together, put a piece of plywood on top of it, and you have your shed built. So it asks if you could paint it. I would not paint it. It's made of resin. It probably won't stick. The doors, keep another thing in mind that I did find out. If you are going on a slope, the doors could rub the slope, so just beware. If it's too much of a slope, the doors may not open. The box is very heavy. It took about 3 people and a forklift to get this box onto the trailer, and it is very large, so have it delivered is my advice. So it says you can anchor it to the concrete using masonry fasteners. And it withstands up to 65 mile per hour wind, so not a hurricane rated shed. Oh, here are the actual accessories, and I will actually put these in the description. Some people asking, does it need a foundation? It does require a foundation. You need to put it on at least concrete, if not build a concrete pad or a 2x4 and plywood stand for it. There's the dimensions if you're wondering if it will fit a washer and dryer. Come into the Q&A. I will link this Lowe's in the description, the Lowe's link, and you can come into the Q&A and measure this. It's 6'10" wide by 3'10" deep. The shed is 3 different colors, absolutely. At the peak, it is 8'2". If your house is over 8'2" underneath the gutter, you can't slide the resin Suncast shed up against your house. I ended up putting mine on the fence like you saw and facing away from the house, and I'm worried about water running into it. If it becomes a problem, I'm going to pick it up off the ground and build a little base under it or get some feet under it. I mean, you need a full base under it. You can't just put corners because it's got a resin floor, but it would buckle if you didn't have it fully up in the air. Another person asking about the shelf kit. I will also put that in the description. And can you put a rain diverter under it? That would be a custom thing, and I would not recommend it. And let's see if we actually find this product on Amazon and see what the ratings look like there. And we do have it on Amazon, and it is quite a bit more expensive here. It is $1,148 compared to very much cheaper, $7.99 on Lowe's. Here is a Rubbermaid that has worse reviews on everywhere I've seen it. The Rubbermaid does have bad reviews, but here on Amazon, this guy has a 1 rating and it was given a 4-star. I will link this in the description. I'll link both Amazon and Lowe's. I get no money from Lowe's if you buy this from Lowe's. Purchase any product you want on Amazon off of my links. It doesn't have to be the exact product. Anything you want, click any of my links in any of my videos. It gives me just a little bit of money on the channel and helps me support the channel more and bring you guys more videos. Please like and subscribe. Hit the bell icon. It assures that when I put out a new video, sometimes daily, you'll know when it comes out. We got to get out of here. We got to go live in the storage shed. All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here, and then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today, and we got this brand new to us golf cart we're going to be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
Typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volts, so you got to get 6 volt batteries. And we knew that we needed to replace them, so just had a guy come over, drop them off. A lot of guys will do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over to help me just remove the batteries. Typically they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here that's coming up in a minute, but let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts.
Okay.
Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's going
anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which is going to be the main thing.
Okay.
My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad, so I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras.
Awesome.
But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts, but we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room, and when you get down in the battery compartment, it's cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay. Call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6-volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6-volt batteries. Do they?
Oh, I think it's pretty much 48,
they've done away with that.
48 volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. Sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me.
Right.
So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in particular case. I didn't want pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by E-Z-GO versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To me, it does rust, and it's kind of a turnoff. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the acid that happens and trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think like in the future, we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and like paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart, and you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes voltage.
As it's charging. And with that, some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor. It soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes.
Yep.
It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay,
we can
great.
keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people in here cut this out and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So
all right, so what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out?
Yep, exactly.
Are we just going to spray it out with a spray hose?
Spray it
for
out.
now? Okay, cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the
the battery cavity.
So we're getting our gloves on here because stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here,
that's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid. If you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this. Pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead and this wire brush, I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval Garage, and we have a whole bag full of these here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
And so this is what he knocked off, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the battery tray.
Battery tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert. Now, we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're going to knock all the rust and acid inert that and spray it black.
So I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle, my air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans? All right, so now we kind of got it, the top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck.
Okay.
And then from there, we'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed. But after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty cool, and we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. We need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
Some water in it.
Ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
We need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math.
But
I went to public school.
We'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah, that's
It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. This is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound. I think a 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough to, we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there, shake it up.
Again?
Something per pound, I don't remember.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, it's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid, and this is why you do this for batteries.
Wow.
Check out It's almost like peroxide going on your skin or whatever.
Now, here's the thing.
Look, go.
My spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's working good, I almost said. This is killing it, dude. Yeah. Hi, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute. And look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at
That's
this.
so cool. Nasty.
Now watch, he's going to just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? Look at all that, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. All the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know this is going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
a beast.
It does a trick.
It's off now. Try enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Duval's house, and we have prepped this as... Now we're just going to spray and pray?
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just going to pray and spray.
Yeah.
And
I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do OSFO, and I believe that it will turn like rusty metal to galvanized by just like painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
Really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that. I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway black.
We're not. Cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so maybe we just pull it right over there?
Yep.
All right,
this is not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. All right, so we got this thing drying. It's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes. So we're going for round 2 right now. second coat of paint will be the final coat. And then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
Alright, wanted to make a follow-up video for you guys while I am actually traveling to show you the ultimate, what I believe is the ultimate for monitoring for the 3 Series BMW. So we've got the ID4 screen set up now, and we've got MHD running on my Android head unit here in the middle. I was going to show you guys a bug I found here. So the speed limit's 65, I want to go to 70. Well, see the green line there on the speedometer? That's the cruise control indicator. It's obviously way off. It says it's like we're doing, like it says the cruise control is set for 40. So I just reported that bug. Also noticed that when I get in the car in the mornings, it says battery drain. I don't know if the cluster is staying on for a long period of time or if I just need to lock the door when I get out to prevent that from happening. But yeah, there's MHD set up to monitoring mode in the center console. I'm also running Waze in the background for navigation. And there is the cluster. And if you see, I can toggle into appearance. And then I can go to themes, default, because it'll change themes when I go to sport mode, but there's toggling through the different themes. So you can set one for regular driving and one for sport mode. So yeah, so there's how you toggle through the themes of the display. Still got to take the thing out again and line it back up better, and also repair my vent in the back where I absolutely destroyed it. I've got a little bit of an idea besides their metal plate because I just could not get that to work. But as you can see here, I got my preferred gauges on MHD set up, and I've got my preferred screen here, and it's kind of a cool thing to bring the E90 up to modern times. I really like it. I just wish it would have fit better, and I'm going to have to repair that probably today. So yeah, so you guys have a good day. It's been Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, I was able to find my own nut and bolt and finally MacGyver that thing back. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, out in the garage with the Green Machine 200 EFI. Got some modifications we're going to be doing to this today. We are going to remove the top speed limiter, and that limits the cart to 25. However, the cart does 28. We are also going to be installing a battery tender on the cart so that it stays charged when I'm not using it. And we are taking a look at the part of the cart that is annoying, and that is the backup warning chime. We are going to be removing that. So let's start with the backup chime. All right guys, taking a look at the speed limiter on the cart, it is mechanically limited to 25 miles an hour with this set screw. So I removed the bolt from under the vehicle. All we had to do now was just pull out this speed limiter here. And what we're going to do is I have a little baggie for it marked in case I ever sell the cart. If somebody wants the speed limiter back on, we've got our speed limiter right there. So the top speed is now unlimited on the golf cart, whatever the motor can do. However, The guy who I bought it from said don't keep it at high speed for a long period of time because the oil will run up, stay in the top of the engine, and it will do damage to the engine. So you're not supposed to run it hard for a long period of time. The next thing we're going to do here is we are going to install our battery tender so that we keep this battery charged when we are not using the cart. So we're going to get our tripod out and go ahead and do that now. All right, we are back out here in the garage with the Green Machine 200 EFI, and here is the battery. Looks like it is just your standard hex nut with screw terminal. Now here we have our battery tender that has the screw holes to attach it permanently to a battery. We're going to use this, and what we are going to do is look for a good place under here that we can secure the connector on the end to, so that when we want to use the battery tender, we can just reach under and plug in the cord here. So here's the end that plugs in. It's a quick connector. We're either going to try to do that in the front of the cart or the back of the cart. The front is more convenient. The cable is not very long at all. That's the only issue, is we may not have enough to really do that. We may have to extend this cable. Yep, I think we got to extend this cable because I kind of want it to be underneath. Let's see how long it is. So when it's fully connected here, it's going to be about that long. Let's see if I can actually reach under there and still grab the cord. If I can, then that's fine. We'll just tie it off and use it like that. So let's see, we probably need that much. Yeah. Let's see. So it's kind of inconvenient. I think I am going to go ahead and extend this cable. So we will go ahead and do that now with my new heat gun and my new connectors. All right, guys, we are back, and here is the original cable. And if we take a good look at this cable, on the red side, there is some markings, some white markings, so we can keep the red, the positive, and the negative separated. We've got our heat shrink tubing here, and we've got some extra wire, some landscape light wire that's kind of perfect for this if we can get it inside of these solder shrink guys. So I'm going to go ahead and cut towards the end, not all the way to the end, but semi towards the end. And maybe right there is fine. Okay, now let's go ahead and separate the wires. Okay, they're actually red on the inside as well, so that helps us with keeping positive and negative in track. There's a red wire inside there showing you that that's positive. Got my wire strippers here. I opened the freaking heat shrink connectors from the wrong side, and they all fell out of their little pockets. So yeah, so they were nice and organized, but now they're not. All right, we're gonna take and strip back some wire. Now this wire has to reach all the way to the center where the solder is on your connector. If you look right here, so it's got to go all the way to the middle. So we're going to do the same with the other side. Kind of helps to have something non-fireproof to do this on, because this heat gun gets pretty hot. Not working very well on that one. Doesn't want to strip that side off very well, because there's also a wire inside of this. There's insulation. Not a wire, there's insulation inside the insulation, so it's not able to strip completely. So there, There's that one. We'll go ahead and twist these up. And then we got our heat shrink solder terminal here. It's a little big. We gotta do this twice also. Remember, we're extending this thing. We don't need that much, but let's extend it by like that much. So here's our, we're using landscape lighting wire, which is fine. And then of course, we want to make sure that we get heat shrink tubing also over it before we connect, or we won't be able to do it afterwards. So I want to see how big this insulation is on this pretty thick insulation, because the wire tends to deteriorate fast. So the other wire is a little bit too big for the yellow size, but I think it's perfect for this. Let's see. Go ahead and twist this up. Now we got to make sure we get positive and negative correct. So we're going to do positive with the white marking on our landscape wire. It actually fits perfect on these. So what you do is you put it inside the tubing to the solder point. Then you insert your other wire the same amount. But we already messed up because we need heat shrink tubing. So we're going to go ahead and put heat shrink tubing on this. Do I have enough? Yeah, I have 4. So let's pull that back off. Well, actually, we could have done it from the other side as well, but let's pull it off and put our heat shrink tubing on. Yeah, this is the only size that will fit. All right, it's stuck inside. Shrink on this side. We honestly don't need that much. Let's shrink that. Yeah, we do. We do need that much. Let's put it back through. We got our heat shrink tubing in there. This is going to be positive. Make sure I still got that positive. It is. It's the side with the marking on the wire. Get our wires inside there. Make sure inside of your connector that the wires are through the part with the solder, okay? Because otherwise they are not going to solder down. Now, ideally, I wish we had something better to heat gun on, because this gets pretty hot, and all we have is the table here. So we don't want to shrink our tubing yet. So this is kind of a pain, like when you're doing this. Like when you do the first one, it's kind of a pain, honestly. Okay, so positive. Try this again. I'm trying to figure out where to put it when I actually start. I guess that's fine. Oh, I ripped it right out. Nice job. See what I mean though? It easily comes apart. So that's the only complaint I have. It'd be better if you had some clamps or something. Go ahead. See how the other wire always tends to get in the way and stuff? It's awkward doing the first one. When I do this, I do the plastic first,
so that it goes ahead and holds the wire in. Like that. See how it's shrunk around the plastic? And then you can concentrate on the solder part. Wire's right in the way. Now you melt the solder in the center. And it says when you do it to hold the gun, to rotate the gun around the solder to make sure it melts all the way around. So I'm trying to do that now. Alright, I think I got it. Remember, this is very hot. It'll melt whatever you put it on. So yeah, that looks good. I don't know if you guys can see, but looks like I got it done. Now I've got the heat shrink tubing right over it. Might be kind of big for this, but I don't think I can get neck size down on here. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's hot. Let's see if I get the neck size. No, that's not going to go over it. So it might be loose, this heat shrink tubing, when we get done. Might be a little loose. Let's see what happens. Okay, got our first one on. And now it's time to do our second one. So we put our heat shrink tubing over it. And we got our connector here. And both the wires are in there and they're ready to go. Let's go ahead and shrink the plastic. Plastic is shrunk. Now I'm going to work on the solder part. Alright, I saw the solder melt. So that one's good. Yep, now let's get our heat shrink around it. Uh-oh. Is it coming out? Oh, my tubing melted too soon. Yep, that one kind of got messed up, guys. I'm not sure if it's still connected or not. My tubing melted before I got it on. Oh well, it was looking good until that one. Alright, let's get our second one on. So here's our extension. Need another heat shrink. This time we got to make sure we don't put our heat shrink tubing across it until it's completely dry. Because it melted right away and messed up our connector. Alright, we need plus, which is right here. And plus right here. Okay, go ahead and melt our heat shrink.
And now our solder. Okay, now it's got to cool off a bit before we pull our heat shrink over it. Lesson learned. So that's cooling off, it's still quite hot. We need another heat shrink and another connector. Put our heat shrink tubing on. I really messed that one up down there. I'm so bummed because it was perfect before that. Okay, got our tubing ready. Put our wire through it. And go ahead and melt